hands raised from either of the jurors. And lastly, have you all spoken to anyone about this case, even among yourselves or with anyone else, about the case, the issues involved, or the people and places? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised by either juror. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue with the state's case in chief, so at this time I'll call upon the state to call its next witness. Ms. Gant, please. All right, Ms. Gant, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, Ms. Gant, be sure you speak closely and loudly into that microphone. And state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gant, would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, Natalie, N-A-T-A-L-I-E, Gant, G-A-N-T-T.
And was your previous last name Bryant?
Yes.
And have you lived in Jacksonville for the majority of your life?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
A son?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you currently do for a living? It's kind of the area that you work in.
Medical authorizations.
Turning your attention back to January of 2020, where were you living?
7520 Dalehurst Drive.
Okay. And is that a home in Duval County, Florida?
Yes.
When did you begin living at that address?
A couple years, probably 2 years, 1 to 2 years.
When you first moved into that home, was anyone else living with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
My mom and my son.
And was your mom working at the time?
Yes.
And what about your son?
School.
Did you own any vehicles back then?
Yes.
Okay. How many vehicles?
2.
And what were they?
A black Acura and a Honda Civic, silver Honda Civic.
What about your mom?
A white Acura.
In January of 2020, were you dating someone?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Torgan Williams.
Do you recall approximately when you began dating Torgon?
Like 2019.
Would it have been a few months?
Yeah,
prior to this?
like the middle, maybe 2019.
So maybe around summertime?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall how you met Torgon?
Yes.
How was that?
Through Kareem.
And is Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Now, are Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon related in any way?
Yes.
And how is that?
They're cousins.
During your relationship, did Torgon actually move in with you in Dalehurst?
Yes.
Was Torgon also part of a local rap group named ATK?
Yes.
What about Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Did Torgon and Abdul Robinson Jr. hang out quite a bit?
Yes.
And when you were around them, did you notice whether or not Abdul Robinson Jr. had any physical impairments?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
He walked like with a limp.
Do you know why?
He was shot in the head.
Was that prior to you and Torgon dating?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we need to be sure all electronic devices are turned off, if I didn't already say that before. All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Judge. Did you know in 2020 what area of town Abdul Robinson Jr. was living?
West Side?
Did he stay at the west side, or was there any other areas of town?
Yeah, West Side and off of like Ocean Way.
Do you also know someone named Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
And who is he?
Abdul Robinson Jr.'s brother.
Was Hakeem Robinson part of ATK?
Yes.
Did Torgon Williams and Hakeem Robinson know one another?
Yes.
Are they related?
Yes.
How so?
Cousins.
Do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today? And if you do, tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing.
He's right there with a blue jacket on, suit,
Can you be a little more specific?
right next to the white man with the black jacket, the middle, between the lady and the man, right here.
Your Honor, if the record reflects, Ms. Gant has identified the defendant.
The
Hakeem
record
Robinson.
shall so reflect.
Did Hakeem Robinson have a nickname?
Yeah,
And what did you know that nickname to be?
Ksoo.
Did Torgon and Hakeem Robinson hang out at times?
Yes.
Was that usually with Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the name Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
And why are you familiar with that name?
He hangs out with Torgon.
Did you personally know or hang out with
No.
anybody named Leroy Whitaker?
No.
Do you know what Leroy Whitaker looks like?
Yes.
And what is that based on?
Like social media or just hanging Torgon doing videos. I've seen him in there too.
So you've seen Torgon and Leroy Whitaker together in videos.
Yes.
Do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
In the front right here with the blue jacket.
And who is he next to?
This white lady right here.
Okay. Is that the front table that you're pointing to?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, with the record reflect, Ms. Gant has identified Leroy Whitaker.
The record shall so reflect.
Are you also familiar with an individual named Dominique Barner?
Yes.
And how did you know who Dominique Barner was?
Torgon's friend.
In January of 2020, did Torgon have his own vehicle?
No.
Today, are you aware or recognize the name Charles McCormick?
Yes.
And why do you recognize that name?
Because of the incident that happened.
Is that when he was killed?
Yes.
And was that on January 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Did you discover that he was murdered later the same day that it happened?
Yes.
Now, your home on Dalehurst, how close is that to the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza?
About a mile.
On January 15th, 2020, that morning, were you home?
Yes.
And what is the first thing you remember about that morning?
I was being woke up out my sleep.
Who was waking you up?
Torgon.
And do you recall around what time on January 15th that was?
Like early afternoon.
And so do you mean around lunchtime or later, if you remember?
Before lunchtime.
Was it unusual for you to have still been asleep at that time?
No.
Right. And why is that?
Because I took care of my grandma overnight.
And does she live with you?
No.
Where was she staying?
With my dad.
After you were woken up on January 15th of 2020 by Torgon, did you see anyone else in your home?
Yes.
And who was that?
A Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
And what happened after you were woken up by Torgon?
I woke up and I went out to the living room and him and Kareem were there and they asked me to go pick up Hakeem.
Did you know why they wanted you to pick him up?
No.
Did you ask?
No.
Did you finally agree to do that?
Yes.
Did it seem to you like Torgon or Abdul Robinson Jr. did not want to go pick him up themselves?
Yes.
Where did you have to go to pick Hakeem up?
Off Arlington Expressway and some apartments.
And how did you know where to go?
Kareem, I believe Kareem said it, or I don't know if there was a thing on his phone with a map. That I cannot remember.
Did you go to that apartment complex?
Yes.
How did you get there?
I drove my silver Honda.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. have a vehicle at your home that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was?
It was an SUV.
Were you given anything before you left to go pick Hakeem Robinson up?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kareem's phone.
Do you recall what type of phone it was?
I believe it was an iPhone.
Did you have a phone on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
Was your phone working on January 15, 2020?
No.
The whole day?
Not the whole day.
Did it get deactivated?
No, when I woke up, my phone was off. I didn't know I didn't pay the bill.
Later that day, did you pay the bill?
Yes.
Okay. After you got into your silver Honda and you drove to the apartment complex, what happened?
I was riding through, I pulled into it's like some brick apartments. I pulled in and I was like circling around because I didn't really know exactly where he was at. So I was like going through a loop and I got a call on the phone. I don't know if it was an Instagram call, I can't recall, a regular call, FaceTime, and it was Hakeem saying, "I'm down here, like turn around."
Do you recall what the apartment complex looked like?
It was brick buildings.
Your Honor, may I publish exhibits that are already in evidence?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
the apartments.
That's the same apartment complex you went to on January 15, 2020?
Yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 179. Do you recognize that photograph?
yes,
And is that those same apartment complexes?
yes.
Now, explain again when you initially pulled into the apartment complex. Do you know what building you went to, or where exactly did you go?
I went straight. It's like one way in, one way out. I went down and then I went to turn around.
And were you looking for someone?
Yes,
And that's when you got the call?
yes.
After you got that call, where did you go in the complex?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, where did you go in the complex?
I pulled in to like right here, kind of
Excuse me.
right here. The spot, like right here.
And what happened when you pulled into that spot?
Hakeem came from under, like up from over here.
And what did he do?
He got in my back seat.
You said he got into the back seat of your car?
Correct.
And did he have a firearm with him?
No,
Today, do you recall what he was wearing?
I don't.
Do you remember what his hair was like that day?
He had like dreads, but they're like twisty looking like dreads.
And about how far down did they go?
Like right here.
After you got Hakeem Robinson and he got into your car, where'd you go?
Back to my house.
Did y'all talk at all on the way back?
No,
About how long did it take you to get back to your house on Dalehurst?
about 5 minutes.
And when you got back, what did you do?
I don't know if I handed Kareem's phone to Hakeem or gave it back to Kareem, and I went back to my room and laid back down.
Did you ever ask them about what happened on January 15, 2020?
No,
And shortly after this, did you stop dating Torgon?
yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, cross from Mr. Whitaker.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Morning.
Since this all happened, you've gotten married, haven't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Torgan Williams didn't date very long, did you?
No.
At the time that this all happened, back in January of 2020, he did spend quite a few nights at your home.
Yes.
And he obviously had woken up at your home that morning.
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is you do know who Leroy Whitaker is,
Yeah, like I know who he is, yeah.
but you've never spent any time with him,
No.
never had a meal with him,
No.
never sat down and had any kind of a long conversation with him?
No.
Okay. Didn't see him on January 15th?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have anything else.
All right.
All right, and cross-exam for Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Miss Gant.
Good morning.
Now, Gant is your married name, right?
Yes.
You are currently married to a man named Tyrone Gant, right?
Yes.
Maiden name is Bryant, right?
Yes.
Now, on the day Charles McCormick was murdered, what day was that?
January is it 20th or the 19th of 2020, I believe.
That's what you remember it to be. Okay, and you were dating someone by the name of Torgon Williams, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were living together.
Yes.
And this was in, like you said, January of 2020, right?
Yes.
You were turning 38 years old at that time, right?
Yes.
And Torgon Williams was 23 years old at that time.
Yes.
And you were in a sexual relationship with him, right?
Yes.
He lived in your house with your mom and your child.
Yes.
And at the time, your child was 19 years old.
Yes.
He's closer in age to Torgon than he was to you.
Yes.
Now, at the time that in 2020 you weren't working,
No.
did you file taxes in 2021?
No.
Have you ever had a job where you filed taxes before 2020?
Yes.
Okay, when did you file taxes before 2020?
I don't know. It's been a couple years.
Okay, but around that time you weren't working, but you were living in that house and supporting your mom and your son and Torgon, right?
No, my mom worked.
What did your mom do?
She is a cashier.
So your mom, as a cashier, was supporting you, your 19-year-old son, and Torgon Williams, right?
No.
Who was supporting them because Torgon Williams wasn't working, was he?
No, I also used to take care of my grandma, and I got paid for doing that.
Who paid you to take care of your grandma?
My dad.
Okay. And how much money, did you pay taxes on that job?
No.
Okay. And like I said, Torgon Williams wasn't working, was he?
No.
Isn't it true that you were selling drugs at that time out of your house?
No.
In the grounds? Okay, let me see counsel at sidebar.
I don't know where they're going, but I want to go. I don't know where they're going, but I want to go. D Wood, she basically laid a little foundation to be like, girl, you was selling drugs out your house. So I don't know if she's trying to get to the fact that her testifying would be beneficial for her. And so she's going to say whatever she wants to say so that she's not in trouble, because we all know that her picking him up is basically an accessory after the fact. So did you cop a plea? Did you have other things going on that they looked into, but they decided to look over for you to testify? I don't know if that's where she's going. But like I said, I want to go. Yeah, Shay, this trial is something else. So I made a mistake in my very first recap. I said that Junior was running with Julio Fulio, but no, he wasn't. So I'm gonna put a correction out there today, y'all. Let me write that down, Shay.
All right.
Now, oh, sorry, Judge.
I'm just making sure court reporter's ready. Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. Now, the man you're married to now, right?
Yes,
You started dating him after you broke up with Torgon Williams, right?
yes,
He was arrested in 2022, right?
yes,
He was living with you at the time, right?
no,
He wasn't living with you in 2022?
are you talking about, which arrest are you talking about?
I'm going to talk about the arrest that he has for selling fentanyl and cocaine.
In December, we were separated.
Okay,
We're
so
not together.
we're not, but you were living before with him?
Yes,
And then in the interim, when you weren't together, he was arrested for selling fentanyl and cocaine.
yes,
Okay. And you're still married to him now, right?
yes,
His case is, well, actually, his case is still pending, right?
yes,
It's being prosecuted by the state attorney's office.
yes.
And that case isn't going to be resolved. Its next court date is after this trial, right?
I don't know. His lawyer handles all that. I don't go to the court dates.
As you sit here, you don't know when your husband's next court date is. He's incarcerated, right?
I don't know when his next court. His lawyer handles that, and then he reiterates to me.
Okay, and you don't go to his court dates,
No.
but he's in jail.
Yes,
And now you are testifying on behalf of the same office that is prosecuting your husband, right?
yes,
Now, speaking of Hakeem, you just testified that you knew Hakeem as far back as, I think your testimony was, what you said was 2019?
yes,
That's what you said on the witness stand, right?
yes.
Now, you weren't close to Hakeem, right?
No.
You just knew who he was.
Yes,
Everyone knew who Hakeem was, right?
yes,
He's Ksoo,
yes,
right? And at that time, he was a local celebrity in Duval County.
yes,
He was an up-and-coming musician, right?
yes,
Very close with someone by the name of Young and Ace, right?
yes,
You know Young and Ace now is a very popular musician, right?
yes.
And at that time, Hakeem's career was going pretty well, right?
Well, I didn't know about his career. I just know, I don't know about.
You didn't go with Torgon Williams to one of the music videos where he was shooting?
Yeah, I dropped Torgan off there before, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that. He was in the position where he was producing music videos, right?
Yes,
Okay? And like you said, you were there, right?
yes,
You went there with your boyfriend Torgon, right?
yes,
And there were a bunch of people on set, right?
yeah.
I mean, could you tell the jury or give an estimate of how many people? More than 10?
I can't, I don't know.
Did you end up watching the music video?
I can't, I probably did.
Okay. But you can't remember which one it was now? But it was released into the media, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, it wasn't just Torgon that was there, right? Or the members of their friends were there. Kareem was there. Did you see him there
See him where?
at the music video?
I don't know if he was at that one.
Let me make this easier instead of going through the list. Would you be able to testify to anybody else that was there?
I can't remember. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you didn't know anyone who Torgon would hang out with apart from Hakeem, right?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, isn't it true that you've testified before that you did not know who Torgon would hang out with apart from Hakeem Robinson? You testified on direct that you know all about Leroy Whitaker, that you know about Abdul Jr. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I misspoke. You did not know who would hang out with Torgon apart from Abdul Jr., not Hakeem, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, my mistake, and you caught it because Hakeem wasn't that close. The one he was close to, Torgon Williams, was Abdul Robinson Jr., right?
yes, he would hang out with him more, yes.
And we're throwing out a bunch of names, so I don't want the jury to get confused, okay? Whenever I say Kareem, is that Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes,
Okay, so he's not in this courtroom today, right?
no,
Okay, but that is the one that was close with Torgon Williams. You didn't see Hakeem Robinson at your house all the time?
no,
You never saw Hakeem Robinson hanging out with Dominique Barnell?
no,
Torgon wasn't a musician though, right?
no,
He hung around ATK and their musical group, right?
yes,
But he didn't rap, he didn't do any music.
no.
Now, I want to understand how it is now that you ended up being a witness for the prosecution in this case. Because let's be clear, you're testifying now that you had information about a homicide that occurred in January 2020, right?
Yes,
You never went to them with this information, right?
no,
They had to come to you, right?
yes,
And the case we are here for is for the murder of a young man by the names of Charles McCormick, right?
yes,
You have no idea who that was.
no,
He's a complete stranger to you.
correct.
Now, you just testified on direct for the state that you picked up Hakeem on the day of the murder, right? And brought him back to your house.
Yes,
And that at the time you lived at 750 South Dalehurst Drive, which was right around the corner from where Charles McCormick lived, right?
it was 7520.
7520,
Right.
right? But that's right around the corner from where Charles McCormick was murdered, the strip mall. That's where your house was.
Yes, a mile away.
And when this murder happened in 2020, it was broadcast all over the news, right?
Yes,
Your testimony is that you knew there was a murder right by your house, right?
what do you mean? When did I know, though? What do you, I mean?
When did you know that there was a murder? You had to have known when you saw the news later that day.
Yes, later that day. Yes.
Within 24 hours, you knew that that murder happened and it involved your boyfriend, Torgon Williams, right?
I didn't know for sure. I just seen the death of Charles McCormick on the news.
At the strip mall, right around from your house, right? The one where you claimed that you heard the gunshots from your house, right?
I didn't never say I heard any gunshots.
Okay, because you were asleep all morning, right?
Yes,
And can't testify to anything that happened at your house before you woke up, right?
correct.
But you picked up the shooter and you helped him get away, right?
I picked up Hakeem Robinson. That's who I picked up.
And they are claiming he is the shooter, right?
Yes,
You picked him up and helped him get away and evade capture, right?
I guess if that's what you want to say it. I was just picking somebody up.
Okay. Because if you claim you didn't know anything, then you can't get charged for accessory after the fact, right?
I didn't know anything.
So you're telling this jury that after you, Torgon or Kareem comes into your house and says, I need you to go and pick up Hakeem from the woods. You go and pick him up. You see later the day.
From the woods. That's not what was said.
Okay. So we're going to break it down, but this is what you want the jury to believe. You had no clue. You continued living with Torgon Williams, right?
Yes.
You had no discussions with him about what went on that day?
No.
Even though you had just seen on the news all this information about the case and know that they asked you to go and pick up somebody from that apartment complex,
Correct.
and you just didn't talk about it.
No.
Okay. So that you can come here and claim, I didn't know, right?
No. I didn't talk about it. You're asking me. I didn't talk about it.
But regardless, you didn't go at all on your own free will to the state attorneys at any time to let them know that you had information about this case, right?
No.
So you've never been arrested for this case, right? Your involvement.
No.
You won't be prosecuted, right?
No.
Did you appear here under a state subpoena?
Yes.
So anything you say today, they can't use against you in the future for any future criminal prosecution.
I guess. I don't know how that works.
Okay. Now, Torgon Williams, right, you've come to know,
Yes.
was directly involved in this murder, right?
No.
You don't know that as you sit here today?
No.
So your testimony is Torgon Williams was not involved in the murder of Charles McCormick?
No, I don't know that if he was. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
All right. But he's been free for the past 5 years, right?
I don't know where he's been. I haven't talked to him.
As far as you're aware, he hasn't been arrested.
I don't know.
Now let's talk about something that happened to you in later in the year, 6 months later, after this homicide. You know someone by the name of Raekwon Howard?
Yes.
Isn't that person tried to kill you and Torgon Williams, right?
Yes, he was charged.
He was charged. Now, this happened in the summer after the murder of Charles McCormick, so you were still with Torgon Williams 6 months later, right?
No, we broke up, and then he came back for like a minute, and then we broke up again.
Okay, so
It's straight. Yeah, we had stopped talking for a while.
you stopped talking, and when he comes back into your life, there's a night when you and him are coming home in your car, right?
It was during the day.
Well, it was during the day, and Raekwon Howard came out with a rifle and started shooting at the both of you, right?
Yeah, that's what he's charged with.
Okay. It's him. You told that to the police, right?
No, I couldn't ID. The person had a mask on.
Okay, but as far as you know, as he sits here, Raekwon Howard has been charged with trying to execute
Yes.
both you and Torgon Williams.
Yeah, he's been charged.
And that's what he tried to do. He tried to kill you both, right?
Yeah.
Did you shoot back?
Yeah.
You had your own firearm at the time.
Yes.
Now, per the internet, you know these two groups, right? The musical group ATK, you know about them, right?
Yes.
You know about the musical group Six Block.
Yes.
Okay. You know about their musical rivalry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically get traction with their music because one will sing something bad about the other, and then the other will sing something bad about the other, right?
Correct.
Almost like Kendrick Lamar and Drake do right now, right?
If you want to put it that way,
Gets them at the top of the charts, right?
I guess.
Perform at the Super Bowl.
I guess.
Now, even though you spoke to the detectives about Raekwon Howard and what he did to you, right? You didn't mention anything about Hakeem Robinson, right?
No.
You didn't mention anything about the incident about picking up this person from that incident, even though you know the murder took place, right?
No.
All right. And when Ksoo was arrested, he wasn't arrested until September of 2020, right?
I don't know when he was arrested.
Okay. But at the time he was arrested, you would agree with me that the case was all over the news, that he had been arrested for that murder that took place in the strip mall, right?
Yeah, it was on the news.
Okay. So everybody knew that the state thought that Hakeem Robinson was the person that killed Charles McCormick, right? It was no secret.
It was on the news.
Accessible to everybody, right?
Yeah.
including you.
Yeah.
Now, we're also in Florida, right? You know about the law in Florida that we call this the Sunshine State, right?
No, what are you, no, I don't.
Everyone has public access to anything that's filed in a criminal case that's pending, right? It's open to the public.
Okay, yeah,
That you can go online and pull up anything you need to know about a case, right?
correct.
Including this case, right?
Yeah,
If you want to see interviews of witnesses, it's all over the internet, right?
yeah,
You could look it up. If you wanted to see the interview of Dominique Barney, you could find that, right?
yeah,
If you wanted to see the interview of his girlfriend, Janera Smith, that's on the internet for anyone to see, right?
I guess.
And it's not until April of 2022, over 2 years after the murder, after all of this has been on the news, that you claim that you know something about the case, right?
Yes,
You didn't go into their office of your own free will, right?
no,
You all of a sudden received a subpoena from the state attorney's office to go into their office, right?
yes,
If you don't comply with that subpoena, you can be held in contempt of court, right?
I guess. I don't know what happens if you don't.
And you didn't just show up on your own, did you?
No,
You showed up with your lawyer.
yes,
You go to the state attorney's office because they've ordered you to do so, right? And you have a meeting with law enforcement, right? And your lawyer.
yes.
That initial meeting that you had with them is not recorded.
I don't know if it is.
It's not.
I don't know.
So we have no idea what it is that those detectives showed you, right?
Right?
I have no idea what you said word for word to those officers, right?
Right?
Or what they said to you.
But I think when I first went in there, they did a yeah, I was recorded. I did a
Are
statement.
you testifying right now that the first meeting that you had was recorded? Because I'd have to.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'd make a motion at this time to compel.
Okay, well, sidebar it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so your testimony is that first thing was recorded.
Yeah, the first time I ever went in, I gave my statement.
Right, but you had two separate meetings though. You first met with law enforcement, and then after you met with them,
Oh, I only had one meeting with my lawyer. I went in with my lawyer. That was it.
so your testimony today is that you only,
Yeah, I went in one time with my lawyer.
okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
And that deposition was taken on May 10th of 2023, right?
I get that's the day it was. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Can
Okay,
someone please send me a copy of the deposition? Thank you.
sorry, Your Honor. And several lawyers were there, correct?
It was probably my lawyer and I think two lawyers. That's it. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it wasn't like a whole bunch of people. No.
Okay, a lawyer from the state's attorney's office was there?
Yeah.
A lawyer for Mr. Whitaker was there?
No.
No lawyer for Whitaker was there?
I don't think so. No.
Lawyer for Hakeem Robinson was there?
No.
Your testimony is that Mr. DeCoste was not present for your deposition?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the first meeting. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
we'll clear
yeah.
this up. We're talking about the deposition that you did on Zoom where you received the subpoena from the defense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
everybody's lawyers were there,
Yeah. Everybody.
right?
Yeah.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, isn't that right? The same oath that you took before you took the stand today,
Correct.
okay? Just gonna get to the page, Your Honor. Okay, starting on page 27, Court and Counsel, questions begin at line 9. All right, so when you showed up to give your sworn statement on April 21st, how long did you talk to the prosecutors or the detective that was there before going on record to give your sworn statement and then answer their questions? I mean, I don't know the exact time, that's your answer,
Okay.
but it wasn't long. Okay, so you were able to run through the story, answer their questions before you went on record with a court reporter.
Okay, that could be the same day, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay, no, and I want to make it sure the jury understands. What
Yeah.
I want them to understand is that you had a meeting. It's the same day. You first go and talk to the detectives and the prosecutors, and that's not recorded by a court reporter, right?
I don't know if it was. I can't tell you if it was or not.
Okay, so now you're saying you're not sure if it was recorded.
I'm not sure because you got me all confused now.
Okay, so is it that you don't remember what took place on the day that you went to the state's attorney's office?
I do remember what took place.
Okay,
So
so
you're talking about a recording. You're saying, did I talk to this? Okay, I don't remember that.
so your answer is you don't remember if the first statement was recorded.
I don't remember.
Okay, but at some point they do, you remember them swearing you in,
Yeah, yeah.
and that was after you had already spoken to them,
Yeah, my lawyer was there, yeah.
okay? Because then after that, they go on record and Joel Cooper starts asking you questions,
Okay.
Right?
Okay,
that's what we have a copy of,
okay.
okay? But what I want the jury to understand is that's not the first, it's not on the fly, you know what I mean? You already kind of run through everything before you go on record, right?
I don't know. I'm talk to my lawyer, I guess, maybe. I don't.
You want me to talk to your lawyer about that?
No, I'm saying, I guess, yeah.
Okay. Now, the sworn statement that you gave to Joel Cooper, that was only 12 pages long, right?
I don't know how many pages it was.
You didn't review it before you took the stand today?
Yeah, but I don't remember the exact pages.
Okay, it wasn't that long, was it?
No, it wasn't.
How many times did you meet with the state's attorney's office before you took the stand today?
Probably like as in a whole, or like, that's what I need to know. Like, what's the exact time frame here?
We took a deposition from you in 2023,
Okay,
right? That was 2 years ago.
okay.
How many times between then and you walking in here today have you met with them?
Maybe 3 times?
Okay. How many times within the past month?
Maybe twice.
Okay. And you go over, they give you your statements, right?
Yes.
Did they give you one document with a sworn statement?
Yeah, they give me my, yeah.
So that you can review what you said back in 2022 before you testify here?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go over the details of what you're claiming took place on that day, okay?
Okay.
Now you are the only person that would hang out at your house when you were dating Torgon was Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr., right?
Yes.
Okay. No one else, not Hakeem, right?
No.
Not Young and Ace, right?
No.
Just Torgon and Kareem, right?
Yes.
They were super close, right?
They were.
They were in that car together in 2019 that was shot up, right? Torgon Williams was shot in 2019 when he was in a car, wasn't he?
Okay, okay, yes, yeah.
The other person that was in that car that you're aware of was Kareem, right?
Correct.
Another person that was in that car was Abdul Robinson Sr., also known as Blue, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in that car, someone by the name of Willie Addison was killed, right?
Yes.
Willie Addison isn't Hakeem Robinson's biological brother.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Kareem was shot in the head in that car, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Torgon was shot multiple times.
Yeah.
As far as you knew, Hakeem Robinson wasn't in that car.
No, as far as I know, I don't know.
Okay. Now, 2 years after the murder, that when you say, because this is the first time you're giving information about this case, it's 2 years later, right? You remember that one of them, either Kareem or Torgon, asked you to go pick someone up, right?
Yes.
Can't remember which one it was, though.
I'm pretty sure it was Torgan because Kareem wouldn't come back to my room to wake me up. You know what I mean? But I can't really remember, but he came and woke me up, and then that's when I went out there. But Kareem did hand me his phone.
Okay. So now your testimony is you know for sure that it's Kareem's phone as opposed to Torgon's phone?
I never said it was Torgan's phone.
Or did you say before you didn't know which phone it was?
No, I knew it was Kareem's phone.
Okay. So your testimony, it's Kareem's phone.
Yes.
And you know it's Kareem's phone, why? Because it's coming out of Kareem's hand and handing it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can't testify to anything that happened in your house or anything that morning until he wakes you up from your sleep.
Yeah, I was asleep.
Okay, so you wake up and he goes, hands you your phone and says what?
Wait, hold on.
Torgon wakes you up, you go
Correct.
outside. What does Torgon say to you?
Torgan says, well, Kareem is like, I don't remember which one. One of them were like, we need you to go pick up Hakeem.
You don't remember which one though, right?
Yeah, it's a blur of that. No.
Okay, so they say to you, we need you to go pick up Hakeem. You don't say why?
No.
You just
I was
follow
still
orders?
half asleep too. You got to think, I just got woken up, so I'm already aggravated. So,
But if you're aggravated, wouldn't you say, why should I have to go pick him up? That's your friend. You go pick him up.
well, I didn't say that.
You're just following the orders of your 21-year-old boyfriend.
I guess.
Okay. So you don't know anything, you just say, okay, sure, I'll go. Right?
Yeah.
And you say a phone is handed to you. What kind of phone was it?
I believe it was an iPhone.
Not sure?
Not pretty sure, but I think it was an iPhone, I believe.
Okay. And he hands it to you, and what's on the phone?
I don't know what's on the phone.
Can't tell me what the screensaver is?
No.
Okay. Did it lock?
I think he might have took the lock. I'm not sure about that. Now that I don't remember.
Okay, but it's not your phone. You don't know the password to that phone, right?
Don't.
But you're now traveling with the phone in the car by yourself. You don't ask either one of them to follow you, right? Or to come with you.
No.
Okay. Now you just happen to know, okay, they tell you, go and pick him up somewhere by Arlington Road, right?
Yeah, some apartments on
Okay.
Arlington Road.
How long is Arlington Road? How many apartment complexes are on there?
It's a couple. I believe they did say the name of the apartments. I can't remember that though. Or I don't remember if there was like, you know how people can put like a pin on there, like a GPS? I can't remember that.
Okay, but you see what you're doing now, Ms. Gant, as we sit here today, is you're saying things like, I believe and I think. You're guessing, right?
I'm not guessing. I just don't remember if it.
But that's
pin
the
or
answer.
Oh, we just need one person speaking at a time. So Ms. Gant, if you'll allow the attorney to conclude her question, and then Ms. Kawase, if you'll allow Ms. Gant to conclude her answer. Thank you.
So when you say you believe, you don't know, right? You're guessing.
I don't know.
Okay, your answer is you don't remember, is what your answer is.
I don't remember if there was a pin, address on there or, no, I don't.
You don't remember if they told you where to go. You don't remember if a pin was sent on the phone, which should be reflected on some record somewhere, right? But you somehow knew exactly where to go, right?
Yes.
You get in your vehicle, right?
Mhm.
You drive over there, right? Did you stop anywhere else, or you went directly to the location that you needed to go?
Directly.
Directly. Now, did the phone have a case on it?
I can't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. And is your testimony that you were using the phone while you were in the car?
I wasn't talking on the phone or anything.
Okay, but where was it in the car?
It was in my hand.
Okay. And were you making any calls from this phone?
No.
Was any text being received from this phone?
No.
Okay. And you just pick him up, and your claim is that Hakeem Robinson comes and gets in your car, right?
Correct.
Now, you were able to give a description today about Hakeem Robinson, right?
Yeah.
But at the time of the deposition, you couldn't give us a description of what he was wearing, right?
No, I don't know what he was wearing.
Okay, so even though he came out and got in the car, you can't tell this jury what he was wearing.
No, I can't remember.
But you remember what his hair was like, right?
Well, I remember he had like the little twist, yeah.
You said dreadlocks, but that's
Well,
not correct.
dreadlock twist is that's the same thing to me. I don't
To
know.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a difference though, right? Between dreadlocks, which are
I mean,
thick,
some people take their dreadlocks and they do like a twist thing, so.
and I see you doing like this, like you're saying little twisties
Oh.
on his head.
No, I believe they were like right here.
But you say, I believe.
Yeah.
But you don't know, right?
No, they were right here. They weren't long.
Now, you remember giving a deposition? In this case, the same one that we're talking about, the one I'd referenced before? The deposition was in May of 2023, right?
Yes,
You only given one deposition in this case, right?
yes,
Okay. And the deposition, as we said, we were all there. You were there to answer questions about what it was that you knew in this case, right?
correct,
That was 3 years after the incidents that you say that you're testifying to today, right?
correct,
And now we're here 5 years later, right?
correct.
Okay, and in that deposition, Court and Counsel, page 86. No, 1 second, Judge. One second. I'm sorry, Judge, I'll go back to that. I'm going to go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Let me switch over to now because you are able to testify to what Hakeem Robinson looked like back then, right?
Yeah,
Okay? And you described him. You described him as not skinny, right?
no, he had like a little weight. He wasn't like slim, you know what I mean? He had a little,
Weight on him. He was a big guy, right? Back then, in 2020.
I wouldn't say he was fat or anything, but he wasn't like skinny, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain.
He's not skinny.
Yeah,
He wasn't slim.
yeah, it's,
He wasn't slender, right?
he's not skinny, bony, but he was still like slim, you know what I mean?
So your testimony today is now that he's like skinny?
It's
He was
not,
back then?
no, he's not like, you know, some people are real skinny, right? You got bony,
Mm-hmm.
and you got people that are like slim, but that's not like skinny, skinny. You know what I mean? Like bony is skinny, skinny.
Okay, but he had weight on him. That's the
Yeah.
words you just used. You went like this, like to say he had a belly on him, right?
No, I don't know if he had a, no, I don't believe he had a belly on him.
Okay, and you described him as 6'2", 6'3", right?
I don't know if I don't believe I gave his height. I don't know his height.
He's big, right?
He's taller than me,
How tall are you?
4'11".
He's bigger than Torgon, right?
Yeah, Torgan.
How tall is Torgon?
I don't know.
How tall is, you don't know how tall your boyfriend was?
He's short. I don't know
Okay,
his exact-
how about Kareem? Is he tall?
He's like medium. He's not really tall.
You know someone by the name of Chris Brown?
No,
Close friends with Dominique Barno?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Now you say you go, you pick him up. You don't know anything, you don't ask any questions. You say that this person, the shooter, who you claim is Hakeem Robinson, jumps in the back seat of your car, right?
Correct.
Did you see him with any phones in his hands?
No,
Okay, no phones.
no.
No idea how that person would have been communicating with everybody else to find out where he is, right?
I didn't see a phone.
Okay, didn't say a word to you in the car, right?
No.
And you said there were no calls coming in on the phone that you had, right?
When I pulled in like the apartments and I was making a U-turn, a phone call did come in and it was Hakeem telling me like, I'm over here, come back. And that's when I was turning to go back.
So now your testimony is that a call came in
Yes.
from the shooter who you say is Hakeem Robinson.
Mhm.
So he must have had a phone,
Yeah,
right? And it came onto Kareem's phone, and what did it say on the screen?
I can't remember that. I don't know if it was like I don't know what type of call it was.
So you don't know if a phone number came up?
I can't remember that, no.
If it's a FaceTime, a face would come up, right?
I don't know, because a phone number can come up too, I don't know, in a FaceTime call.
But there's a call, right?
Yes,
It should be reflected on Kareem Robinson's records somehow, right?
yeah,
Because you're testifying that it happened.
yeah,
Otherwise, it would have just been magical for you to figure out where the shooter was, right? He had to let you know where he was.
yeah,
Okay. And so he gets in the car, you pick him up, you don't ask any questions, you drive back to your house, right?
correct,
Sat in silence, no, nothing, right?
correct. I had the music up, but yeah, I had the music on. But
You guys listening to music together? Okay. Then you go back to your house, right?
Correct.
Go back into your home, right?
Correct.
And fall asleep, right?
I go back to sleep, yeah.
Go back to sleep. So you now are not a witness to anything else that happens for the rest of the day, right?
No.
You didn't get a pin drop from Dominique Barner asking you and Torgon to pick him up from a woman's house?
No.
Okay, if Dominique Barner comes in and says that, he'd be lying.
Yeah, I don't.
You weren't stopped by police, which is why you and Torgon couldn't pick up Dominique Barner from that house?
No.
Okay, you were asleep at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the only time you were awake for that day was for you to get up, right?
Correct.
Not ask any questions, right?
Correct.
Go pick up a stranger, basically, to you, Hakeem Robinson, right?
Well, I know he's not a stranger, but yeah, I know.
Because he's famous, you know who he is, right?
Well, I know he's because he's Torgan's cousin. Yeah.
And you also know him as Ksoo, been to his music videos, all of that, right?
Okay.
Okay, you go pick him up, don't ask any questions, go back to your house and fall asleep, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that allows you to say, I didn't know anything, I didn't help anybody do anything, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that you can't get charged with accessory.
Yeah, I guess.
No, you can't.
I don't know how this.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Ms. Claus, yours. May it please the court?
Yes.
Ms. Gant, you were asked about meeting with the state attorney's office, right? And in connection to your husband also being arrested in 2022, is that right? By defense counsel, you were asked about your husband being arrested in 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in December of 2022,
Correct.
right? And isn't it true that you met with the state and law enforcement and provided information on this case 8 months before your husband was arrested
Correct.
and became a witness
Correct.
and provided a sworn statement?
Correct.
And in that sworn statement, did you provide the same information that you've testified to here today?
Yes.
And after that meeting with that recorded sworn statement, did you and your lawyer actually drive law enforcement out to the apartment complex where you picked Hakeem Robinson up?
Yes.
And you identified that apartment complex, the same one that we've all seen photos of here today, for law enforcement that day?
Yes.
You took us there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you were asked quite a bit about not coming forward on your own, right?
Yeah.
Don't really want to be here today, do you?
No.
Okay. And is there some concern in the culture, on the street, about snitching?
What's the grounds? Overruled.
You can answer, Ms. Camp.
Yes.
Okay. And are you concerned for your own safety?
Yes.
And did you know better than to ask too many questions?
Yes.
And not long after that, you and Torgon broke up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gant. You're excused and free to go, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief morning recess. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads on your seats and have a step into your respective jury rooms. We'll bring you out here in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
No.
Mr. Abadi, good morning. Anything we need to cover before I bring the jury in? Okay, let's bring them in, please. Witnesses differently than if you're right there. So don't get possessive with the seat. Mix it up when you come out, and try sitting in a different place throughout the trial. Note taking. You all should have notepads. You are free to use those notepads. You're not required to take notes. There's not a test at the end. What's at the end is a conversation that you have with each other about what the evidence was and wasn't, and whether the state met its burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Notes help some people keep track of what was going on, help them recall what happened when they're talking at the end of the week about what the trial was about. But you are not obligated to take notes. You're free to do so. Those notes need to remain private until you begin your deliberations. So tomorrow, when you're waiting for things to start, don't open up your pad and say, hey, I was thinking about what that witness said yesterday, and that really upset me. What do you think about it? You're actually not going to be talking about the case until you begin your deliberations. And so a corollary of that is you don't share your notes with your colleagues until you begin your deliberations. Once you're deliberating, you're free to rely on your notes to refresh your recollection and try to help someone else remember something. But your notes are only that. They are
Cooperate with any of the parties. So hang with us, try to be patient. I know it's frustrating. I can tell you, if y'all are feeling frustrated, what we're feeling, I can speak for all parties, just as frustrated, if not more, because we want to present this case to you as quickly, efficiently, and the best way possible, so your time isn't wasted. Because the job that you're doing here, ladies and gentlemen, over the next couple of days is very important. It's very important to the state, and it's very important to the defendant. And ladies and gentlemen, over the next couple of days, as you hear about the facts and the evidence and the testimony from the witness stand, and as you get to judge and determine the credibility of all the witnesses that testify before you today, tomorrow, and throughout the week, what the evidence is going to show is that this defendant, Brenton Dennis, on February 5th, 2024, acted as the judge, acted as the jury, and acted as the executioner. He took the law into his own hands on February 5th of 2024 and took the life of Mr. Kadarius Skelton. He used vigilante justice and determined that when he believed that he saw on his video surveillance cameras in his home that Mr. Skelton was attempting to break into his car, that attempted car break-in was worth his life, was worth the death penalty. And what the evidence is going to show is that the defendant was living or residing at 516 Chappelle Road here in Northwest Atlanta, Georgia. As I stated, in the early morning hours of February 5th of 2024, there was an attempted car break-in proceeded by the defendant, Mr. Brenton. Mr. Skelton with an encounter at this 516 Chapel Road address in the driveway or the area where the defendant's black Cadillac Escalade was parked. He was interrupted as he was in the area. The defendant decided in the end that the ultimate way to interrupt this attempted car break-in was 2 shots to the head. 2 shots to the head. And you're gonna hear about the area, 500 block, Judge talked to you about yesterday, of Chapel Road. And the main addresses of the main area within that 500 block is gonna be important, is the defendant's residence, 516 Chappelle Road. And then the area kind of, God bless you, down the street, as you travel, there's a field, and it's located roughly at the address of 564 Chapel Road, northwest Atlanta, Georgia. And you're gonna see photographs and videos and different types of evidence capturing this area, this 500 block. And what you're going to see throughout the case, through this trial, is that down the road from where the defendant lives, there's a road, Bliss Avenue, that kind of separates the defendant's home, across over Bliss and Chapel, and there's a field. And as you keep walking down Chapel Road, there's an Exxon gas station. And then you reach an intersection like you see every day as it relates to travel and ways in and out of this area. And what the evidence is going to show, what the evidence is going to drive through the investigation, and what drove the investigation as the Atlanta Police Department became involved in the beginning through the investigation when the homicide team was notified and contacted. I want you to pay attention to what forms the timeline, what forms the basis of the investigation, the 911 calls, the canvassing of the area for witnesses, the statements that witnesses gave, the video surveillance footage that ultimately detectives from the Atlanta Police Department homicide unit are able to get from the neighboring business, the Exxon gas station. I want you to pay careful attention to the defendant's actions after the fact, after Mr. Skelton was shot twice in the head. And then you'll hear from Detective Stansel, who's the lead detective as it relates to and it's assigned to this case, the defendant's statement. You're going to learn through the course of this trial, and you're going to see and hear that the defendant chooses to make a statement or speak with Detective Stansel on February 6th, 2024. And as you were going through the evidence, as you're listening and as it's unfolding, here the witness stand through exhibits and physical evidence, what you're going to see is that the timelines first form again by the 911 calls. And you're going to hear that at approximately 6:05 a.m., a 911 call is made from 516 Chapel Road, the defendant's residence. What you're going to learn is that the defendant's younger brother, Timothy Freeman, calls 911, and he reports an attempted car break-in. I want you to pay careful attention and listen to the demeanor on the call, the things that you hear in the background. I want you to listen to the words that are actually being stated or spoken to the 911 operator and how it is described that the situation is under control, that they're not in danger, things of that nature, things that you will hear during that call. Then you're going to hear another 911 call that occurs approximately 30 minutes later. It's around 6:37 a.m. A neighbor from 516 Chapel Road calls 911, reporting that he hears screaming and gunshots in between the time of that first 911 call at 6:05 and then he's making his call around 6:37. And you're going to hear from investigators and officers that as a result of these calls, that police arrived in the area in the scene. And the officers are going to tell you that when they first arrived and began kind of looking and traveling, patrolling through the area for these calls that they received, that they don't see anyone. They don't see anything. They drive by the field, they drive by 516 Chapel Road, but no one's outside. And what you'll see in the video surveillance and hear from the testimony of the officers is that it's dark out still. It's the middle of winter. So the sun hasn't come up. But they're driving through the area, not seeing anything that draws their attention related to both of these calls. But what you'll hear and what you learn is later, as the sun comes up and the sun rises, officers locate Mr. Kadarius Skelton's body in the field that's kind of adjacent or between the defendant's home, 516 Chapel Road, and that Exxon gas station. And they find Mr. Skelton's body, shirt is off, the shoes are dirty as if he had been dragged to the area the area where he was found. He shot twice in the head. And as a result of that, this whole investigation, the reason you're here, ladies and gentlemen, begins. Now, you're going to hear from one of the first responding officers, Officer Adrian Pitts. He's going to tell you that he is assigned to Zone 1 at the area, of the incident location at the time that this occurred on February 5th, 2024. He's going to tell you that he interacted first with members of EMS or medical personnel who determined that Mr. Skelton was dead on the scene. He then immediately begins to do what his protocol requires, which is rope off the scene, kind of secure the crime scene. And he notifies homicide. The people who are assigned to the units that investigate deaths like this one. And what he is going to tell you as a result of his notification, that members of the APD homicide detective team arrived. That Detective Hogan, Detective Churchill, Detective Holtz, all arrived. They're the first responding detectives. And what you'll learn from them and through the course of this trial is that they have a rotation and that there's always somebody at the top of the rotation. And in this instance, the top of the rotation was going to be Detective Stansel. And that Detective Stansel was assigned as the lead detective as it relates to this homicide, this case that you're here, ladies and gentlemen, here. And he's going to tell you, along with other members of the homicide team, that crime scene techs also arrived. They begin to process the scene. And the first scene or area they begin to process is the area where Mr. Skelton is found. That field around 564 Chapel Road. You're going to hear from them. You're going to hear from members of the crime scene tech unit that they photograph the scene. They look for evidence, physical evidence, to collect anything that could be of evidentiary value to help them through their investigation. Because at this point, all they have is an abandoned dead body that they eventually identify as Mr. Kadarius Skelton, who shot twice in the head. The detectives will tell you they begin to canvass the scene for any witnesses and any evidence like video surveillance cameras or footage in the area that could help them figure out what happened to Mr. Skelton. And what you're going to learn is that the detectives, as they begin to canvass the area, as they begin to walk the neighborhood, they learn of the 911 caller, the individual who called around 6:37, as well as a neighbor, an adjacent or across the street neighbor from the 516 Chapel Road residence of this defendant. You're going to hear from these witnesses. You're going to hear from an individual named Saul James, who lived across the street from Chapel Road. And he's going to sit before you, ladies and gentlemen, and testify. And I want to warn you that Mr. James has an accent. He's Spanish, or he's a Spanish accent, and at times he can be hard to understand. So I ask you to pay careful attention to the things that he says, how he answers the questions, and what he told the detectives back in February of 2024. And if you do that, what you'll learn is that he was at his home that early morning, that he heard or was woken up by a gunshot. He said he was sleeping in the porch area of the back of his house. He comes to the front of his house, looks out the window towards 516 Chapel Road. And what he's going to tell you is he saw a male laying in the front, as he'll describe it. He'll say not the porch, but the front of the porch, a male laying on the ground. He will then, as he continues to talk to Detective Stansel, describe what he saw was described as two individuals carrying this man, or lifting up this man from the area, the front area of 516 Chapel, and begin to walk down the hill towards the gas station. And then he lost sight of him. You're also going to hear from the male caller, Mr. Campbell, who lives kind of what I would describe as behind 516 Chapel Road. And what you'll hear on the 911 call, hear from him, is that around 6:37, as I said, he heard gunshots and screaming and called 911 because of it. Now, they continue to further canvass the area and look for items of evidentiary value. They go down to the Exxon gas station, and what they realize is there's a video surveillance camera that points in the direction towards the field and up the street towards Chapel, up Chapel towards 516 Chapel Road, the defendant's residence. And what you'll see on this video surveillance, as it's entered into evidence, and as it's shown, the detectives who located and used it as part of their investigation, is that it's pretty grainy video. I want to warn you that it's not what you see on crime scene shows. It's not what you see at home on your ring camera where it's of 4K value and you can see every wrinkle and nook and cranny in somebody's face. It's not that kind of video. What you're going to see is that it's a grainy video. What you're going to see is that it's dark. It's February 5th, the middle of winter of last year. And what you're going to see on that video and what Detective Stansel is going to talk to you about, things that he saw or used and utilized as part of his investigation, is that at roughly 6:32 a.m., you can see two figures or silhouettes of two people light up coming from the Chapel, 516 Chapel Road address, walking down on the sidewalk. You see around 6:34, these individuals cut into the grassy area, into the area close to where Mr. Skelton was eventually located dead. And you are able to see them because there's a car that passing by that lights or illuminates these two people. As they're in the field, what you will see, ladies and gentlemen, is flashes or a flash in that field area. And Detective Stansel is going to tell you, based on his training and experience, that he believed those flashes to be motor flashes quick up. And again, after you see those flashes, another car shortly thereafter travels in the area, again, lighting up, illuminating these two individuals as they walk away. When I say they walk away, they're walking back towards 516 Chapel Road. Now, what you see in front of you is a still shot or a screenshot of the view of the angle of the video surveillance footage. I told you it's dark, I told you it's grainy, but if you look at the far left-hand side of the photograph of the still shot, this is going to be Chapel Road at the top of the exhibit. This is going to be the area or the field where Mr. Skelton is located, shot twice in the head. And if you go beyond this area, kind of where you see the lights from a street lamp or a street light, that is directly in front of or close to the defendant's residence, 516.
Matters of evidence at the moment. I do have to advise you that the bailiff has advised me that juror number 10 from Mr. Hakeem Robinson's jury has approached him to indicate that his wife advised him that he was shown on the news media, which I am aware that juror number 10 and the woman next to him yesterday were inadvertently shown. We made efforts to get that removed off YouTube from the news media. As you can see now, the cameras have blinders on, so they can't catch anyone, but he did indicate he had some concerns for his safety. So we can bring him out and inquire of him individually to see if he can continue serving. I can let him know of the efforts that we made to make sure that that does not happen again, and that whatever video image of his face had previously been aired has all been taken down with the agreement of every news agency and news network that is part of the court camera pool. But that was just reported to me by the bailiff about juror number 10 on Mr. Hakeem Robinson. Would you all like to bring him out and inquire?
Before we do, Your Honor, and the answer to that is yes. Where was he sitting, juror number 10?
He is on the front, not in the first seat, but the second seat.
The young gentleman?
Yes.
Okay.
He was juror 116 when he was on the panel.
I'm sorry?
He was juror number 116 when he was
Yeah.
part of the whole panel.
He's right there. I remember him. He kind of looks like one of the Jonas Brothers. No, like as a compliment, but he's the one that I used for the TSA example.
I believe he was. Do you want me to bring him out so we can inquire?
Yeah, so if the court could also inquire too, whether he's had any conversations with other fellow jurors.
Okay, will do. Let's bring out juror number 10 for Mr. Hakeem Robinson. All right, sir, just to confirm, you're juror number 10 on Mr. Hakeem Robinson's jury? Yes, ma'am. Yes, and the bailiff has reported to me that your wife showed you a video where your face was actually shown on where? Did she tell you on what channel, what station?
Yeah, so I don't know the station, but my wife is a crime junkie. She obviously knows I'm at jury duty.
Sure.
So she's been watching this, and she saw me, sent me a picture of me on the TV, and also all my people from my place of employment now know I'm on this trial. Because one of my former employees sent a picture to my current employee saying, is this him? Is this him? I feel like my privacy has kind of been destroyed.
Yes. We were made aware of that yesterday afternoon. We had your image removed from all of the recordings that are out there. We do have one camera in court, but several news agencies share that. And when it came to our attention, we did remove it. So your image should no longer be on YouTube or First Coast News or News4Jax or any of the other stations.
Yeah, and I think based off of just what I've been gathering, it's pretty dangerous down there in Jackson. So I don't blame them for being or feeling like their safety is in jeopardy because they're being shown on camera. No, there isn't any sound right now. So they got it muted. I assume that they're still speaking with the juror. I think they've already edited them out. Oh damn! Did we get kicked out? Lord, have mercy. Let's check over. Oh, the chat is disabled for this stream. Let's check over on the folks, the places where we don't really like to go. Let's go on over here and see. Oh, it ain't being streamed over here. Oh, y'all, we might have just got kicked out. Ooh, child. Let me go back. It's still live, but it's just blacked out. So I don't know. They might have kicked us out, y'all. If they kicked us out this trial, I'm finna be so mad. Y'all, it was just getting thick. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, messy boots, messy boots. I guess we'll just jump back over to this trial until they come back. I don't know what else to do.
Now, the investigation continues with members and officers of the Atlanta Police Department remaining on scene in the area 500 block of Chapel Road. Detectives continue to do their canvassing and work to try to locate witnesses, any other additional video surveillance footage that can help them get to the bottom of what happened. How Kadarius Skelton was shot and found dead in this field, alone, with shirt off, jacket and field away from him. And so as they continue to be in the area at 516 Chapel Road, they notice or see that there are cameras, see through the windows, that there's a camera system inside the home. So they execute a search warrant inside the home. They knock, you'll learn, they announce themselves, no one answers, no one comes to the door. So eventually they go into the house. And as they go into the house, they find Miss Chelsea Davis. And Miss Chelsea Davis is asleep. She will tell you she was sick. She couldn't hear because of the medication she had taken had made her very drowsy. And she's detained. She's spoken to about the police on scene. She's been taken to the Atlanta Police Department headquarters, just right down the road from the courthouse. And she's interviewed by Detective Stansel and Detective Holtz. And what that interview results in, from the questions that she's asked, is that she lives with her boyfriend, who she calls Pressure. That is the nickname of the defendant, Rex Dennis. That he drives a black Cadillac Escalade. That his younger brother, had moved into the home recently, and they also lived there at the time with his father, Mr. Freeman Sr. Now, she then explains that early morning, the defendant kisses her on the head before he leaves and says goodbye. He gets ready for work, and then he goes. And what Detective Stansel will tell you is at the end of the interview, he explains that this is a death investigation. It's an investigation about somebody who's been shot twice. Detective Stansel will tell you that suffering from being sick, being very sleepy, that Chelsea begins to cry, she lays her head down, the interview kind of ends at that point. She goes home. She goes home to the house where she is living at 516 Chapel Road with the defendant, Brenton Dennis and his family. And the investigation kind of continues. And what Detective Stansel will tell you is that after he completes this interview with Chelsea Davis, shortly thereafter, he receives a phone call that afternoon on February 5th from a former Atlanta Police Department Sergeant, Sergeant Daniels. And what the evidence will show, what Detective Stansel and former Sergeant Daniels will tell you, is that he's a family friend of the defendant, of Mr. Dennis, and that he received a call from Mr. Dennis that day. And he wants to know what's going on in his house. If former Sergeant Daniels can find out why the police are at his house, why the police are going into his house, why the police are detaining and speaking to his girlfriend, Miss Davis. I want you to pay careful attention to the defendant's actions after the fact, after Mr. Skelton was murdered. The cover-up, the concealment, the attempt.
It's the 510, possibly try to put it to the side, but he's making a comparison based on that variable over the shooter. And we now know that to be incorrect. Now, what Mr. Latham says is he has no independent research. He goes, I go based off the medical examiner's report. And we heard from the medical examiner, he's like, that's an approximation. And I don't find that Mr. Latham is now reliable when it comes to his height comparison testimony.
Okay. All right, so what are you asking me to do? You're just laying this for the record?
Yeah, well, I'm still asking the court to strike him as a witness in this case. It is unreliable, and it undercuts everything he's saying. So it renders it unfairly prejudicial. It's confusing to the jury first, but now it's going to be also misleading to the jury. It's not going to help them understand a fact. It's going to greatly confuse it. Because now the jury's going to be like, wait, how tall was the guy? How tall is Mr. Robinson? We know that Mr. Latham's measurements on everything, for Mr. Robinson's height that was taken 2 years after, and Mr. McCormick's height, we know that all of that is off. And this testimony that the government hopes to now present to the jury is only going to greatly confuse them.
All right. The motion is,
Oh, there's one other argument too.
okay.
So one of the things that the government is going to try to bring out is that he went onto Nike's website and that he saw the size comparison. So this size shoe, that. Okay, still want to make the record just in case. So.
That what?
Well, I understand. I still
okay.
want to make a record just in case it goes out. I know that Mr. Mizrahi just huffed in derision, but I would like to make the record.
Well, why don't we do that at the appropriate time? Because if they're saying they're not going to introduce that, then this argument may not be necessary. If it does come out, I will absolutely let you come sidebar and make your argument with regard to the Nike shoes. But if they're not introducing any evidence of Nike shoes, I don't think we need to hear an argument against the Nike shoes.
Can I ask what they mean by that, what they mean by nothing about Nike shoes? Nothing about the measurement of the foot, all of
Well, let's see what they say. I don't know.
Mr. Latham, for your report, you did a comparative analysis as the board knows regarding Air Jordan 13s. I have no slides on that and no questions regarding any of that comparative analysis. I don't intend to elicit any of that information from Mr. Latham.
And does he know not to mention those things?
Yes, Judge, I told him we're not going into that, and he has reviewed the slides, and needs no information regarding the shoes.
Okay. All right.
Does he testify at all about the Mr. Robinson's foot size?
Okay. All right.
Okay, and Your Honor, Ms. Kwas is reminding me too. We also have the pictures of the guns. Now, Mr. Latham, he testified in the Daubert hearing that this was a very rare gun and that he had to get it from the manufacturer. But what he failed to mention is this, that in 2020 when this murder happened, that X-Star model was being produced, it was widely available. In between the time of the shooting and his examination, the company ceased to exist, they ceased to be manufactured, and it is because of that reason that they were rare. So I'm concerned that he's going to get up there and testify and say, this is really rare, so the fact that you have one in a music video and one in a shooting, there's a greater chance it's the same. But it doesn't incorporate the fact that it had stopped being produced, which is why when he did the test years later, it was hard for him to be able to get. Also, the fact that he lacks the qualifications and methodology, he's never testified as a gun expert, and frankly, they had a gun expert on the stand the other day, and that should have been the one that was doing the comparative analysis to identify the gun. Is that everything?
That is different from what's in y'all's motion, because that has preserved your issue.
Right, this is just on the basis of the photographs from the music video where he's shown holding multiple firearms. The expert is going to testify he cannot say that it is the same firearm. So our argument is that it's overly prejudicial that you're showing Mr. Robinson in pictures with all of these firearms. He's not going to be able to testify when that video was shot. So we can't put a time of when it is that then led to whether or not this is truly relevant. Because it's now overly prejudicial if you're going to be showing a music video, all these firearms, right? And it's not just one, it's multiple firearms that they have him showing. He doesn't know when that music video was shot, and so now it's become, they can't say it's not too attenuated in time.
Can I see, is this the photo, or which is the photo that is being argued that shows multiple firearms?
I can go through them. Okay.
looks to be 3 firearms in that photo, 2 in that. It, 3 in that. I think those are all from the music video. Yeah, it starts here.
Okay. All right, I'll hear a little bit from the state, and then I need to rule, and we need to bring this jury out. Okay. All right. Then let me go ahead and rule on the motion to strike Mr. Latham as a witness. That will be denied for the reasons previously stated in my Daubert order, but with the new arguments made today that the issue about the victim's height at 5'10", now compared to the testimony of the medical examiner, would be confusing or is unreliable. I would deny it because that is obviously ripe for cross-examination, ripe for impeachment, and that goes more to the weight of the evidence than to the admissibility. Likewise, with the rarity or the alleged rarity of the firearm that Mr. Latham would testify to, understanding now, as we heard, I think, from one of the state's witnesses, that the company went out of business in 2021, again, an area ripe for cross-examination, ripe for impeachment, but not grounds for exclusion. And lastly, the firearm photographs being overly prejudicial. I did already conduct a 403 analysis when I analyzed the Daubert motion, and again, doing so, I don't find the prejudice to outweigh the probative value, and therefore, for those reasons, and others stated in my order, the motion to strike Mr. Latham shall be denied. All right.
Find not to battle with Your Honor's rule. The court consider removing certain photographs that are unnecessary. Like the photograph on the left, there's repeats of the same one, like whether that's necessary to show the 3 guns, where it could just be the one on the right that's focused in. So if the court, the final refined argument would be to remove the portions of the photographs that are showing firearms that are not relevant to this.
Actually, withdraw that argument.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then are both sides, well, let's, And what is the evidence? Oh, the PowerPoint? And what exhibit number is that?
No objection to it being a demonstrative. We do, however, object to it being admitted into evidence and being with the jury in the juror room because, frankly, Your Honor, when the jury goes back there, they don't have the testimony of Dr. Piatek that says 5'9", 5'11", but they do have Mr. Latham reporting a height that we know to be inaccurate. So I'd ask that the court, at a maximum, enter it as a demonstrative aid, not as a misleading exhibit.
All right, so let me understand, because I don't see this on the exhibit list, 10-0. Is this going to be used as a demonstrative aid during Mr. Latham's testimony, or is this an exhibit in evidence? Okay, well then, if they're not stipulating to it, you'll have to lay the predicate to see how this comes in. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, can we bring out the jury and continue with the trial? Yeah, let's let in anyone else who wants to come in. We have... your seats. And my apologies for that longer than normal delay. We had to address some matters outside of your presence so that we could continue. We have done so, and now at this time, I'll call upon the state to call its next witness. Mr. Latham, please. All right, Mr. Latham, if you'll come forward and be sworn. Please be sure to sit up close and speak loudly and clearly into the microphone.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Jason Latham, common first spelling, Jason, last name Latham.
And Mr. Latham, do you currently own and operate your own private business, Complete Digital Forensic Solutions?
I do.
And where is that company based out of?
The company's located in Colorado.
And what is your position at that company?
I am the owner, and I'm also a certified forensic video examiner, as well as the laboratory director, and I'm also an instructor.
And what type of work does CDFS specialize in?
We specialize on image analysis and digital multimedia evidence processing.
And can you tell the jury what formal education you had?
I have a Bachelor's of Arts from Bethel College, Kansas, in history, psychology, and pre-medicine. I also have a Master's of Science in Media Forensics degree from the University of Colorado.
And in addition to that training, did you also complete an internship at the FBI Academy?
Yes, I did.
And what did that training cover?
That training covered some advanced image analysis techniques. I also learned reverse projection, photogrammetry, and other height determination techniques while I was out there.
Do you currently hold any certifications related to the field of digital forensic examinations?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what those certifications are?
I hold a certified forensic video examiner, and I also hold a certified forensic video analyst certifications.
And can you briefly describe what was required to get those certifications?
Those certifications require either a degree and 3 years on the job doing forensics, or without a degree, 5 years on the job training, over 180 hours of classroom training, as well as various practical exams, as well as written exams throughout this process. And for one of my certifications, I had to sit on a board where my work was reviewed by 3 other certified forensic video examiners to confirm my certification.
How many total hours would you estimate of training in the fields of digital forensics have you had in your career?
Over 1,500 hours.
And in your career, have you been qualified and accepted by courts as an expert in the field of digital or multimedia forensics?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 16 times.
And does that...
What was that? What happened? Oh, okay. Okay,
May it please the court?
go ahead.
Thank you. Does that include being accepted as an expert in the fields of digital and multimedia evidence, comparative analysis, content analysis, photogrammetry, terrestrial 3D laser scanning, among others?
Yes, that is correct.
And in what states have you been accepted as an expert?
I've been accepted as an expert in California, excuse me, California, Nebraska, California, New Hampshire, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, and I think that's it.
Now, as a digital forensics expert, have you been asked to evaluate digital evidence? Do you charge for your services and your time?
Yes, I do.
And have you previously been hired to examine digital evidence in both criminal and civil cases?
I have.
And have you worked for both state agencies as well as defense?
I've worked for both sides, yes.
Now, in 2021, were you hired by the state of Florida to conduct forensic examination of digital evidence related to the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes, I was.
Honor, at this time, I would tender the witness to be able to give his opinion in the field of digital multimedia forensics.
All right, and any voir dire from Defendant Whitaker? Any voir dire from Defendant Robinson? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Mr. Latham, in 2021, you were hired by the state of Florida to conduct a forensic examination in this case?
Yes, I was.
And did that include a forensic video review of a dash cam video that recorded the murder?
Yes, it did.
And as well as the examination of the physical crime scene?
That is correct. Yes, I did.
And a forensic examination of 3 known individuals so that you could potentially determine whether or not any of them could be excluded from being the shooter captured on video?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you a disc which has been marked for identification as 10O. Do you recognize this disc, sir?
Yes, I do.
And does that disc contain a PowerPoint presentation containing images, videos, your analysis in this case?
That is correct.
Are those images and the analysis a fair and accurate representation of your work?
Yes, that's my work product from the analysis.
And would that assist you in your testimony here today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, based on that, I would seek this evidence as the state's appropriately numbered exhibit.
All right. And on behalf of Mr. Robinson? Well, let me back up, sorry. On behalf of Mr. Whitaker? On behalf of Mr. Robinson? All right, thank you. All right, 10-0 will be marked into evidence as number 248.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Latham. Showing. I'm showing you current slide that's on the screen. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you briefly explain to the jury what we are looking at?
On the left hand of the screen, the K1 and Q1 individuals were from the video of the event of interest, the shooting. On the right-hand side, we have K2, K3, and K4, which were the known individuals that were analyzed, and the scans of them were processed during this examination.
And at the beginning of this process, when you received the dash cam video, what was the first thing you did upon getting that actual video?
Yeah, one of the first things we do in our shop is when we receive evidence, we make a forensic working copy of that evidence. That is an exact copy of the original evidence, and we conduct all our work on the working copies of the evidence.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case, did you send 2 colleagues, Mark Johnson and Kip Stavru, down to Jacksonville to conduct some of the data collection that you needed for your analysis?
Yes, I did.
And did that examination in Jacksonville take place on November 10th of 2021?
Yes, it did.
And specifically, what type of data were you seeking to have collected?
We were seeking to have a 3D terrestrial laser scan of the crime scene, forensic photographs of the crime scene, and we also took drone footage of the crime scene, as well as we scanned 3 individuals in a correctional facility.
Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the crime scene that my team scanned, and we applied a grid to this scene as well for our references.
In this slide?
In this slide, on the left-hand side, you can see these orange dots. Those are the positions that the laser scanner was positioned to actually scan the scene. And on the right is a photograph of the scene.
And this slide?
This is a summary of all the scan positions of the scene from the 3D terrestrial laser scanner.
And why was this data important to collect?
This data was important to collect because we needed an accurate dimensional analysis of the scene, And that way we could stitch the 2D video to the 3D data that we collected of the scene.
Can you explain what we were looking at in this slide, sir?
This is the setup that we use to scan the 3 individuals at the correctional facility.
And this slide?
As a positive control in this process, the team set up several identifiers on the wall, including those little square boxes with the weird-looking circles and dots in them. Those are targets for the laser scanners. And then we also included a calibrated line on the wall for various heights, and this was confirmed with a calibrated laser measuring device.
And that line that device appears to be connected to, what line is that, the measurement?
The bottom of that black line is 6 foot.
And what are we looking at in this slide?
We then had each of the individuals assume several poses, and they were photographed, and this is the photographs of those poses.
All right, and so this is for K2,
This is for K2, yes, sir.
and for K3, who is Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
and finally K4, Dominic Barner.
That's correct.
Now, the equipment that was used to collect 3D laser scans of these individuals, is it extremely accurate?
It's very accurate.
And is it capable of collecting an accurate height measurement for those individuals?
Yes, it is possible.
And though that wasn't required for your analysis, did Mark Johnson, while he was conducting these scans, get a laser scanned report of the barefoot height for those known individuals?
Yes, it's my understanding he did.
And are the laser height measurements for those individuals consistent with your overall analysis in this case?
Yes, they are.
And this slide, does that represent the laser measured height for the 3 known individuals?
Yes, those are the latest scans of the 3 individuals.
And on the left, that is K2 Hakeem Robinson.
That is correct.
And what is the height marked in that slide?
Based on this slide, it's approximately 6.03 feet.
All right, and to the right is that K3 and 4, both Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner.
That is correct.
All right, and what are their reported heights on the slide?
Mr. Whitaker is 5.62 feet, and Mr. Barner is 5.59 feet.
Now, because that's in a decimal form, is that a little bit different than, say, for example, for Mr. Whitaker? It says 5.6233 feet. Is that 5 feet 6 inches, or what does that equate to?
It's about, for K2, it's approximately 6 foot with a little bit extra.
Okay.
It's a fraction of a foot.
Okay. After collecting that data, did you also do what is called a camera match overlay as part of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
What is a camera match overlay?
Very simply, a camera match overlay is the process of taking the 2-dimensional video that was recorded at the scene and then taking the 3D data that we collected with the laser scanners and stitching those together. And we use some complicated geometry and mathematics to do that.
And why is that needed?
That's needed so we can once we do that, we're able to either generate models of scenes or objects that we see in the video, or we can introduce scaled models into the 3D data so we can better visualize and analyze the 2D video data.
Can you explain briefly what is contained in this slide?
Yes, one of the first processes in a camera match overlay is these surveillance systems generally have wide angle lenses. What that means is the light that comes in on the edge of the lens gets bent. If you look at the roof line on the original on the left, you can see that the roof kind of has a little bend to it. That's called barrel distortion. So one of the first things we have to do is correct the lens aberrations. So when we apply the mathematics to the original image, we get the image on the right where straight lines of the roof are straight, the parallel lines of the poles are straight, and they're not bent because of the lens.
And the next slide.
Once that's the lens is corrected, on the left-hand side of the screen, we have the 3D scan data of the scene, and on the right side, we have the corrected lens, corrected image of the video.
And in this slide.
Once the process is completed, the computer algorithm then places the 2D over the 3D based on the mathematics and geometry and produces a composite image with both of those overlaid.
And the next slide, which I believe is 18.
Correct. The little green crosshairs in this image, what I'm doing here is I'm taking fixed points in the video that I can see, like the example, a corner of the door, corner of one of the moldings. These are then picked in the video, and they're also selected within the 3D data. These are the points that the computer uses to apply the mathematics to stitch those two together and overlay them.
And then slide 19.
And this is the result of the 2D being overlaid on the 3D in a mathematical fashion.
And are these scanners accurate?
The laser scanner is very accurate at this distance.
And so slide 20, what does that reflect?
This is our positive control. We put a grid down on the pavement of a known quantity, and this was calibrated. This was confirmed by a calibrated laser measuring device. We can then use the scan because we know the distance of these squares is exactly 1 meter. We then can use this to determine the error rate of our analysis.
And slide 21, does that reflect that error rate?
That represents the error of the scanner, which is 0.001 meters.
And then slide 22.
This is the final step in the process where we look at the calibration accuracy. How well did the computer match up to the known distances within the camera match overlay?
Now, did this process allow you to do what you referenced earlier, stitching that 2D video together along with that 3D kind of point cloud?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to visually depict both the shooter and Mr. McCormick, the victim in the video, together side by side in similar?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you. I'll get to that in a second. This slide 23, which apparently I skipped.
Yes, this is, there are 3 factors that account for the accuracy and precision of this entire process. One is the accuracy of the scanner, which is very precise. The other is the accuracy of those green points I picked. And the last one is the accuracy of a known measurement, that square box on the ground. Add those all together, and the overall error rate of this process was 1.3426 inches.
And then slide 24.
These are examples. When we have the computer do this analysis, it produces a frame, it produces this overlay for every single frame of video that we provided to the system.
Now, getting back to the question I asked a moment ago regarding placing the two individuals, the shooter and the victim, side by side in a visual comparison, you were able to do that.
Yes, I was.
And showing you what is slide 26, can you explain what we are looking at?
Yes, because of the, I'm going to call it a corridor of this walkway, both the individuals had to traverse the similar path. And because of the step up, the way their feet hit the ground on the step, they funneled through this area. And there were several frames where when we superimpose one individual over, because the scene didn't change, we then can see that they followed a very similar path.
Now, slide 27. The K1 height of 5 foot 10 inches. You did not conduct that analysis yourself, did you?
No, I did not.
And is that what was reported through the medical examiner's report?
That was a report I received from the medical examiner, yes.
Now, regardless of that, looking at these two individuals together, were you able to form any opinion as to how comparatively their heights, the shooter to the victim in this case, how they compare?
Yes, I was.
And what was that opinion?
It was my opinion, based on this side-by-side, is that the K1 shooter was at least as tall as the K1 individual.
And Q1 was the shooter?
Q1 is the shooter, yes.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case, was a 3D kinematic model also created of the shooter that is captured on that dash cam video?
Yes, it was.
And who created that model?
Mr. Mark Johnson created that model.
Did you participate and collaborate with Mr. Johnson during the during the creation of that 3D kinematic model?
The creation of that model was at my direction, command, and control.
And did you review that work?
Yes, I did.
And going to the next slide, which is slide 29, Can you explain what this slide depicts in the creation of that 3D kinematic model?
After the camera match overlay, the computer produces a frame for each, produces an image for each frame of video. The kinematic model is then articulated. The joints are moved to overlay the model over each frame of video. And this is, in this case, it was conducted over 28 individual frames as the individual moved away from the camera in perspective.
And I'm going to go to the next series of slides, starting with number 30. What is this?
This is a result of the kinematic model analysis.
And then starting with slide 32, is this the first frame of the 28 total frames that were used?
It is.
And can you also explain to the jury kind of how scaling works and why the 28 frames were important in this case?
Yes. As an object moves away from the camera, it's going to get smaller. As it comes closer to the camera, it's going to get larger. So the model, the kinematic model, is generated not just on one image. We use multiple images as that object, in this case a person, is moving away from the camera. That allows us to make sure that the scale is consistent in the 3D environment throughout the placement of the model.
And I'm going to go quickly through the next series of slides. If you need me to stop, just let me know. 33, 34, 35, and let's go quicker. Are these essentially just the 28 still?
Yeah, this is the way we confirm that the model matches the object that we're trying to model in the 3D point cloud.
Once that kinematic model was created, were you able to compare that model to the 3D laser scan of the three known individuals in this case, K2, Hakeem Robinson, K3, Leroy Whitaker, and K4, Dominic Varner?
That was correct.
And can you explain to the juries what we're looking at in slide 62?
Yes.
61?
Pardon me. The top of the chart, those are the photographs of K2. And at the bottom of the chart, those are the laser scans of K2.
And then slide 62.
And what I've done here is the bottom, again, the top is the photo of the individual. On the bottom, I have overlaid the kinematic model over the scan of the K2 individual in several articulated positions. Simply, we had them hold several poses so we could clearly see the joints of that individual and then overlay the kinematic model into those same poses and positions at the joint locations.
And 63.
Same process was applied to K3 and K4. The top is the photograph, the bottom is the laser scan. And then we overlay the kinematic model onto the laser scan in the various poses.
And then we're on slide 65. Is that K4, Dominic Varner?
Same process for K4, photo, laser scan, and then overlay of the kinematic model.
66. All right. What are we looking at in slide 67?
These are the scans of the three individuals, side by side, on scale.
Slide 68.
This is taking the scale scan of K2 and placing that individual at scale into the 3D point cloud data.
Slide 69.
This is the same with K3 placed into the scene at scale.
And then slide 70.
Same for K4.
Slide 71, is that just a composite showing K2, 3, and 4 to scale?
This is a summary showing all the individuals.
And slide 72.
Slide 72 is a single frame of video where the questioned individual is seen stepping up onto the platform.
Slide 73.
This is the relationship of Q1 in the video to K2, the scan of K2.
And K2 would be Hakeem Robinson.
That is correct.
Slide 74.
Same, on the left is the Q1, the shooter, and on the right is K3.
Right. And then slide 75.
Same for K4.
Slide 76.
Here we have the scan of K2 side by side at scale with the Q1 shooter.
Slide 77.
Same, this is the Q1 shooter at scale alongside K3.
Slide 78.
Same with K4.
And then slide 79 is just a summary of those three previous.
Summary of the three side by side.
What are we looking at in slide 80?
This is kind of a composite summary of how we got here, showing the three-dimensional scan with the models of K2, 3, and 4. And on the bottom is the relationship to the 2D video of the Q1 shooter.
Slide 81.
We then introduced the kinematic model. We stood the kinematic model up in erect position, and then at scale positioned it into the camera match overlay data.
Slide 82.
In this slide, it is the at scale, the Q1, the shooter, the kinematic model of Q1, and the scan of K2.
And K2 again is Hakeem Robinson.
Mr. Hakeem Robinson, yes.
Slide 83.
We have the video of Q1, the shooter, the kinematic model stood up of the Q1 shooter, and the model of K3.
And that's Leroy Whitaker, K3.
Correct.
All right, and then K4, Dominic Barner.
Same as the other two.
And slide 85.
Again, at the top, we have the model, we have the video of Q1, and we have the model of Q1, and then we have a composite summary of all the previous analysis on one slide.
Were you able to, based on this data and analysis, come to any conclusions regarding whether any of the known individuals could be excluded from being the shooter captured on video?
Yes, I did.
And using slide 86, can you tell the jury what your conclusions were?
Yes, it's my professional opinion based on my training and experience and the results of the body morphology analysis that K3, Leroy Whitaker, and K4 could be eliminated as a possible candidate for the identity of Q1, the shooter.
So just to be very clear, K3, Leroy Whitaker, and K4, Dominic Barner,
Correct. Are excluded as possible candidates for the identity of the shooter Q1.
What about K2, Hakeem Robinson? Could he be excluded?
K2 could not be excluded as a possible candidate as the shooter Q1.
Now, in addition to this analysis, were you also asked to do a comparative analysis between firearms?
Yes, I was.
And was that specifically the firearm that was captured on the dash cam video by the shooter, as well as a firearm in a music video?
That's correct.
And did you get a copy of the music video, in this case from the state?
Say that again, sir.
Sorry, were you provided with a copy of the music videos,
Yes, I was.
in addition to the dash cam video?
That's correct.
Now, after visually reviewing the music video, did you do some research in an attempt to identify a potential match for the make and model of the firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to identify a potential match?
Yes, I was able to identify a potential match for that weapon.
All right, and what did you identify?
That was an XTAR, spelled EXTAR, EXP 556 MK1 with a stainless steel barrel.
Going to slide 88. What is that?
That is item 4, which was a music video that was sent to me as evidence.
And slide 89.
This is our item 5, which again was a music video that was sent to my office as evidence.
And are these the music videos that you were referring to in terms of doing a comparative analysis with that firearm?
Yes, they are.
Slide 90.
These are photographs. I was able to acquire a known MK1 weapon from a manufacturer, and these are the forensic photographs of that weapon.
And that was the weapon you identified as a potential match.
This is a weapon identified as a potential match at this point.
All right. Slide 91, what are we looking at?
This is a summary of all the question and items. On the left, we have the Q1 shooter holding a weapon. The Q2 is The question 2 is the weapon carried by that individual. So Q1 is the individual, Q2 is the item, the weapon in the hands of that individual. Q3 is the weapon that was observed in the item 4 video, and Q4 is the weapon that was identified is in the, the Q4 was the weapon identified also in item 5 video.
And again, those were carried by K2, which is Hakeem Robinson, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Slide 93, can you explain what we're looking at?
One of the first steps I do in the comparative analysis is first, we always work on the question images or objects first. So in this case, I'm taking the weapon in the hands of this individual and I'm clarifying it. I am applying specific filters and techniques to better resolve this weapon in the hand so I can better understand its construction and also to assess if there are any anomalies within the video that would impair me from doing a comparative analysis.
And were there in this case?
No, there were not.
Slide 94.
Again, these are several additional frames where the weapon that Q1 was carrying was isolated and clarified to better resolve it.
And the same for slide 95?
That's correct.
And so you did that for a series of images.
On all the frames where it was appropriate and I was able to get reliable data from the clarification, I used all those frames in the analysis, yes.
Slide 97.
Again, this is from the item 4 video. This is the weapon depicted in that video.
Slide 98.
Again, from item 4 video on the right, on the left, we have the original, and on the right, we have the clarified version.
Slide 99.
From item 4 again, left is the original, right is the clarified.
And 100.
Same as before. Same as before. And same as before.
And slide 104.
On the left, we have the original frame of the frame of video from item 5, and on the right, we have the clarified version.
Slide 106.
These are the clarified images that were taken in my laboratory of the known X-Star MK1 weapon.
And then can you explain the process you went through, starting with slide 108, to do that comparative analysis?
Okay. Once I've clarified and identified the object, in this case a weapon that was in the original video and it's been clarified, I then went and did some search to try to identify a known weapon. And then this known weapon that I acquired was photographed. The red arrows, the image on the left is from the Q3 video. The image on the right is the known weapon. The red arrows indicate areas of consistency or similarity between the two objects. And as you can see, there's quite a few in these two images between the known and the question image.
Slide 109.
Again, this is the same process of taking the image from the video and comparing it to the real world object.
110.
Same as before. On the left is the video images of the weapon, and on the right is the known weapon.
And those are all points of comparison.
Those are all points of comparisons or similarities.
111.
Same as before.
And then 112.
Same as before.
And 113.
And this is the front of the weapon and the barrel shroud, same as before.
And slide 115.
This process is then repeated with the Q4 video. The weapon in that video was isolated and compared to the known item.
All right, so what are we looking at in slide 117?
This is where the Q2, the weapon in the video of the event of interest, the shooting, was compared to the known weapon.
118.
These are additional frames of video where the weapon was isolated and clarified and were compared to the known weapon. Again, the arrows represent the points of comparison or similarity between the two objects.
119.
Same with two different frames of video.
So from all of these different frames, you're looking at the front, the sides of the weapon, the back,
Yes.
and then starting with 121.
These are a series of frames where I applied a different filter to better resolve the areas of contrast. Contrast is the difference between light and dark in a video or an image. Because of the lighting conditions in here, at the scene when it was captured by the video, I needed to do a different set of analysis to evaluate the barrel of the weapon.
And based on that work, can you explain 122?
Yes. Q2, again, is the weapon from the video of the event of interest, which was the shooting. And then Q3 and Q4 are the weapons that were depicted in the music videos. And I'm comparing the barrel, particularly the barrel in the Q3 and Q4 videos. There was a shine to it. That's typically consistent with a chromed barrel. And then that was compared to the Q2, which again, we saw a bright area of contrast by the end of the weapon that was consistent with the Q3 and Q4 shiny areas on the barrel.
And 123.
Again, three additional frames on the left, same process was done to compare against the two music videos.
After doing that examination for basically all sides of the firearm, were you able to reach any opinions in this case regarding that comparative analysis between the firearm in the dash cam video held by the shooter and the firearms depicted in these music videos?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you explain that opinion, slide 125?
Yeah, 125, this is kind of the round robin summary. The known weapon, K6, is in the middle, and then it's compared to Q3, which is one of the music videos on the left. It was compared to Q4, which is the weapon depicted in one of the videos on the right. And then Q2 on the bottom was the weapon that was identified in the video of the actual shooting. It is my professional opinion based on my training experience and the results of the comparative analysis that the question weapon in the video of the event of interest, the shooting, and the question weapon in both of the music videos as compared to the known weapon produced a identification with a strong source of a strong strength of a common source that the question weapon in all three videos was an XTAR EXP 556 MK1 with a stainless steel barrel or a chrome barrel.
I think you have no further questions.
All right, thank you. From Defendant Whitaker, any cross? All right, from Defendant Robinson, any cross? Okay, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar. And we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch recess at this time, and I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads on your seats, and we will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene. As you know, during lunch recess, you can separate and go about your personal affairs. You can eat lunch together. You can eat lunch separate. You can eat lunch in the jury room or go out of the courthouse if you wish. But whatever you do, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. Additionally, you're not allowed to read, watch, or listen to any newspaper or television stories that might be printed or aired, because now we will be returning your electronic devices to you so you can use them over the lunch recess. So be very mindful and careful not to inadvertently come across a story that might be on your phones. And that's because this case has to be tried by you only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, in the collective presence of the jurors, the defendants, the attorneys, and this court. So if you will now, I will give you until 12:45 to return back here in courtroom 407, where we will continue with the examination of the witness. Thank you very much.
Everything that's going on as it relates to what happened on February 5th of 2024. The narrative and the scene and the ultimate attempt to control the outcome of what the police were able to investigate and determine and uncover. Now, as I explained, there's this phone call with former Sergeant Daniels. He, again, tells Detective Stansel that the defendant can see on his video surveillance that goes to his phone that the police are at his house, his girlfriend's being detained, and Sergeant Daniels tells Detective Stansel that during the first phone call that he had with the defendant, that he believed a male was breaking into his Cadillac Escalade, that he stopped it, they got into a fight, beat him up pretty good. He, being the defendant, beat up Mr. Skelton pretty good. He let him go, and he went on his way to work. That's what the defendant initially tells Sergeant Daniels. The next day, the defendant, after Detective Stansel made several attempts to make contact with the defendant, his brother, and his father, he, in the early morning hours of February 6th, contacts Detective Stansel and agrees to later that afternoon come in and make a statement or speak with Detective Stansel about that phone call that he made to Sergeant Daniels, about the reason why they were at his house. And that was around 1:30 in the afternoon that interview was set. He comes in, he speaks with Detective Stansel, and you'll see in a room that's audio and video recorded. And during that recording, you'll hear and see the defendant tell Detective Stansel that he believed that Mr. Skelton was breaking into his car, that he interrupted his attempted car break-in, that he gets control of the situation by beating up Mr. Skelton pretty good, and that he eventually just lets Mr. Skelton go, and the defendant just kind of goes on his way. What you'll see during that interview, Detective Stansel kind of pushes Detective Stansel pushes the defendant, saying, well, we've got a camera angle from the ExxonMobil gas station. We can see you coming from your house. We can see two people coming into the field. How did Mr. Skelton get into the field? He didn't get there by himself. How did Mr. Skelton get into the field? And you will hear on that video statement with Detective Stansel, the defendant say that I took him. He says, I took him. And then what you will see in that video is regret. But you know, because immediately the defendant ends the conversation. He doesn't want to speak to Detective Stansel anymore. And you will learn through Detective Stansel that his investigation then continues. The defendant's able to go home. And Detective Stansel continues to go through all the information that he's acquired, go through the hours of video surveillance from the angle that we've seen from the Exxon mobile gas station. He attempts on February 7th to again speak with the defendant's father and brother at 516 Chapel Road address, which he is unsuccessful at doing. But when he arrives, what's important is that the defendant's vehicle was there. That Cadillac Escalade we talked about was on scene, was in the driveway. And Detective Stansel then makes a inquiry around the vehicle, takes 2 photographs to document that the vehicle has no damage. There's no damage that showed any sort of alleged car break-in, locks, doors, no broken windows, nothing of that nature. Now, Detective Stansel on February 13th then is able to actually meet in person with Sergeant Daniels. And what they needed at Starbucks, not far from here, there's a talk about the things that we've already spoken about. The statements that the defendant made initially to former Sergeant Daniels, that he called him on the 5th, asking about why the police were at his house, why his girlfriend was being detained. What Sergeant Daniels is able to tell the detective is that during that day, the defendant actually sends a text message to Sergeant Daniels with a news article related to the body that's found not far from his home, 516 Chapel Road. The conversation is pretty much the same as it relates to the things that the defendant told Sergeant Daniels, that he believed someone was breaking into his car, they got into a fight, he released him, and went to work. And then through Detective Stansel's investigation on the next day, he takes warrants for the defendant's arrest for the charges, for some of the charges you've heard about just earlier from the court. The next day, on February 16th, the defendant is stopped at a traffic stop not far from his home in Zone 3 by Officer Matt. The defendant is placed under arrest and is transported to the Fulton County Jail. And you're going to hear not only testimony from members of the Atlanta Police Department, neighbors and witnesses from the surrounding area of Chapel Road, but you're also going to hear from a medical examiner, Dr. Colin Barrett. And he's going to talk to you about what he does for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. He's going to talk to you about what an autopsy is and things of that nature. And you're going to see photographs and where he documents his findings and how he comes to his conclusions that the cause of death related to Perdarius' skeleton was he was shot twice in the head. The manner of death was homicide. And he's going to talk to you about the 2 projectiles that were removed from Mr. Skeleton's head and transported to the GBI for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And what you'll learn is that the projectiles removed from Mr. Skeleton's head were 38 caliber rounds that, when compared, they were fired from the same gun, and that they came from a class of revolvers. It's basically what the testimony will be as it relates to the projectiles that were removed during autopsy. Now, in preparation for trial, Chelsea Davis is spoken to again by members of the District Attorney's Office. And what you're going to learn is that Miss Davis was not easy to find, that she didn't want to be found, and that members of her family had to arrange and coordinate Ms. Davis to meet with the District Attorney's Office. And what you will learn about that meeting and what Ms. Davis will tell you is that in meeting with the District Attorney's Office, she explains further what she observed, what she heard, and what she knows. And she'll tell you that she had been in a relationship with the defendant for approximately 3 months, that she had been living with the defendant for 2 to 3 weeks, and that she will tell you that the defendant actually treated her very well, that she had just gotten out of a domestic violence relationship, and this relationship was one where he was treating her with respect. This relationship was one where she felt that she was actually a partner in, is what she'll tell you, and they weren't having any issues. And she will tell you that that morning, the defendant woke her up, or she was woken up by the defendant believing somebody was breaking into his car, that he runs to the area of the front of his home. She then eventually follows and stands kind of on the porch of the home. She sees the defendant beating up the male that she had never seen. The defendant's brother kind of helps her back into the bedroom. And inside the bedroom, she'll tell you, is a video surveillance monitor, and that you can see what's going on in front of the home. She'll tell you that she looked at this video surveillance monitor, and that she could see the defendant was pummeling and beating up this man that she had never seen, that he was physically holding him down, and that he wasn't really moving at that point. That she sees the defendant in the video surveillance monitor get up, go towards the front door, and next comes back into the bedroom. That he goes to the area of where the video surveillance camera's monitor is, and then he gets with a gun that she describes as a revolver. He takes that gun out of the bedroom and he leaves. And she says a few minutes later, she hears several gunshots. She looks at the monitor, she doesn't see anything on the monitor. And the defendant then comes back into the bedroom after the gunshots. I think she describes it as 7 to 10 minutes later. Kisses her on the head before he leaves to get ready for work, and doesn't see him again that day. Now, the judge is gonna talk you a little bit about credibility, but at the end of this trial, he will tell you that you, ladies and gentlemen, are the assessors of credibility for each and every witness who testifies before each and every one. You are the credibility of the testimony, you are the credibility of the evidence, so you get to weigh all of that. And what I urge you is watch Ms. Davis testify, watch her demeanor, listen to what she says, listen to the explanation she provides as to the additional information she provided to the state after being spoken to a second time. All of that is important. And if you, ladies and gentlemen, get to assess everything she says as she sits right before each and every one of you. And what I want you to remember while you're listening to the evidence, while you're listening to the testimony, that Ms. Davis, Mr. Skelton, they're not on trial. This defendant is. This is the defendant's trial. And what the evidence is going to show is there's no excuse, there's no justification for the vigilante justice that this defendant's conduct was on February 5th, 2024, that his conduct that day showed absolutely no regard for human life, that his conduct was an attempt to conceal and control the entire outcome in order to avoid or escape responsibility for the things that he did on February 5th, 2024. This case, ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days is going to be about the conscious and deliberate decisions that this defendant made on February 5th, 2024, and the days after. The evidence will be very clear as it relates to those conscious and deliberate decisions. And if you follow the facts and you apply the law, it'll be clear that on February 5th, 2024, this defendant made a decision not to wait for the police, not to wait for justice, not to wait for Mr. Skelton to be arrested for an attempted car break-in that he said he had under control, but instead shot Mr. Skelton twice in the head. Hold the defendant accountable based on all the evidence and the testimony as it unfolds in this courtroom, because that's what we're here to do. The law does not permit revenge for a car break-in. That's what the facts and the evidence will show. The law demands accountability. Holding the defendant accountable is finding the defendant guilty on all counts charged with the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you.
Mr. Bass?
Thank you. Not one word of what the prosecutor just said is evidence. Not one word. Not one word of what I would say if I chose to give you an opening statement would be evidence. Therefore, to get the case to you, to get the evidence to you, to let you decide, I will decline the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Abate, your first witness is going to take about how long? I'm just thinking about when we do a break.
Maybe a good option.
A natural time to take a break. I know we haven't been going very long, ladies and gentlemen, but my talk to you was boring. The interesting stuff is the lawyers giving their openings, not evidence, and then the start of witnesses. So we're going to take our morning break now. I try to keep them to about 10 minutes, but we don't come back till you tell Deputy Gordon we're all willing to come back. So you can do a mini mutiny if you want. Eventually, I'll drag you in here, but remember, and do that. But as you come in and are filling out the rows, feel free to take a seat. And thank you, some of you, for rotating your seats. We left off with opening statements having been concluded, and we are turning now to the state's first witness, who is
Investigator Jason T.
President, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Lord, name I see. Can you state, spell your name for the record?
Sure, investigator Jason Tigg, that's JASON TEAGUE.
Good morning, Investigator T. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm an investigator in the City of Atlanta Police Department's Homeland Security Unit on the Electronic Surveillance Squad.
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
27 years.
And of those 27 years, how many years have been with the Homeland Security Unit, the Electronic Surveillance Unit?
Well, Homeland Security Unit, I've been with the Homeland Security Unit since 2007. Electronic surveillance, I moved over to that specialty in 2009. I've been an investigator with the police department since 2004.
Now, can you explain to the jurors a little bit about your roles and your responsibilities as being a part of the Homeland Security Electronic Surveillance Unit?
Well, being in Homeland Security, we have our investigation functions dealing with emergency management and things of that nature, threat assessments and vulnerabilities in the city. But the electronic surveillance portion of it was born from my duties when I first came to unit under the umbrella of the Intelligence Organized Crime Unit, in which had extensive training in dealing with everything from camera installations, GPS tracking, electronic countermeasures, surreptitious entry, and things of that nature. It's kind of born out of the old spy stuff. Pretty much, I bug stuff. First thing I learned how to bug stuff, and then learned how to set up covert cameras to catch incidents that went on. And over time, the job since we already had a background in that, the department needed investigators who were specially trained in video recovery, which it fell to the people who were already dealing with video. So it fell to us, at which time we went to training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, where basically the state and the feds learn how to recover video from all types of video systems. And at which point I've also went to extended training up at Ocean Systems up in Maryland. And Ocean Systems stuff was stuff that was actually used in the movie industry for many years too. So I've had extensive training on video recovery.
And as part of the training on video recovery, are you trained, continuously as the video surveillance equipment and the technology continues to improve and evolve?
Yes, because truthfully, locals, we're doing this stuff daily. The feds actually come to us and ask us about what new systems we're seeing, because we're going out constantly day after day, because locals deal with crimes daily.
And as a member of the Homeland Security Unit, are you requested by other units and members of the Atlanta Police Department to assist in all types of investigations?
Yes.
And is that something or a part of your primary duties as it involves your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about how, I guess, you are, requested to assist and who or which units you are assisting the most?
The units we assist the most usually are violent crime units, homicide, ag assault, and robbery. Those are our most frequent customers. Homicides usually phone calls because they call you directly when they have a scene going on, and we respond to the scene. There are 3 of us in the unit, and we're on call 24/7. We rotate on monthly basis, but sometimes we have to switch out with each other and to make sure that everything is covered because nobody can really be on call for everything forever. So homicide usually calls us up directly when they have a scene. Ag assault and robbery, depending on it, ag assault sometimes calls us directly to the scene, depending on how fresh it is. But robbery usually is after the fact. You know, they'll send a request in through us and we divvy those up to make sure everybody's covered.
When you're called or requested, for example, by a homicide and you respond to a scene, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what are your first steps that you take as a part of the normal roles and duties that you play in video recovery and the other things you've described as part of your responsibilities?
Well, when we're requested about homicide or most other units, we ask that they already go into where they're requesting us and start watching the video to see what video they need us to recover. Due to the fact that we're not the ones working the scenes, we're not the ones talking to witnesses, talking to victims and things of that nature. So we need for them who are doing that portion of the investigation to go ahead and start watching what they need and tell us what they need for us to recover, because basically we're just coming in for the function of just recovering the video to turn it over to whoever the lead investigator is so they can watch all their evidence.
Can you explain to the jurors when you arrive and it's been determined there's a video, what are the next steps that you take in regards to any specific video surveillance system or equipment in order to recover any footage?
Basically go in, just look at the system, look at the date and time stamp and advise them, say, okay, this is the date and time right here. This is what time the system thinks it is. And they advise us how far back they want us to go on the footage. And they tell us what camera numbers they need. And at that point, I go into the system and just export what they need and actually then just turn it over to them.
Okay. And you talked about kind of the date and time, on the system, and when you arrive, how are you able to, verify that a system is running on the correct time at the time that you believe it to be, or if it's running fast or slow?
You look at the system, the live shot, and see what time the DVR thinks it is.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back in February 5th of 2024, were you called or requested to come to the area of the 500 block of Chapel Road near the Exxon gas station?
Yes, I was.
All right. And I want to show you what's been marked as states as Exhibit 7, 8, and 9. Kind of may I approach?
You may. Both lawyers have continuing ability to approach witnesses until it's rescinded.
Thank you.
I guess all 3 lawyers, Mr. Rao also.
And after you look through states Exhibit 7, 8, and 9, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize what's depicted or photographed in states Exhibit 7, 8, and 9?
Well, that's Chapel Road facing north toward Donnelly Hollowell.
Okay. And is that the area of the Chapel Road that you've described in the Exxon gas station that you responded to on February 5th of 2024?
Yes.
And do states Exhibit 7, 8, 9 fairly and accurately depict the scene that you arrived to on February 5th?
Yes.
At this time, out of the state would tender what's been marked as states Exhibit 7, 8, and 9 into evidence.
Mr. Bassett?
No objection.
No objection. They're admitted.
and the screen in front of you, let's start with.
You can hit stay muted.
Okay.
All right, now you're in the driver's seat.
All right.
In States Exhibit 8, can you kind of orient or explain to the jurors where are we as it relates to where you responded or were requested to respond to on February 5th of 2024?
You're up the street from where I responded. I responded to the Exxon gas station that you see with the the red and white awnings over the gas pumps and the white and red trim around the building.
So that intersection way up there would be Chapel and Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes, sir.
And the road that we're looking at where you see you're looking at the photo, the left-hand side, the blue sedan, is that Chapel Road?
Yeah, well, the road if you're standing there, that's Chapel Road you're standing on right there.
Now, when you arrived to the Exxon gas station, can you explain to the jurors the first steps, I guess, that you took as it relates to the ability to recover any footage?
Well, once I responded to the gas station, I met the homicide investigators there because they were still working the scene up the street, and they advised me of the time frame that they needed, and I went into the system and just pulled the video that they needed and turned it over to them.
And can you explain to the jurors when you, I guess, how are you able to, I guess, just go into the system and pull different camera angles or different sections of footage as it relates to any specific video surveillance system?
Well, as long as you have access to the system, if it's passworded or not, you go into the system and the system gives you a display of all the cameras in a live view.
Okay.
And once you have the live view, the homicide detectives tell you everything that they needed, which this one, all they needed was, I think they had like 2 cameras that faced up the street. That was the only view that they had that was relevant to them. And I pulled those cameras for them. Basically, you go into the system. Some of the systems have different terminology. Some have export, some have backup, some have save. Depending, one thing that you have to learn in the training, it's a methodology that you learn. How to, I don't want to say attack every system, but how you deal with every system. And over time, you get real familiar because there are some systems that are more popular. There are some that are more exotic. There are some types which are NVR systems, like you deal with large scale commercial properties, which are pretty much like servers. So you learn the methodology about going into the system and pulling the footage. Once you go into the systems, it allows you to pick a start point and an end point for the footage. And you pick a start time and an end time and you export it to a thumb drive. And then after it's exported, the video is turned over to lead investigators because it's their evidence and they're the ones who have to do the painstaking process of watching every second of it.
And in kind of what you just described, were you able to determine when you were able to see the live footage that you kind of just outlined for the jurors, that the time, I guess, that's captured in the angles that you were able to export, was it, I guess, the correct time?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors briefly, typically in a system that you encounter, how is the time usually set as it relates to any given system or footage that you're pulling?
Usually the time is set initially at the installation of the system. But the thing is with DVR systems, generally somebody needs to reset the time for date and time, things like daylight savings times and things of that nature. DVR's main function is basically to record video. That's what it does. It's main function, whereas like a computer, every time you cut a computer on, keeps up the world clock. Some DVR systems don't. Most of them don't. NVRs, yes. DVRs, most part, no. So it's kind of like, the analogy I like to use a lot of times with DVRs is, back for those of us who are old enough to remember VCRs used to go in most everybody's houses. It was still flashing 12 o'clock because most people didn't know how to set the clock on the VCR. And it's the same thing with DVRs. Is like a lot of technology is, most people aren't technologically savvy. So once it's installed, they generally leave it alone.
And once you were able to determine the time was, the live time was the time that you believe was the actual time, were you able to export the angle that pointed towards the field or the road that we were just looking at in State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors, were they short clips or were they fairly long clips?
Well, it was a mixture because each DVR does it differently, because some will just give you one extended clip, others break it down because just generally what they do. And that's one thing we can't control. We can just give you the true copy of what the DVR does.
And once you were able to export the true copy of the output of the DVR, did you do as you described, where you put it on a thumb drive and were able to give it to the lead investigator, Investigator Stansel in this case?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. State 2. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize State's Exhibit 2 on the CD?
Review is my signature.
Okay. And prior to your testimony here today, have you had an opportunity to review what's on State's Exhibit 2, the CD?
Yes.
In your review, can you tell the jurors what does State's Exhibit 2 contain?
It contains the footage that I pulled that day.
And is it a fair and accurate copy in your review of the footage you were able to pull from the camera angle that points towards or up Chapel Road from February 5th of 2024?
Yes.
That the Seminar of the State would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 into evidence?
Any objection to States 2?
No.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator T, once you're able to access the DVR system here on scene that morning, can you tell the jurors, did you play any other roles or responsibilities in the investigation as it related to that early morning on February 5th?
No.
And the address of this area, the Exxon gas station and the surrounding area of Chapel Road, is that here in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
That's from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Bass, do you have any questions for Investigator Teague?
Yes, I do. Have you and I ever met?
I don't quite remember.
Would you posit yourself as an expert in surveillance?
I don't like the term expert. I generally like the term technician, because experts generally, you might assume someone's an expert and another person might not. Generally say I'm better than the average person at it. So I would say yes. That's why I generally I'm a technician at it.
Okay. You've worked for Homeland Security?
Yes.
You know about the different types of surveillance mechanisms, those that utilize audio, those that utilize video, those that are triggered by motion, those that are triggered by smell.
I don't know any of them triggered by smell. I've never ran into anything that's triggered by smell. I've dealt with things that are audio and video. Those are generally
No motion detectors?
Well, motion detectors is, some systems are set up like they're motion detectors, but thing is with motion detection isn't per se motion. Motion detectors capture sudden changes in light. That's what triggers motion detection.
Are you trained or experienced in surveilling using heat signatures?
FLIRs, yes, I've used FLIRs before in the past.
Are you willing to accept my statement that the key to all video surveillance is lighting, whether it's photography, whether it's videography, the proper utilization and capturing of light is key to having precise, tangible discernible
Yes,
images.
it's probably the most important thing is lighting.
What time of day were the pictures that you just showed to the jury taken?
This was taken during daylight hours.
What time of day were the pictures that you just showed to the jury taken?
These daylight. Well, dusk, dawn in the morning.
Dusk is a period of
Well-
time indicating the amount of light,
Yes.
correct? What time of day, by clock, were the pictures taken?
I cannot tell you what time these pictures are taken.
You took those pictures,
No, I
correct?
did not.
You downloaded the images from the surveillance that took those
No,
pictures.
these are crime scene photos right
You
here.
may be talking past each other. Are you asking about the 3 photos that were admitted
Yes.
that are, okay, so not the video, those
No,
three.
these are from the crime scene tech pictures. I did not take these.
Okay. Do you know who took those?
No, that would be for the homicide investigator to tell you.
So you don't know what time of day those were taken?
Do not.
And when you say that fairly and accurately represents the scene, if the scene was at a different time, the lighting would have been different, therefore the scene would have been different, correct?
The scene would have been the same, just the lighting would have been different.
That is not the scene, that is the image of the scene, correct?
Yes, this is an image of the scene, but the thing is though, the scene where a crime occurs is the same whether it's light or dark. Pictures and video will be different dealing with the lighting, but the scene will stay the same.
Did you bring the scene here with you, the dirt, the grass, the air from that area?
I'm gonna take, this is argumentative and irrelevant.
No,
Just last question in this space, because I think we're going further than we need to. Did you bring the scene with you?
no,
He did not.
The photograph of the scene, that's what we're talking about, correct?
yes.
Okay.
But you're asking me about a
So-
photograph that I did not take.
Why are you testifying about the photograph you did not?
So
Because I
because,
was asked a question
Right.
about where this photograph is. I've been a detective and worked at sea for 27 years. I know where that is.
You know where this is?
Yes, I do.
You familiar with that area?
Yes, I
You
am.
know about the crime in that area?
Yeah, the crime is high in that area.
You know about the drug dealers that frequent this gas station in that area?
There are
Sell
drug,
drugs from that gas station?
yeah, there are drug dealers over there, but I don't know every single drug dealer over there.
Are there more than 20 on the police radar at this current moment?
I can't tell you, I'm not in their narcotics.
Are you familiar with the typical pattern of the drug dealers in that area to have the drugs in a car, to have mules walking up and down the street carrying drugs?
Each drug dealer has his own MO.
Is the MO I just referred to, having a car sitting at a stationary location with drugs in the car, having mules walking back and forth from the car to buyers of.
Wouldn't I have to know who the drug
let
dealer
him
is?
finish his question before you
Okay.
answer, okay? One at a time.
Is the procedure I just spoke about. A car is stationary, a van, a bus, whatever. People walk from the stationary vehicle up and down the street, sell the drugs, bring the money back, get more drugs. Is that the typical MO that you're familiar with and that would have been utilized during that, in that area?
I can't say that's a particular MO for a specific drug dealer. In my years of service, I've seen everything from drug dealers hiding and everything from inside a store to in drainage pipes and stuff like that. You're asking me specifics about something that I did not investigate. So I cannot answer questions about something that I'm not investigating.
Common,
There's all kinds of comments.
Let him finish his question before you answer it, okay?
is it a common method in practice in the drug dealing enterprise, what I just described?
Some I've heard of drug dealers doing that.
And you also just testified, if I'm not correct me, that that crime scene that you are, that area that you are familiar with is a high crime area, including drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what time of day that picture was taken.
No, I do not.
You don't know if somebody who was present at the time Cordarius Skelton was killed would have had the same visibility as those photographs, correct?
I'm gonna object this to speculation.
I would have had to be there to know that.
Weren't,
No,
so you don't know.
no.
You were asked to get what by whom in this investigation?
Surveillance footage from the homicide unit.
The surveillance footage that's marked State's Exhibit 1 that I believe will be played.
Hopefully it says 2 on it.
I can't
It's
On the
okay.
back.
It's 2.
have. The surveillance video that marks State's Exhibit 2 that I'm assuming will be played at some point by the state. You recovered that
Yes,
personally.
yes.
Where did you recover it from?
The DVR
Where was the DVR?
inside the store.
Why did you recover it?
It's evidence.
How did you know to recover it?
I was asked to recover it from the homicide unit.
A particular person in the homicide unit?
It was Detective Hogan and Detective Stansel.
When you went into the surveillance system to retrieve those images, those recordings, that audio, that video, whatever's on that disc, when you went into that system, did you see other cameras?
Yes,
Why did you not get the footage from the other cameras?
because I was requested to get the footage from those cameras.
If somebody tells you to get footage from camera A that you believe is relevant to an investigation, and while looking at camera A, you also see other angles, other video, other surveillance that is relevant, that is material, that is significant, you would ignore it, or you would also recover that and do a addendum to a supplement of additional information provided to whomever is requesting.
You know, if something popped up to me that was relevant, I would advise them and pull it. But at the point I'm responding to the store, I'm not working the scene. They tell me which cameras they need because they've already been there watching the footage.
The
No,
cameras in front of the store, you're testifying here today, were not relevant to this investigation.
that question is for the homicide investigator, not me.
Okay, we had almost 3 people talking there. So ask a different question because that's not what he said. He said, I got what they asked me to get. And then you said, well, hey, if you saw something else that was interesting, relevant, would you get that? Sure, but they asked for cameras. I'm adding this part, A, B, and C. I got cameras A, B, and C. They didn't ask for D, E, F. Those people you can ask, why didn't you get D, E, F?
Looking at what's marked, Appendix Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. If you would look at those images,
Can I don't know what defendants want.
Sure, so those should be shown to the prosecutor first, if he doesn't have those, and then you can show them to a witness. And let's share this stuff in advance of witnesses next time, please.
So, can we approach?
Huh? Keep going.
So after answer,
Thank you.
Thank you. When you were performing the task that you had been asked to complete by one of the homicide detectives, I believe Detective Stansel, since he was the lead detective, you noticed additional information on the store cameras that you did not recover, correct?
Yes,
That included camera footage from inside the store, correct?
yes,
Which would have documented potentially if any of the assailants or witnesses to this event were inside the store, correct?
it's a hypothetical, but somebody could have possibly walked in the store before or after, which I cannot say definitively.
And one reason you cannot say is because you never bothered to get that footage, correct?
You mean not bothered? I wasn't asked to.
When you were performing the task that you were requested to perform by Detective Stansel or another detective, did you notice cameras in front of the store that would have indicated if there were cars parked at the gas pumps, people walking in and out of the stores, an assailant who had fled? Did you happen to even look at that footage?
Yes, there were cameras looking toward the pumps. There are cameras looking toward the side and cameras on the inside. I would not know who was there, who fled or what. I came and pulled the video that I was requested to pull.
On the telephone poles and on self-standing poles, are there, if my count is correct, at least 11 different APD surveillance cameras in the intersection?
I don't know about 11.
How many to your memory? How many cameras did the City of Atlanta Police Department put to monitor crime and to monitor traffic in an intersection? How many different cameras do you recall there being on the day you were given this task?
I didn't look at cameras on the poles. Because the thing is, every detective in the police department has access to the cameras on the poles through the video integration center. So the homicide detectives would go back to the office and recover that video on their own. I was specifically called to the store to pull the footage of that DVR for those specific cameras. That is my only dealings with this case.
So I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong. What I hear you saying is that Detective Stansel, the lead detective in this case, could have, at any point in time, simply gone to, what department are you saying?
His computer.
His computer to download any footage on the APD crime cameras or track cameras, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any of that images? Are you aware of that having been done?
I have no idea. My interaction with this investigation ended once I pulled those videos off their DVR.
In what is marked State Exhibit 7, 8, and 9, you can tell the color of the cars. You can tell the markings on the car being City of Atlanta Police, correct?
Yes.
At the time of the actual incident, was the lighting sufficient to see any of that?
I cannot say because I was not there at the time of the incident.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. Investigator Teague, Mr. Bass asked you about footage related to the video integration center, things of that nature. You remember that?
Yes.
Do you even know if that footage even exists?
No, I don't know if it even exists.
Do you even know if there were cameras that capture the area of, that we saw on State Exhibits 7, 8, and 9, of that stretch of Chapel Road?
If there were cameras there, like I said, asking me at this point, I would not know, for one, if the cameras were even online or if the cameras had been, you know, modified at another point from when the incident happened. That wasn't my portion of the investigation. But from dealing with IP cameras on pole cameras, I can tell you, sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down, depending on weather conditions, signal from cell phone networks and things of that nature. So I can't tell you if there is footage
Okay.
at that time.
And can you tell the jurors, when you're, for example, in this case, where you're receiving or you're recovering footage from a DVR or video surveillance system like the one the Exxon gas station had that day of the outdoor area, is it common for you just to be able to pull video and there's no sound of the video?
Yeah, that's all up on to whoever bought the system and installed, because sometimes if they capture sound, the sound is only going to be captured from inside of the business. Capturing sound on the outside, you're going to get all these things. And whenever you capture sound, it makes the files larger. Whenever you make the files larger, that means you have to have larger hard drives on the DVRs and it takes up more space. So that's one reason why a lot of convenience stores don't record sound. They just record video.
And can you tell the jurors what, I guess, determines kind of, I guess, is the way you recover footage determine, I guess, the quality of the video footage you're able to extract, or is it a specific type of camera? What kind of controls that quality of the picture that you're able to pull?
Lots of things control the quality. Basically, the quality of the camera, the aspect ratio that the video is being recorded in, lighting conditions and things with cameras outside. You're dealing with everything from basically whether the camera has glass versus whether the camera has a plastic lens. You know, over time, plastic lenses like on your like your headlights on your car can dim. There's lots of different things that control, you know, the quality of the video.
It sounds like the equipment.
Basically, I can only work with what's there.
And then in State Exhibit 7, 8, 9, I think we established, you didn't take it, right?
No, I did not.
And is this the scene, the place that you responded to on February 5th of 2024?
Yes, the gas station.
That's what's depicted in these photos, right?
Yes, pointing down toward the gas station.
And do you remember, Mr. Bass asked you about this area and it being high crime? Remember that?
Yes.
And he talked to you for quite some questions about MOs and the way people who sell drugs in that area and through your number of years of experience do and sell drugs. Remember that?
Yes.
And your number, you said you've been on the force for 27 years?
Yes.
And your number of years of experience in this area and the other areas in Atlanta that you've worked, is it common for people to sell drugs out of their home?
Yes.
And is it common for people who sell drugs either on the streets or out of their home to be armed with multiple firearms?
Yes.
And to stash or house their product and their firearms inside their home?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Bass, any recross?
Yes. You were aware when you were tasked with this job of retrieving the surveillance footage, you were aware that you were investigating a homicide case, were you not?
Yes.
Did that give any added significance to the task you were performing, knowing the nature of the offense you were investigating? Did you take it serious?
I take everything serious.
Left footage there you didn't retrieve.
So that's argumentative. If you've got questions, you should feel free to ask questions. That you can say for your closing.
Your attempt to tell this jury that I didn't do it, but there may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons why the footage may not have been good. You mentioned cameras going down, you mentioned cell phone towers sometimes going up and down. All of that was to discount the fact that the footage was never obtained. Correct?
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
Sustained, don't answer the question.
In hindsight, would you have gotten the footage from inside the store?
I'm gonna object to relevance, I'm gonna object to speculation, argumentative, all of those things.
I don't know that it's argumentative, but he's answered the questions as to why he got what he got, and you're gonna be able to do with that what you want with other witnesses and in your closing.
Thank you. Do you have any other connection to this case?
No.
Thank you.
All right, jurors, if you have any questions for Investigator Teague, write them down. Seeing none, Investigator Teague, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good to go. Next witness.
It's gonna call Mr. Michael Campbell.
Those are some of the noisiest paper bags. Let's keep while witnesses are testifying, let's keep the paper bags away from microphones so Ms. Rivers can keep up with things. Good morning, Mr. Campbell. Come on up here, and before you sit down, if you turn and face Deputy Gordon, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. I do. Good on, I see.
All right. Get comfortable up there. That chair does not have wheels, so it's not going to slide anywhere.
That's good.
But it does mean that you're going to have to scooch it up so you're a little closer to the microphone once it's a little workout. That's good. You can lean on in and we'll go from there. Mr. Lottie?
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
James Campbell.
Can you spell it?
Can you spell the Campbell part?
Campbell, just like the soup.
Thank you.
I wished I owned a little of that.
I apologize, I was calling you by your middle name. Now, can you tell the jurors, how old are you, sir?
74 now, 75 this year.
Okay. And do you live in the city of Atlanta?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors where in the city of Atlanta do you live?
I live on Bliss Avenue, which is 1 block south of Donald Hollowell Parkway and Chappell Road.
And how long have you lived in that area of the Bliss Avenue and Donnelly Hollowell and Chapel Road?
10 years.
Okay. And you live in an apartment, a house? Can you describe it for the jurors?
It's a rooming house of which I'm the resident manager.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11. And we'll take a look at State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph as State's 11?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize State's Exhibit number 11?
my house is the big 2-story white house in the center of the picture. The gray house across the street, which is the only 2 on that side of the street. And up here, not quite in the view of the picture, is the corner of Chappell and Bliss.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that State's Exhibit 11 fairly and accurately depicts the area where you've lived for the last roughly 10 years, as you described?
Yes, and this picture was taken on February the 5th, I assume, 2024. And it shows from the top left room where I live and the unobstructed view of that way straight to the street and down this way in the empty field.
Okay. At this time, I have the statement tender what's marked as State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Mr. Bass, any objection to the admission of State's 11?
No.
It's admitted.
Now, Mr. Campbell, it should show up on the screen in front of you. if we're all lucky. Let's see. All right, can you see the photograph in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, you said you can see your house, in State Exhibit 11. Now, you can draw a circle on the screen where your house.
Ready?
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Try now.
Okay.
Okay, so, in State Exhibit 11, you drew a circle around, kind of in the middle of, number 11. It's the White House?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, can you orient the jurors? So if we're looking at, the house you drew a circle in, or out on, if we are going, I'm looking directly at the photo, to the left where you see, kind of like a yellow sign that's hanging on the tree, where does that take you?
Chappelle Road runs south. I believe it goes all the way to Boone or further to Martin Luther King if you go far enough.
Okay.
The corner right here, can I put a little X where my room is?
You can.
There it is. Okay. The X shows where my room is, and you can probably tell this time of the year is an unobstructed view. Contrary to this time of the year, you can't see anything, and this lot's about 10 feet high. But anyway, at this particular time, it was in February, and the view was not obstructed. Although, to be perfectly honest, I didn't see anything. I just heard the gunshot.
All right, we're going to let the lawyers ask you questions to get you to that point, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, Mr. Kim, you said your house is on Bliss Avenue,
Yes,
and, does Bliss intersect with, Chappelle Road?
yes.
And, can you tell the jurors, from your house and where the intersection of Bliss and, Chappelle Road is, are there any houses on, Chappelle Road that are, I guess, close in proximity, to your house off of Bliss?
Yes, the corner lot, excuse me, is empty. And the house next to it is, we call him the lawnmower man. And the house across the street on the corner has been empty since I've been living there. And the house next to it, there is no, it's a big lot. So the only other house that you can see as you get to the corner of Bliss would be the empty lot and the first house on the right, which is the lawnmower man's house.
Okay, and, back on February 5th of 2024, did you have an opportunity or did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
And, can you tell the jurors, do you recall, about what time, of day it was when you called 911?
It was early morning, 6 or so, February the 5th, 2024.
And can you tell the jurors, are you typically are you an early riser? Were you asleep?
Yes, I usually get up about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Okay, you're a very early riser.
Yes, well, I go to bed early too.
Now, can you tell the jurors, why did you, call 911?
Well, hood, as you want to call it, has its instances of people shooting off the guns. Not a lot, but occasionally. And usually it's 1 or 2 boom, boom, and then nothing. Or sometimes in the distance you can hear boom, 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 and then nothing. This particular morning, I was sitting there awake. I'd already had a cup of coffee. And I heard the gunshot, which I'm facing the window in my room looking out toward Chappelle. And I heard the gunshot, which it sounded close to the window. Then I heard screaming of some kind. And then I don't know exactly how long a period of time after that, I heard another shot. And when I heard the other shot and the scream, I thought, uh-oh. So I thought, well, try to do the right thing and I'll call 911 because it was real early in the morning and it's not very trafficked by a lot of traffic or anything. So I called 911 and made the call about the gunshots.
And, can you tell the jurors, when you called 911, was it light out? Was it still dark out?
Well, I don't think it was light yet because later it became light.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Yeah. And people take a look at State's number 6. Do you recognize the disc or State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes, I do. It has my initials on it.
And can you tell the jurors, have you had an opportunity prior to your testimony to review the contents of what's on State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes.
And what's contained within the disc State's Exhibit number 6?
Well, it just has the operator answering the phone, and she was a little bit unsure about the address. I think I had to say it a couple of times.
All right, just a quick heads up. We are waiting for the video feed to turn on the audio. It is not the audio from this video that's not working or my stream that's not working. It is specifically the court. The court does not have the audio on yet. So we are waiting for audio to turn on, and I'm assuming that's going to be when the trial resumes. So I see folks kind of leaving and coming back. It is not the stream that doesn't have audio. It is the courtroom feed or video that we're watching that does not yet have audio. So just be patient and hang tight.
The record, defendants are present, as are counsel for state and both defendants. The jurors, I am told, are also present and accounted for. Anything we need to take up before we continue? Okay. I'm sorry, did you say no or yes?
No, Your Honor, and
Okay.
as I was saying that, I did remember, I did show Mr. Cooper an overlay of two exhibits that I intend to use. One is a photograph from their slideshow, and the other one is a still photograph from the surveillance video or the dash cam video that's already in evidence. I don't believe.
Okay. All right, then that's fine. All right, then let's bring the jury out and let's continue. Okay.
Jury 9 in the call. Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you all were able to grab some lunch. I'll just ask a quick question of all the jurors, and that's if anyone talked to anybody, or if anyone was approached by anybody, or if you saw, read, or heard anything in the news media. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised from either jury. All right, prior to the lunch break, the state had concluded its direct examination of Mr. Latham, and at this time I'll call upon defense counsel for Mr. Robinson for cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Latham, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, Mr. Cooper walked through a little bit of your background, but I want to jump a little bit deeper into it.
Yes, sir.
You worked for the police for about a decade, right?
That's correct.
And then after that, you started to get this training. You did an internship. You did an internship, right?
While I was a police officer, I was actually assigned to the crime lab, so majority of my career was as a laboratory forensic scientist.
And then later on in time, you get a master's in forensic science.
That's correct.
And you received that master's last May.
That's correct.
So about a baker's dozen months ago, you became the recipient of the masters on which you now testify.
That's correct.
The topics that you've testified here about today, and I don't dispute that you've talked about comparative analysis, where there's a video and then you have another body of evidence and you're comparing things. But with respect to kinematic models and trying to do an identification, this is your first time ever testifying about that specific topic, right?
That is correct.
You've never testified as an expert before the court about this topic?
No, I have not.
No. Your business, Complete Digital Forensic Solutions?
That's correct.
It's a business.
It is an S corporation. It is a business.
And you referred to it as quote unquote a shop?
A forensic shop, yes, sir.
Right. It's a for-profit company?
It is indeed a for-profit company.
Now, Mr. Cooper asked you about the fact whether you received money for your work on this case.
Yes, that's correct.
Specifically, not like a salaried employee at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You were paid hourly on this case.
That is correct.
To date, how much has the state of Florida given you in money for your testimony?
I don't keep the accounting books current. I do billable hours, and then I submit it to our accounting team for budgeting. My recollection is we're approximately $70,000 to $80,000 in billables that have been paid at this point.
That doesn't include your hourly rate here today to testify, right?
No, that does not include this testimony today.
And you're charging the state how much per hour?
For testimony, it's $500 per hour for testimony while I'm in court.
Now, let's talk about the firearm.
Just to be clear for the jury. Check, check. Just to be clear for the jury.
Your Honor, if I may take this microphone over there?
Yes, was that one not working?
Not as much.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the firearm that was used by the shooter, the government doesn't have that in evidence.
I'm not aware if they do or do not.
It was never presented to you as the murder weapon.
No, it was not.
At best, your testimony, what you're telling these juries is it could be the same.
That's correct. It could be, yes.
All right? But the maximum you can say is that in your training and experience, that by doing the comparison in between the music video and the exemplar that you got from the company, that it's consistent with being the same type firearm.
That is correct.
You are not saying that it is the same one.
I am not saying it is the same identical weapon. No, I'm not.
Now, you've heard testimony and you've seen facts that Mr. Robinson signed a lucrative record deal right before this case, right?
I am not aware of any of that, sir.
We saw the music video, right?
I did not watch the music video for content. I had the audio off, and I was looking at it as an image analysis expert. The content or where it came from or who produced it or who paid for it, I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
All right, so you have no idea about the record label in Manhattan that had signed him right before this?
This is the first time I've heard of that, sir.
All right, by the same manager of the likes of Nipsey Hussle and T-Pain?
I don't know who those individuals are, sir.
All right. Now, you saw parts of the video, there were guns in it, right?
There were several weapons depicted in the video, yes.
Indicating to you that it may be rapping about violence.
Could you say that again, sir?
Indicating to you that it may be a song that talks about violence.
Again, when I played the video, the audio was off. I was there for the video content alone, and so I cannot speak to the content of the music videos at all.
All right. Do you have any evidence in your expertise to rule out the possibility that Hakeem Robinson, Ksoo, his friends who remained in the streets of Jacksonville, who did not have a lucrative record deal, gave him their guns so that he could shoot the music video? Do you have any evidence of that? That disproves that?
I have no knowledge of where the weapons depicted in the videos, their source of origin at all.
All right, so you're not saying that that's his gun?
Whose weapon, sir?
So we're taking a look now at slide 89, your slide. Can you see it?
Yes, I can, sir.
And we're talking about the weapon that's in his hand right there, not the other two. Okay?
And your question is, sir?
The same one as before, that you have no evidence that that gun wasn't given to him by one of his non-rapping, remaining in the streets friends.
I have no idea where the origin of that weapon was.
All right. Now, also with respect to this, thank you. Also with respect to this video, you can't say when it was taken, right?
I can tell you by the metadata analysis when the video, or at least the version of the video that I received, was recorded or written, but the actual first instance of this recording, I do not have any knowledge as to when that was done.
So you can't say that in January of 2020 that Mr. Robinson's hair looked like that?
I cannot attest to that at all.
And you're not testifying to that? That's not the purpose of this slide?
No, that is not.
Now, let's talk about your testimony about the shooter. You can't tell this jury the race of the shooter from your work, right?
No, I cannot.
Can't say the gender?
No, I cannot.
You can tell us that it is a human being within a range of a height of a little bit under 6 feet and a little bit above 6 feet, right?
That would be a correct statement, yes, sir.
You're not saying that Hakeem Robinson is a shooter?
I am making no assessments to that whatsoever.
For you to be able to rule out others that have motive, right, that are within that range, couple inches lower, couple inches higher, you would have had to have been presented by the government with their person so you could scan them, right?
To keep everything equal and fair, yes, they would have gone through the exact same protocol that we put all the other known individuals through and then run them through the exact same analysis process.
Did they have you analyze Christopher Brown?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Torgon Williams?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Abdul Robinson Sr.?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Do you know the exhaustive list of people that would have a motive to go after Mr. McCormick?
No, I do not.
Is that question better for the detectives and law enforcement that are on this case?
I'm not at liberty, it's not within my exam. I don't know who in this jurisdiction would be the appropriate person to investigate that.
All right, we're going to go to slide 8 now. We're talking about the height of Mr. Robinson. So you weren't present on this day, right?
No, I was not.
You had one of your colleagues, 2 of your colleagues, come down here to Jacksonville to scan Mr. Robinson.
That is correct.
And that's one of them right there.
Yes, that is Mr. Mark Johnson.
All right. Now, the bottom of that tape, that's right about 6 feet, right? There's an error, there's a very small error margin, right?
Correct. That is 6 foot with a very small device, is very precise.
Now, your colleagues, they're very precise in the instructions for what you're trying to collect, limb length. But when they're doing the height determination, right? Part of the instruction is not for that person, like we all have at the doctor's office, to stand with their heels up against the wall together, to let them know we're measuring your standing height.
I can't speak to what a doctor office does, but we made specific decisions on the placement of the feet when we did this analysis.
My question to you is as the expert, if I'm standing with my feet apart, right? I'm shorter than if I stand with my feet together.
That would be correct. Yes.
By a small amount.
Yes, by a very small amount. Yes, that is correct.
Also, if my posture, like in the one all the way to the left, if my shoulders are hunched and I don't know that I'm being measured for height to stand up straight, like my mother or my doctor says when they're measuring me, then that may throw it off by a very small margin.
It could, and we addressed that written protocol. I developed believe it was a 8-page written protocol that every candidate that went through this exam was read the exact same thing. And we did, I believe in that protocol, indicate that they should stand fully erect in a comfortable position with their back to the wall. And then we gave the individual poses that they were to hold for a short period of time while we scanned.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at those instructions?
Yes, I could. Yes, please.
Okay, please. And let us know when it helps your memory.
Actually, Counselor, I only have my reports. I don't believe I have my, let me check one real quick. Your Honor, may I access my notes, please?
Yes, you may, if it'll refresh your memory.
I do have the sampling protocol. 1 second. And your specific question about the protocol again, sir, please?
At any point in time, do you tell the person, we are now measuring you for height?
At no time were they told we were measuring them for height, I believe.
At any point in time, are they told, stand with your feet together?
1 second, sir. Could you restate your question again, please, sir?
Feet together.
At no point in the protocol were they told to put their feet together.
All right. Now, again, we're talking about, small margins. You'd agree with that?
I would agree with that, sir. Yes.
Now, what we do know is that without being aware that he's being measured for height, without having his feet together and standing up straight, his head, or the crown of his head, and again, we can't tell because of the hair, appears to be, and if we look at the slide that's in the middle, this one right here, that he's above the tape. Do you see what I circled?
I see what you're referring to, sir. It looks like again, evaluating that image right now, it looks like his hair has moved not necessarily the position of the crown of his head.
Now, again, we don't have great posture, but at all times you'd agree that he's at least eclipsing the bottom of the tape.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
And the bottom of the tape is 6 feet.
That is correct.
The thickness of the tape, 1 to 2 inches?
I'm not aware of the thickness of the tape that they used. It appears it would be consistent with a half-inch to approximately half-inch of tape.
When you say they, you're talking about your people.
The sampling team, correct.
All right, so it's your team that's going out there, so presumably it's your tape.
Correct, and remember that that was a positive control, a reference, if you will, to why the scans are going on to do a quick spot check. We know that that bottom of that tape is 6 foot, and that was the purpose. Also, the square boxes with little circles are a verification target.
Now, perhaps we can come to an agreement, an estimate, the top of the tape, 6'1", around, give or take?
Between 6.5 and 6'1" would be a reasonable assessment if it was a half-inch or a 1-inch piece of tape, yes.
All right. So standing here today, are you able to say that Mr. Robinson, that his accurate standing height is actually 6 feet, and what would that be, about 6 feet, half-inch?
Approximately, that number would come out to about 6 feet, half-inch.
With proper posture, he could be 6'1", 6'2"?
That is a possibility within the range. If that was the specific exam that was to determine his height, we would be more precise about the position we would put him in, but the focus of this exam was not to measure the height of the individuals.
The government flew you all the way in from Colorado?
That is correct.
They paid for it?
They will pay for it, yes, that is correct.
And that doesn't go to the 70, 80,000 you've already been paid?
No, that does not.
There's nothing stopping you from taking a tape measure, measuring Mr. Robinson in front of these juries right now, right?
Scientifically, I would not agree to that for many reasons. With a tape measure, the accuracy is just not there. We'd have to have controls. We'd have to have calibrated devices. I would want to measure him 3 times. There are different ways that we would measure him if we weren't going to laser scan him here in the courtroom.
All right, so Mr. Latham, you just told us with all the equipment that you guys brought in and all the scans and all of that it's still not accurate. What I'm asking you is if you had Mr. Robinson stand up, heels against a wall, and you had a stadiometer, you know what that is, right?
I'm not familiar with that is.
All right, so you went to the doctors as a kid, right?
Yes, I did.
Stand on the scale, and then that metal bar, they put it up and they measure you. That's the stadiometer.
Okay.
You could use that to measure him. You could do that and get more precise than was done with all the lasers and the scans in the digital stuff.
It all depends on the quality of the device and the calibration of that device. The device that was used to scan these individuals was over $100,000, and the individuals that used it had well over 40 hours of training specifically on that device. And the exam, if I'm asked to do a height determination, that is a completely different type of exam than a body morphology analysis. So what I'm saying, Counselor, is the scan itself, if you came to me and said, I want to know the definitive height of this individual, then I would have developed a completely different protocol. The most efficient way would be shave the hair off the head and then measure to the crown of the head, but that's a bit intrusive. So we would have to go about that process in different scientific, repeatable, and accurate ways to determine the height.
Measuring him with a ruler doesn't cost 70 or 80 grand, does it?
I don't believe it does.
All right. At the end of the day, and perhaps we can agree on this, you could give the accurate height of Mr. Robinson, but they didn't ask you to do that.
I was not asked to determine the height of any of the individuals specifically. As a result, in a conclusion, some of those heights were determined through various empirical means and through the data that which we collected.
All right. Now, when you say you were never asked, the only one that would be asking you would be them, the government, right?
That would be my client. Well,
your client.
To some degree, when I reviewed the data as a forensic expert with a lot of years under my belt, if the data, sometimes my clients ask me questions of the data that the data doesn't support it, and I won't even attempt to answer those questions. Sometimes my clients don't know what they don't know, and I have to guide them as to what is forensically appropriate with the data they have. So once I've reviewed a preliminary review of the data they have, I then have a detailed discussion with them, a frank and honest discussion with them of what questions can be addressed by this data within a scientific degree of certainty within the available technology of the day.
Mr. Latham, I'm going to re-ask the question. I think that you just answered that in about 100 words. Mr. Robinson, stand up. I'm not asking you to analyze data given to them. I'm asking you, you could measure the height of this human being standing 10 feet in front of you right now, right?
If I had the proper equipment and protocol, yes, I could.
All right, take a seat. Now, you have no reason to believe that Mr. Robinson, when the case happened, is in his early 20s. You have no reason to believe that he's grown since then, right?
I have no knowledge either way on that, sir.
Now, if anything, you said a moment ago that this scan was done where?
I believe it was done in a correctional facility.
Because that's where he is, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right, so in the time that you go out there and you guys do this scan, that's almost 2 years after the shooting happens, right?
I'm not aware of when the shooting happened, sir. If you give me that date, I could tell you because the scan was done.
January 15th, 2020.
Okay, that's a correct statement, sir, yes. The scan was done in November of 2021.
There's no reason to believe that somebody would gain weight inside of jail, right? You have no reason to believe that.
I have no knowledge either way.
He's not out of custody still eating that record deal food. He's in there eating what's given to them by the jailer, right?
I would assume so. I have no knowledge as to food service within the correctional facility.
Now let's go to slide 27. The comparison that you did. Now, medical examiner testified yesterday. You as an expert, did you catch that testimony?
No, I did not.
All right. So Charles McCormick at the time of his death was 143 pounds. Is that your understanding?
That's not my understanding. I did not know the weight of any individual in this case.
All right. So the guy on the left is 143 pounds. You'd agree that he's roughly the same size, mass, or at least close to the shooter on the right.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I did not do a mass analysis of the individuals or take the weight of any known or decedent individual. I just don't know any weights.
And I'm giving you the information right now that the two people in this, K1, who's Mr. McCormick, and Q1, who is the shooter, we know, it's known, that the weight of Mr. McCormick from the doctor is 143 pounds. You'd agree with me that the shooter is not appear to be 100 pounds heavier than Mr. McCormick?
What's the grounds? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Could you restate the question, sir?
Yeah. We know K1 weighed 143 pounds on that day. Q1, the shooter next to him, that person doesn't look to be 100 pounds heavier, right?
Again, Counselor, I did not do any weight analysis. This data is not appropriate for weight analysis. I have no grounds to answer that question, sir.
I'm not asking you to do this in-depth analysis. I'm asking you, both as an expert, but as a human being with common sense, the guy on the left is 143 pounds. Are you telling me the guy on the right is 100 pounds heavier than him? Wasn't answered.
I think the answer was I don't know, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Latham, was it I don't know or I can't answer that?
I am here as an expert on body morphology and a weapon comparison, and I have done no work to assess the weight of any individual, and I don't think I'm qualified and in position to make any assessments about anybody's weight in this data.
All right. So let's go over to height. You have on here the K1 was 5'10", right?
That is correct.
Now that was the measurement that was given to you from the medical examiner's office.
That is correct.
Now that doesn't factor in the 1-inch shoes that Mr. McCormick would be wearing. The sole of the shoes would add a little bit of height, right?
Can I refer to my notes real quick? I'm not aware of it.
Let me ask you the question. Let me back up here. The information that you get from the medical examiner's office, when they measure height, they're not doing it with somebody's shoes on.
No, they're not. They're doing it with the bare foot.
K1 is wearing shoes.
That is correct.
And that would add some degree of height.
That is correct.
The sole of the shoe.
The sole of the shoe add to the total height of the individual. That is correct.
Now you do this comparison in between K1 and Q1 to say, quote unquote, he's at least as tall as Mr. McCormick.
That is correct.
What if I were to tell you that yesterday the medical examiner testified that the 70 inches, the 5'10", was just an estimate.
That would not surprise me.
In that I asked him the question, could he have been 5'9"? Answer, yes. Could he have been 5'11"? Answer, yes. So on here, on this exhibit that you have going to the jury, you can't say that Mr. McCormick with the inch shoes and a potential of an inch shorter or an inch taller was exactly 5'10". That's an estimate.
Correct, that isn't an estimate, that is correct.
Within a range of a couple of inches.
That would be a fair assessment, yes.
All right. Now, in the comparison here, the bodies are in motion. They look to be the same distance away from the camera, but each one of them is in a different tight motion.
They're in different positions in a similar bend to the major joints, but they're in a similar position, yes.
When the body moves, it drops down, right?
Yes, during the gait and stride, the height of the individual can change.
And you can't say that based on their body posture, the way that their muscles are contracting, the joints are bent, that they're at exactly the same degree of drop.
I would agree with that. They're not in the exact same positions.
Now, let's talk about Q1.
Excuse me.
HDMI. I'm getting it. Oh, my screen's not on. There we go. All right. So, Mr. Latham, what I have on the left is your slide 37. You recognize that, right?
Yes, I do.
And on the right, what I have is a still photo from the dash cam. Now, you can see from the hedge, the photo that I have is a few frames before, and the reason why is because your analysis, the one that you have, everything is past the hedge. All right? So, and we'll go back over and I can show you, but in your example, you only show the body once it's moved past that hedge. But I want you to look at something here. On the right, there's something up underneath that hood, right?
I would assume so, yes.
You can't say where the crown of the head is.
No, I cannot.
You can't say whether that adds an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, right?
That's correct. I cannot assess that.
All right. Now on the left, with your overlay, now the overlay, the yellow thing, that is the model that you created based on the scan of Mr. Robinson, right?
That is correct.
And the scan of Mr. Robinson, he had no shoes on, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And he had no clothes on.
Could you restate that, Counselor? Could you restate your first statement, please?
Of course. And it wasn't fair, so I need to clarify that. The shooter was covered long sleeves, pants, and you don't know what was underneath. Fair?
That's correct. That's a fair statement. Yeah.
When Mr. Robinson was scanned, he was wearing an Under Armour workout shirt and workout shorts.
That is correct.
No shoes on.
No shoes on. That is correct.
Nothing on his head.
Nothing on his head other than his hair.
All right. Now, in your overlay, the model, the yellow outline of Mr. Robinson, nothing on his head, no shoes, not the same amount of clothes, is the same size as the shooter wearing shoes adding 1 inch, wearing clothes with you don't know how many layers. In the head, the top of the yellow line, again, Mr. Robinson, when you make that model, doesn't have anything on his head, is at the top of whatever's under that hood. You see that, right?
I'm a little confused, Counselor. Can we clarify? The image on the left is that is not the scan of K2. That is the kinematic model overlay to verify the model. That is not the scan of, we did not take the scan of any individual and place them back in the video over Q1. What is represented on the left is actually the kinematic model itself to assess the joint position of that model for this particular frame. That model on the left is not K2.
Is your testimony that model is not created by the scans that you made?
The model that was...
Let me withdraw that and re-ask that for you so it's crystal clear. You have Kip Stavro, you have Mark Johnson that come all the way down here to scan all the people, right?
That's correct.
Then Mark Johnson makes the kinematic model.
based on the camera match overlay from the Q1 images only.
You lose me with all the science jargon.
They went down, they did the scan. When we took the video and we laid it over the 3D point cloud, we only used the video camera match overlay that stitched together 2D, 3D to generate that kinematic model of Q1. At no time did K2, 3, or 4 were they used for the purpose of generating that kinematic model.
So explain to this jury, what is this yellow line then?
The yellow line is the outline of what they call the skin of the model. When we generate these models, we identify it as a humanoid, so the major joints are in this model. And then the joints are moved to match the appearance of the CamMatch overlay frame. The yellow line is the outer boundaries of that, so we can see how well that model fits that particular frame. Then we go to the next frame and repeat that process.
I'm with you now. What you're talking about is, what you're really looking at is where the joints are.
It's not only where the joints are, because this is what we call, here's another term, iterative process. You go to the first frame, you develop the model. Then you go to the second frame, and that model carries over to the next frame, and you move the joints. It doesn't mean that you can lengthen or shorten a given angle.
Hear me out.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure to this jury, you're not saying that that is an outline of the body of Mr. Robinson matched up against a shooter. You're not saying that.
Absolutely not, it is not.
But you created this model based on where his joints are.
Where the Q1 joints were on the camera match overlay frames.
Again, right over my head. What I'm asking you is this. This yellow model, is that in any way influenced by the joint placement of my client, Mr. Robinson?
No, it is not.
So then what's the relevance of this? How is Mr. Robinson being analyzed here?
The relevance is we have an unknown individual depicted in a video. We have 3 individuals that we have the luxury of getting very detailed data from those individuals. The individuals in this video, both the decedent and the Q1 individual, we never see them standing up. The power of the body morphology analysis is, if we model the Q1 individual correctly, repeatably, accurately, in the 3D space at scale, we can put that model in any position we want, including standing upright, feet together, feet apart, feet very, very apart. That allows us to go back into the laboratory and take the video data, once we confirm the model matches, and then take any scanned person on the planet and do an analysis in any position. In traditional height determination, the subject of the evaluation must be standing relatively erect.
Makes no sense.
We must be able to see the feet, knees, hips, crown of the head. In this case, I can't see the crown of the head of Q1. They're wearing a head covering. They're in a running position, so I never see this individual standing relatively, they're not walking through the scene where we can see at some point their feet are close together and they're in a relatively stable position. Here they're running. The only way to forensically and scientifically evaluate the overall size of this individual was to generate this kinematic model and in 3D space stand it up. Then with that Q1 model stood up, we have very accurate, very detailed data of 3 individuals. We then placed those side by side. That was the final slides where you have the Q1 shooter in the running position. You then have the Q1 model, and then we have K2, 3, and 4 standing side by side.
All right, so we've explained to the jury, this is not you trying to say that it matches up, but you took this model that you made, and then you compared it to the scan of my client.
That is correct.
Okay, and you can say within a certain degree it could be him.
It's possible, yes, it could be.
All right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt?
I don't have any data to assess any strength of that relationship.
All right, and what you're looking at, you're not looking at the overall match. You're not looking, you know, does a shooter have a belly? Does my client have a belly? You're not looking at that.
No, we're particularly in this exam, we're looking at the large bone joints and, you know, hips, knees, ankles, shoulders. And again, the head was in there, but not as a reference point because again, in Q1, we cannot see the crown or top of the head or where the hair ends or begins. And even if there is hair.
You're not taking a look, for instance, the shooter on the right. You're wondering if I can be crass, he ain't got no butt. It's flat. Right?
It's the anatomy of that individual is the anatomy of that individual depicted in the image.
But you didn't have your experts go, let's take a look and see if that's consistent with Mr. Robinson, right?
No, I did not.
All right, but what you're looking at, Mr. Robinson, stand up here for me. What you're looking at is where his elbow is, right? Where his wrist is, right?
Correct.
Where his shoulders are.
Correct.
Hips,
Correct.
knees.
Correct.
So to exclude anybody that's roughly the same high as Mr. Robinson, you'd have to scan all of those people, right?
That would be the most accurate to do it, to give apples to apples comparison of the protocol that we used, yes.
Sitting here today, you couldn't exclude me as a shooter.
Without doing the exam and putting you through the same protocol that everybody else went through, I would not be comfortable opining about your relationship to any of this.
Now, last thing, with respect to my client and his joints and all of that, there was nothing unique about it. He doesn't have a third arm, an extra knee.
Not that I'm aware of.
It's consistent with a human being.
It's consistent with a bipedal human being.
Now, well, you say bipedal. We're all bipedal.
Some individuals only have one leg, some individuals have none, so I would classify them as non-bipedal.
Okay, so at best, what you can tell this jury is that the shooter was a human being with both legs, right?
Correct.
Could be white, could be black, could be other.
Race is unknown, that is correct.
Could be male, could be female.
Gender is unknown, that is correct.
Could be heavy, could be average.
Weight was not assessed in this examination, that is correct.
Could be 5'9", could be 6'3".
The height of the individuals in this exam were not evaluated in a forensic manner.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
That is correct. They're excluded from the body morphology exam. Hakeem Robinson was not excluded from the body morphology exam results.
All right, may this witness be excused? Yes, sir. All right, thank you, Mr. Latham. You're excused and free to go, sir. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
We're gonna need about 5 minutes to do our next witness.
Okay. Do we need to excuse the jury then, or? Yes.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, we're gonna just need 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm gonna let you step into your jury rooms quickly, and then we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can. Thank you so much.
They've got to be like totally reliant on the witness testimony from Butter, Dominique, and some cell phone data, because that right there was just a complete waste of time and money. Everybody say hi to Marley. D, you know she terrorizing me. A tree fell on the daycare. She go to a in-home daycare at my godmother's house, and a tree fell on the house and basically like ripped the back room off, the sun porch room off, and so daycare is closed. So she's been here with us all week. Yeah, Molly is dropping me up a wall. Okay, she's absolutely terrorizing me. But D Wood makes a really good point, y'all. Yeah, I think this is why Ksoo's lawyer was trying to get his testimony thrown out, because he's there to confuse the jury. I 100% agree with that. And now I'm going to actually go back after this and listen to that argument. I know we missed a piece of it because it was right after the juror was brought in to discuss why or how they were shown and how their wife had spoke to them about it on the feed. And so when it popped back on, they were already kind of like mid argument. But now I'm going to go back and actually listen to what his lawyer was really saying about that testimony now that we've heard it, because it absolutely just confused the jury. A lot of people in the comments were confused. Well, a couple people in the comments were confused. I can't say everybody because not everybody is in the comments, but we nice and we play nice. So if you're here chilling with us, you are more than welcome to jump in the comments and say hello. I want to hear. I need to hear their argument again. I have a different appreciation.
All right, hold on. Well, let me just make sure we're clear on the record. Both defendants are present with their attorneys and counsel for the state. The juries are both out of the courtroom. So what issue? And for the record, we have Mr. Barner ready to go in the chute.
We're just thinking about the logistics of Mr. Barner's testimony. It's an idea that we came up with because the potential issue and the reason why we had two juries was for the cross-examination of Mr. Barner.
Okay.
So I was thinking that because he's going to have to be cross-examined by both parties, that we could do the cross-examination separately. We could talk about that in the original plan. Doing cross-examinations, this would be as opposed to cross-order crossing, assuming the jury's in and out, it may be more efficient. Schlack's do the cross for Mr. Whitaker and excuse that jury entirely. And then Mr. Robinson do the cross.
Because there is evidence, as I think I understood, and as Ms. Schlack's motion in limine on behalf of her client was that he would be testifying about some things that would be admissible with Mr. Hakeem Robinson, but would not be admissible for Mr. Whitaker. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, although I think we completely understand that one issue, and I think Ms. Bloss is prepared to, however the court wants her to signal, she's completing her cross-examination, that it is now at that time where there's a matter that needs to be taken up outside the presence of the witness.
And does Mr. Barner understand that? Because that's my concern, is I don't want him to inadvertently say something that would then potentially cause a mistrial for Mr. Whitaker if he were to say something that was not admissible in your case, or vice versa with Mr. Robinson.
So, Your Honor, if you recall, the issues initially with the severance that were cured by the state agreeing not to bring in certain statements that Arnold was going to say, that Leroy said in the car after they were picked up. And I was told that they are not going to listen to that. That's fine. So that takes care of that issue. The one issue with us was there is one thing that I was thinking of possibly going, it's one thing that would be admissible. I haven't even decided yet if I'm going to get into that.
Okay.
Because there is a likelihood that we'll go through my entire process and that you might not answer that, depending on how things play out. If it looks like and that will be later in the process, that if it looks like I would like to introduce that one particular piece of evidence about the prior bad act of Leroy Whitaker, I would just nonchalant say, Your Honor, would you mind at this point taking a comfort break? So just get them out, and then if not, we have to bring mine in. And that's only if I decide there's a high likelihood I may not bring that in.
And there is no other topic or subject matter that would necessitate the exclusion of one jury over the other that you all can think about? I mean, you know the facts better than I. I don't want to run the risk, again, of Mr. Barner saying something that would cause a mistrial for either one of you. If you all are agreeing to do a joint cross, that's one thing. I could do separate crosses as suggested, or we could continue on as we have been with other witnesses. But if there is anything that one jury should not hear, and you elicit it, that could pose a problem.
I don't intend on any interruption, but the main thing was, and I believe Mr. Cooper said, is just the time that they were in the vehicle after senior picks them up. Barner and his depot had indicated that Leroy Whitaker had said, Ksoo ran the other way. They agreed that they're not going to, because that would be inadmissible hearsay against Mr. Robinson, although admissible against Mr. Whitaker. They agreed that they're not going to bring that in. So I only asked them, while they're doing their direct, because it's not as confined as a cross-examination, that when they get into the arena about getting into the vehicle, that he's just instructed, you are not allowed to say anything that came out of Leroy Whitaker's mouth. Actually, they're that issue. They weren't planning on introducing.
All right, and that's correct, then y'all are not going to introduce anything that was said in the vehicle afterwards?
Correct, and we've told the witness not to mention the things that we were.
Okay.
I don't anticipate this being a problem when I'm direct. I just, the defense is not entitled to have both crosses before their jury, their own particular jury. We've done it out of convenience to the state's own detriment. But they're not entitled to have.
I understand, but we have a joint trial for a reason, and I just as soon proceed as we have been before. So we'll, first of all, obviously get started, get your direct, and then we'll do Mr. Whitaker's cross and then Mr. Robinson's cross. And either Ms. Schlax or Ms. Kawas, if you're doing the cross, if there is any area that you want to get into that you know legally is not admissible in the other, please advise me so that we can excuse the appropriate juror at the correct time.
And just to not bring attention to it, Judge, I would just, Your Honor, at this time, would not even take the comment break instead of saying, hey, Judge, can I come sidebar?
Well, you'd have to come sidebar, but when I've done two juries before, you can simply say, at this time, Your Honor, I'd ask that the jury for Mr. Whitaker be excused, or whoever you need to excuse. They know we're having two juries for two reasons. We've done two separate openings. We're going to do separate closings. So I don't have a problem of them knowing that one jury has to come out because they can't hear what's coming next. All right, thank you. All right, then if all sides are ready, we will bring out Mr. Barner for direct when the juries come back out. Anything we need to take up before we bring him out? From the state, from Mr. Whitaker, and from Mr. Robinson. All right, let's bring the juries out. Of course.
Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom. Your Honor, jury and I are in the courtroom.
What happened? Okay, everyone may take their seats. Thank you. And state, you may call your next witness.
Dominique Warner.
All right, Mr. Barner, if you'll have a seat right there in the chair, or turn around to be sworn. All right, sir. Please sit closely to that microphone and speak loudly and clearly. State, you may proceed.
Thank you. May it please the court.
Yes.
Would you, sir, would you please state and spell your name?
Dominique Barner, DOMINIQUE, BARNER.
And how old are you today?
Say what?
How old are you today?
31.
When's your birthday?
October 31st, 93.
And did you graduate from high school?
No.
When did you stop going to school?
In the 10th grade,
Approximately how tall are you?
5'7".
Do you have any tattoos?
Yes, sir.
You have any tattoos on your arms?
Yes, sir.
All right, what kind of tattoos do you have on your arms?
Money signs, my name, my daddy name, my daughter name,
On your left forearm, for example, what do you have tattooed?
my birth year,
Okay, and what is that?
1993,
And what about on your right arm, forearm?
my daddy name.
Do you have a nickname?
Yes, sir.
And what is your nickname?
Butter.
And is that Butta?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get that nickname?
It's a family name.
Did your dad have the same nickname?
Yes, sir.
Is your dad still alive?
No, sir.
How old were you when your dad passed?
11.
When were you taken into custody on the charges you currently have pending?
January 15, 2020,
And how old were you at that time?
26.
And have you remained in custody since that day?
Yes, sir.
Have you been charged with burglary with an assault or battery and home invasion robbery for the offense that took place at 1033 Townsend Boulevard on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And today, are you aware of the name of the victim in that charge?
Yes, sir.
And what's that person's name?
Barbara Buckley.
Prior to that day, did you know who she was?
No.
Since the burglary with an assault or battery and home invasion, therefore the same offense,
Yes, sir.
is it your understanding that you can only be sentenced on one of those offenses?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a co-defendant in that burglary charge?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what's the name of your co-defendant in the burglary charge?
Leroy Whitaker.
Do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He got on blue and white.
All right. Can you describe the table or who he is sitting next to as well?
Sitting next to his lawyer.
Which table?
The front table, the first table.
Your Honor, with the record reflect, he's identified Mr. Whitaker.
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
Have you also been charged with second-degree murder for your involvement in the murder of Charles McCormick on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And who are the other individuals that have been charged with the murder of Charles McCormick along with you?
Leroy Whitaker, Hakeem Robinson, and Abdul Robinson.
Bill Robinson.
Jr.
And do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
If you see him, can you tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's in the back row. Got on blue and white.
And you said back, I missed the first part.
Got on blue and white.
And where is he seated in the courtroom?
At the second table.
Your Honor, with the record reflect, witnesses identified Hakeem Robinson.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
Have you also been charged with aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And while you were in custody for the murder of Charles McCormick, did you also get charged by the state with a second murder involving Damon Rothermel?
Yes, sir.
And when did Damon Rothermel's murder take place?
January 31st, 2019.
Do you have co-defendants in that case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Specifically, who are your co-defendants in the Damon Rothermel murder case?
Christopher Brown and Derek Hudson.
And is Abdul Robinson Sr. a co-defendant in that case as well?
Yes, sir.
In August of 2020, did you agree to cooperate and testify against your co-defendants in all of your cases?
Yes, sir.
And then on September 10th of 2020, did you enter pleas of guilty to the court on those charges?
Yes, sir.
So you pled guilty to second-degree murder for the Damon Rothermel case,
Yes, sir.
as well as the Charles McCormick murder,
Yes, sir.
the burglary with assault or battery,
Yes, sir.
and the aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude.
Yes, sir.
And for each and every one of those charges, who did you plead guilty to?
Judge Salvador.
And today, have you been sentenced?
No, sir.
Who ultimately is going to decide what sentence you receive?
Judge Salvador.
Have you been promised by the state that you would receive any specific sentence based on your cooperation?
No, sir.
Based on your pleas of guilty to those charges, what is the maximum sentence this court can sentence you to?
Life.
Without parole?
Without parole.
And life without parole, that's on the 2 murder charges?
Yes, sir.
Is that also the potential sentence on the burglary with an assault or battery?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know what your guideline score is for your charges that you've pled to?
Yes, sir.
And what is your guideline score?
41.8 years.
And so that 41.8 years, does that reflect the lowest sentence the judge should sentence you to without a legal reason to go below?
Yes, sir.
Now, is your cooperation, does that provide a legal basis that allows the court to go below 41.8 years if the court thinks that's appropriate?
Yes, sir.
But does the court have to?
No.
What is the absolute minimum sentence you can get?
With
At sentencing, what's the minimum sentence the court can sentence you to?
20 years.
And then again, even with your cooperation, 20 years up to
Life.
Now, do you hope that this court will consider your cooperation?
Yes, sir.
Are you hopeful to get the best possible sentence you can get?
Yes, sir.
And that would be 20 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
But are you prepared for the possibility you may spend the rest of your life in prison?
Yes, sir.
If this judge thinks you are lying, do you think that is good for you or bad for you?
Bad.
Do you know someone named Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I knew him since I was young.
Are you related to him?
No.
All right. So how did you know him when you were young?
Well, he's a friend of my dad.
What do you call Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Blue. Big homie.
Do you know where Abdul Robinson Sr. was living back in 2020?
Not specifically.
What areas of town?
Northwest.
Does Abdul Robinson Sr. have any children?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know some of them?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
What is Abdul Robinson Jr.'s nickname?
Kareem.
Do you recall how old you were when you first met Kareem?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how old?
9 years old.
Were you in school?
Yes, sir.
And did you become friends with Kareem?
Yes, sir.
Do you know someone whose nickname is K Crazy?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Kareem.
Okay, so he has 2 nicknames.
Yes, sir.
Do you also know someone whose nickname is Fula?
Yes, sir.
All right, who's Fula?
It's Blue first son.
Is that Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem's brother?
Yes, sir.
Does Abdul Robinson Jr. and Fula actually have the same first and last name?
Yes, sir.
When did you meet Fula?
5th grade.
Was that around the time that you also met Kareem?
No, sir. It was before.
Before? What school were you going to?
Beacon Elementary.
Did you become friends with Fula?
Yes, sir.
And you obviously know an individual named Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Who is Hakeem Robinson related to?
Related to Kareem and Fula.
And is Abdul Robinson Sr. his father?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Hakeem Robinson's mother's name?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Ebony.
Can you say it louder?
Ebony.
Ebony? What's the age difference between Hakeem Robinson and his brother Abdul Jr., Kareem?
One was born 94. One was born 98.
Do you know anything else about their birth date that's interesting?
It's on the same day.
Okay. Approximately how old were you when you met Hakeem Robinson?
I know it was 2015.
You think that it was around that time?
Yeah.
All right. So do you know around how old he would have been, Hakeem?
Like 18.
Do you recall where you were when you first met Hakeem?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Timber Run Apartments.
Is that here in Jacksonville?
Yeah. 103rd.
Now, when you first saw Hakeem Robinson out of that apartment complex, did you know who he was?
Yes, sir.
Did he know who you were?
No, sir.
After seeing Hakeem out of that complex, did you, or did Hakeem become aware that you were friends with his brothers?
Yes, sir.
Does Hakeem Robinson have any nicknames?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Queso,
All right.
Kimi,
Kimi?
and Queso.
Okay, so. Do you know someone, you identified Leroy Whitaker, how do you know him?
I know him through his cousin.
All right, who's his cousin?
We call him Popeye, but his name Mark Clayton.
Is Leroy Whitaker related to Hakeem Robinson in any way?
Yes, sir.
How?
Cousins.
Does Leroy Whitaker have a nickname?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Scotty.
Yeah, I'll need you to
Scotty.
speak up. I couldn't hear that either.
Scotty.
Okay,
Scotty?
thank you.
Just make sure you stay close to the microphone.
All right.
Prior to January 15th of 2020, did you, Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker all spend time together?
Yes, sir.
Was that often,
Yes, sir.
but usually in a group setting?
Yes, sir.
Do you know someone named Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who is he?
Friend.
Is Torgon Williams related to the Robinsons?
I would say Kareem.
So Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
How is Torgon related to him?
They call each other cousins.
Do you recall when approximately you met Torgon?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
2016.
And who introduced you to Torgon?
Fuller.
Fula?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a local rap group called ATK?
Yes, sir.
Was Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, part of ATK?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
Based on your relationship with that group, and specifically Abdul Robinson Jr. and Hakeem and Leroy Whitaker, did you become associated with ATK?
Yes, sir.
And are you also familiar with another local rap group named Six Block?
Yes, sir.
Do the groups ATK and Six Block get along?
No, sir.
Do they basically hate one another?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the street term ops?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Opponents, opposition.
Are ATK and Six Block ops of one another?
Yes, sir.
Do members of both rap groups put out songs that are disrespectful about other individuals in the other group when they've been hurt or killed?
Yes, sir.
What are those kind of songs often referred to as?
Diss track.
Diss track?
A diss track.
If someone puts out a diss track, can that make them a target of the other group?
Yes, sir.
Turning your attention back to January of 2020, do you recall where you were living?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
3830 University Boulevard. The Esperanza Apartments.
So an apartment complex on University?
Yes, sir.
Were you living with anyone at that apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Who?
My girlfriend,
What was her name?
Janera Smith.
Say that a little louder, sir.
Janera Smith.
Smith. Okay. When did you and Janera start living at that apartment complex?
July of 2019.
Does Janera Smith know Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Even Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to you getting arrested, had all of those individuals been to your apartment on University?
Yes, sir.
Today, are you in a relationship with Janera Smith?
No, sir.
Has that been over for a while?
Yeah.
Now, prior to January of 2020, were you familiar with someone named Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
Was Charles McCormick affiliated with the group Six Block?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with someone by the name of Raekwon Howard?
Yes, sir.
Is Raekwon Howard affiliated with Six Block?
Yes, sir.
Did Charles McCormick have a rap name?
Yes, sir.
And what was it?
Buck.
Can you say that again?
Buck.
In 2019, did Charles McCormick put out a diss track?
Yes, sir.
And what was that diss track or song? What did it reference?
Dead people.
And do you recall some of the people that were referenced in that song?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Willie, 2-3, Snoop,
Who's Willie?
Willie Addison. That's Kareem's brother.
I'm sorry. Who's who?
That's Kareem's brother.
Can I interrupt y'all for a second? And I apologize for that. Ma'am, do you need a cough drop or water or anything? Do you have to, are you sure? I want to be sure you're okay. There's another cough drop we're handing you. And you can have water up here if you need to. I didn't mean to call you out, but I saw you coughing a lot. So do you need a glass of water? We can get that for you. No? Okay. All right.
It looks
You
good.
may go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. You said Willie Addison was who?
It was Kareem's brother.
Okay. So Kareem being Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's brother.
Yeah.
Did Willie Addison and Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, actually have the same mother?
Yes, sir.
And do you know her name?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Angie,
You also mentioned someone named 23. Who's 23?
Royale,
Who was Royale friends with?
Hakeem.
Were Hakeem Robinson and his brother, Abdul Robinson Jr., close with Willie Addison?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when Willie Addison was killed?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
January 15th, 2019.
So exactly 1 year prior to Charles McCormick's murder?
Yes, sir.
How was Willie Addison killed?
Shot.
Are you aware of if anyone else was with him at the time he was shot?
Yes, sir.
Who was with him?
Abdul Robinson Jr. and Sr., Torian, Moody, and Sam.
Did they all get shot as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, was shot?
Yes, sir.
Where?
In his head.
Did it take a long time for him to recover?
Yes, sir.
Was he still physically suffering some of the effects of that shooting in late 2019, beginning of 2020?
Yes, sir.
What kind?
Well, he messed up his ability to walk, like run.
Could he walk?
He could walk, but he couldn't run.
How did you become aware of Charles McCormick's diss song about Willie?
Through the internet.
And do you recall where you saw it on the internet?
Instagram.
And how did you view that on Instagram?
I was on a fake page.
You were on a fake page?
Yeah, I had a fake page.
Why were you using a fake page?
To stalk people.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Garner, I'm approaching with what has been marked for identification as States P. This disc, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize this to be?
It's a diss track.
This disc track.
Book.
That Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
And have you listened to this?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of the song we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence the marked for identification of States P into the appropriate numbered exhibit, I believe it's 249.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 10P will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 249.
And published?
Yes.
Nigga dark and you ain't even take it so. Shooting Glock in ARs too. 4-5 they got recoil. Hood hotter than a stove. Circle small like a Cheerio. Homeboy died on his birthday. 23 ain't here no more. Caught that nigga at the life. Y'all car went for to. What kind of Glock is in your hand? It's a 23. 5 niggas got hit up sepsis too. Was no 223. Who that in your blunt? She we been smoking on wet lead. Quack out screaming out for help. Headshot instantly. It ain't no fair in me. No.
Now, Mr. Barner, what does the lyric "smoking on Willie" mean?
Jeez.
Okay, if he knows, but otherwise,
If you know, what is the lyric, smoking on Willie mean?
You smoking on a dead person.
Is that a good thing?
No, it's a bad thing.
Was, excuse me, Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, aware of this song?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Were they upset over that song?
Yes, sir.
After you heard the song, did you attempt to reach out to Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how did you do that?
Through my fake page.
And why did you do that?
Basically to tell him like what he was doing wasn't cool.
Was, to your knowledge, Charles McCormick involved in any way in the shooting of Willie Addison?
No, sir.
What does it mean on the street if someone's described as soft?
Like, not capable, nothing. That's street.
Okay. Was Charles McCormick known as soft?
Yes, sir.
Towards the end of 2019, were you able to find out where Charles McCormick was living?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get that information?
Through Core.
Say that again?
Through Core.
And what is CORE?
It's a website for like public information.
Is it the clerk's public website?
Yes, sir.
And on that public website, what did you find that provided some of the information you were looking for?
Well, I had seen that McCormick got pulled over, and it showed his address on his license. It showed his car and his license plate.
So when you say he got pulled over, did he receive any type of citation?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when it had the address, did you get the unit number or just the address for the apartment complex?
Just the address for the apartment complex.
Do you recall where that apartment complex was located?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Off Atlantic Boulevard.
After you got the address for that apartment complex, did you do anything to look that complex up?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I Googled it.
All right. And did you see images of it?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell anyone that you found his address?
Yes, sir.
Who did you tell?
I told Kareem.
After that, did you continue to monitor Charles McCormick's Instagram page?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to keep tabs on him?
Yes, sir.
In December of 2019, did Charles McCormick post anything that kind of caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Posted a picture
And why was that of interest to you?
because he posted in the same apartment complex.
Did you recognize that location in the photo?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that photo posted by Charles McCormick, what did you do?
Text Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of texting Kareem?
Let him know that he posted a picture at his house.
Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
And why did you want to share that information?
Basically, so we can ride through and see what was up.
So after you sent that information to Abdul Robinson Jr., what happened?
We went and they came and picked me up, and we went out there to go see where he posted the picture at.
Who's they?
It was me, Kareem, Hakeem, and Scotty.
So Scotty, Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
and Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
And when they picked you up, do you know what kind of vehicle they were in?
He was in a Camry, Toyota Camry.
Do you know whose car that was?
It was Hakeem's car.
Was it a car he owned?
No, sir. It was a rental car.
A rental?
Yeah.
Where did the four of you go once they showed up?
We went to McCormick's apartment complex.
And what did you do when you got there?
We went to go see where he posted the picture at.
And what was the reason for trying to find that location of where he took the photo?
So basically, so we can, handle up after that.
What does handle up mean?
Get everything in motion, like set something up.
To accomplish what?
To kill McCormick.
And did you know before you went over there exactly what unit he lived in?
No, sir.
Did verifying where that photo was taken assist you with that?
Yes, sir.
Was killing Charles McCormick something that you wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Is it something based on the group and everyone going over there? Was that something that Leroy Whitaker wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Abdul Robinson Jr.,
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
When all of you went over there that day, did you see Charles McCormick at the complex?
No, sir.
Where did you go after you all left that day?
They took me back to my apartment.
What was the reason that all of you wanted to kill Charles McCormick?
Because of the diss track he made.
And did that diss track upset you?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset about what he said in it?
Yes, sir.
Did he get stuff wrong?
Yes, sir.
That upset you?
Yes, sir.
Why was Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker and Kareem all upset?
Because he was dissing their brother and friends.
And by brother, you mean Willie Addison?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Once you found out where Charles McCormick lived in December of 2019, why wasn't he killed right away?
Because he took a vacation.
Charles took a vacation?
Yeah.
You know where he went?
Went to Vegas.
How were you able to find that out?
Through Insta.
Say that again?
Instagram.
Were you still trying to monitor his location?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he come back from Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And did you find that out?
Yes, sir.
How?
Through Instagram.
Do you recall when you saw that information?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It was on the morning of January 15, 2020.
So the morning he was killed.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you were when you found that information?
It was at my apartment.
Was anyone with you that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was this very early morning?
Very early morning.
Who was with you?
Christopher Brown.
And once you got that information, did you and Christopher Brown do anything?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
We went to his apartment complex.
Whose?
Charles McCormick.
How did you get there?
With Christopher's baby mother's car.
Was that a car that was in his baby mother's name or family?
It was in her mother's name.
So is that a car that could easily be connected back to them?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car was it?
Hyundai Sonata.
When you and Christopher Brown went to Charles McCormick's apartment on January 15, 2020, what did you observe?
Well, we seen McCormick's car back then.
And do you recall what kind of car Charles McCormick had?
It was a Kia.
After you saw that car back then, did you and Christopher Brown wait there or did you leave?
We left.
And why did you leave?
Basically to go plot.
Where did you go?
We went back to my apartment.
And when you got back to your apartment complex, did Chris Brown stay?
No, he left.
All right. And when he left, was it still the morning of January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And where did he go or why did he need to leave?
He left because he had to take his baby mama to work.
After Chris Brown left your apartment that morning, did you contact anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I contacted Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall how you contacted him?
Through phone.
Do you remember around what time you called him?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
4 o'clock in the morning.
What was your phone number back in January 15 of 2020?
702-918-4911.
Was your account for that phone number in your name?
Yes, sir.
Was it in your actual name, Dominique Barner?
No, sir. No, sir.
Whose name was it in?
It was a fake name.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Joshua Bennett.
Do you recall Abdul Robinson Jr.'s cell phone number that you used to communicate with him back on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
904-624-3684.
Do you remember what kind of cell phone Abdul Robinson Jr. had back then?
He had an iPhone.
After you called Abdul Robinson Jr. that morning, what did you tell him?
Well, I told him that McCormick was home.
And then what happened after you spoke to Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Well, he told me that they was on the way to come get me.
Did someone show up to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who showed up?
Torgan, Kareem, Scotty and Ksoo.
So Ksoo, Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
Scotty, Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
Torgon, and Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle were they in?
A Dodge Journey.
Do you know anything about that vehicle? Whose it was?
It was Ksoo's car, rental car.
Had you seen that Dodge Journey before?
Yes, sir.
Did you get into the car with them?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember where you went from your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
We went back to McCormick's complex.
What happened when you got to Charles McCormick's complex that morning?
Well, we rode back through where he stayed at.
And what were you looking for?
His car.
Was his car still there?
Yes, sir.
Once you observed the vehicle, did y'all continue to drive through or did you stop?
We stopped.
All right. And what happened after you stopped?
We backed in next to his car, and Kareem wanted to see like the tag for himself, so he got out and looked at the tag and got back in.
And what did he say?
He was like, "That is it."
After Kareem confirmed that was the correct car, what did all of you do?
We left.
Where'd you go?
We went to Eastport Apartments off of Main Street
And what was the purpose of going there?
to get a stolen car.
Did you get a stolen car from there?
Sir,
What kind of car?
a Nissan Altima.
You remember the color?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was great.
And what was the purpose of getting a stolen car?
No trail.
Say that again?
No trail.
No trail?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
So it won't come back to none of us.
Who got into the Nissan Altima?
Me, Ksoo, and Scotty.
Who was driving the vehicle?
Me.
How'd you get the keys?
They was handed to me
By who?
by Ksoo.
Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Did Hakeem Robinson do anything or say anything to you when he handed you the keys?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He smirked. He smirked at me
What did you take that to mean?
that I was driving.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
After you got the keys, did you get into the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where did Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker get?
In the back seat.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, get into the Nissan?
No, sir.
What about Torgon?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Still in the Dodge Journey.
Did you drive Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker back to Charles McCormick's apartment?
Yes, sir.
And what was the intent for the three of you when you were going to that apartment complex?
Kill McCormick.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon follow
Yes, sir.
on the Nissan?
Yes, sir.
What was their role or assistance in following you?
Make sure the police don't get behind us.
Okay. Because if the police got behind a stolen car, what would happen?
We get pulled over.
Do you remember what kind of clothing you were wearing that morning?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
I don't black jacket, black pants, red shoes.
Do you recall what Hakeem Robinson was wearing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Nike jumpsuit.
You remember anything about the colors?
Yes, sir.
What?
It was black and gray.
Top or bottom? Do you remember, are you talking about tops, bottoms? You said tracksuit, so.
Top and the bottom.
Do you remember what Leroy Whitaker was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Best you can remember, what was it?
It's like the same kind of jumpsuit.
Was it exactly the same?
Nah.
And, okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness one more time?
Yes?
Showing with the mark for identification as State Exhibit 8G. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right, what do you recognize this to be?
Video of me jumping the gate. Yes, sir.
What day was that?
Same day, January 15th, 2020.
Does this video fairly and accurately represent what you were doing on that day when you said jump in the gate?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence. 8G is the appropriate evidence.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, State's Exhibit 8G will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 189.
And we'll come back to that video in a moment. When you were in the Nissan, driving to Charles McCormick's apartment, were you armed?
Yes, sir.
What kind of firearm did you have?
A Glock 23.
A handgun?
Yes, sir.
And what about Leroy Whitaker?
He had a rifle,
Okay. What kind of rifle?
MP 15.
And had you seen him with that rifle before?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
He had an
Yeah, but
assault
where?
rifle pistol.
Sorry. Did Hakeem Robinson have a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And what type?
Assault rifle pistol.
Do you remember anything about the make or model of that assault rifle pistol?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It's an AR X-Star.
Say that last part again.
The AR X-Star.
AR X-Star?
Yeah.
Had you seen Hakeem Robinson with that firearm before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Really always had it.
Okay. Are you familiar with a music video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Titled Bang It Out?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, sir.
Did Hakeem Robinson have anything in that video?
Yes, sir.
What did he have?
The same rifle.
Do you know if on January 15, 2020, Abdul Robinson Jr. had a firearm?
No, sir.
He didn't have one, or you don't know?
I don't know.
What about Torgon Williams?
I don't know.
Do you recall around what time you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker all got back to Charles McCormick's apartment on January 15th?
I know it was like the sun was just not coming up.
So still morning.
It was still morning time.
When you got back to the apartment complex, was Charles McCormick's car still parked there?
Yes, sir.
Where did you park the Nissan?
Across from his building.
And why were you doing that?
Well, so when he came out, he couldn't see the car.
The car you were in with Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker?
Yeah.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon park near you?
No, sir.
Do you know where they went?
No, sir.
Could you see where they went?
No, sir.
Now, after you parked, where in the Nissan were Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker sitting?
Still in the back seat.
Both with their rifles?
Yes, sir.
And was there a plan at that point in time for what was going to happen next?
Yes, sir.
And what was that plan?
Well, they were going to ambush him as soon as he got in the vehicle.
All right. So ambush who?
Charles McCormick.
And when you say ambush, what does that mean?
Like, well, we call it run down.
Huh? What does run down mean?
It's ambush.
Okay. If Charles McCormick walked out of his apartment while y'all were sitting right there,
No, sir.
when he walked out, if the plan was to run him down, what would that have involved? What would have happened?
I'll allow him to answer if he knows, otherwise it would be sustained.
Do you know what the plan was for when Charles McCormick walked out?
Yeah.
Right. What was supposed to happen?
Well, when he got into the vehicle, they was going to jump out the car, and as soon as he got in his car, they was going to run him down and shoot him.
Who was?
Scotty and Ksoo.
So both Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And they both were going to shoot him.
Yeah.
What was your role?
Just to come get him after it was done.
And get him out of there?
Yeah.
Did you all have to wait a long time for Charles McCormick to come out of his apartment that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember about how long y'all were waiting?
No.
Was it hours?
It was hours.
While waiting for Charles McCormick to come out of his apartment, did you see Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon again while y'all were waiting?
Yes, sir.
Right. How did that happen?
They pulled up on the side of us to let us know that he had just made an Instagram post.
That Charles had
We'll
just
be
made?
looking at, yeah.
And then to be on the lookout, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Did they then drive back off?
yeah.
While you were waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, did anything happen that messed up this initial plan of the rundown?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Christopher Brown pulled up.
And what did Christopher Brown pull up in?
His baby mother's car.
Did that upset everybody?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Because he was messing everything up.
Were you concerned about the vehicle he was in?
Yeah.
All right. And why?
It's a trail. You get back to us.
It could get you caught?
Yeah.
So what did you tell Christopher Brown?
Told him to pull off.
Did he?
Yeah, he pulled off.
Did you stay where you were at?
No.
What did you do?
I tried to go physically tell him, like, get from around.
Okay. And what happened when y'all were doing that?
McCormick came out.
So did you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker miss McCormick when he initially came out?
Yes, sir.
And so what happened next?
Well, I kind of like U-turned behind him just to get a good view of him.
Did Charles McCormick make it to his vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did he try to leave the apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw that, did you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker, stay at the apartment complex, or did you follow him?
We followed him.
Do you think Charles McCormick saw you?
No, sir.
When you left that apartment complex, do you know where Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon Williams went?
No, sir.
Did Chris Brown follow you?
No, sir.
Did anybody let Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon know that y'all were leaving the apartment complex?
No, sir.
After leaving the apartment complex, did something happen? Shortly after leaving, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what was that?
Well, the police had got behind McCormick.
Okay. And did that concern you?
Yes, sir.
Why?
'Cause I kind of felt like they was going to pull me over.
And y'all had a bunch of guns in the car?
Yes, sir.
After the officer pulled behind Charles McCormick, did he stay behind him for very long?
No.
Okay. Where did he go?
Kind of like bust off from behind him.
Did you continue to follow Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
Eventually, where did Charles McCormick make it?
To a temp agency
And where was that?
on Mill Road.
Was it like a shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you pull into that same shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember where in that plaza you parked?
On the side of the building.
Was it close to Express Employment or a little distance away?
It was close.
Did you stay there the entire time?
No, sir.
When you initially got into the plaza, what was the plan?
Still going to be the same thing.
And what does that mean?
An ambush, run. It was going to still do the same thing they was going to do in the apartment complex.
All right. And so when Charles McCormick came out, Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker both were going to ambush him?
Yes, sir.
And then what was your role going to be?
Same thing, just to pick them up when it was done.
Now, when you got to that complex, the shopping plaza, were you concerned about anything?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Police.
Why?
They always at Publix.
There are Publix in the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
While y'all were waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, do you know if Hakeem Robinson made contact with anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who?
He made contact with Kareem.
And what was the purpose of that?
To ask him to do a surveillance check.
And could you hear that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what kind of call that was? If it was a cell call, FaceTime, Instagram, any of those things?
No.
Did Kareem, Abdul Robinson Jr., agree to come up there and do surveillance check?
No.
After that conversation, did Hakeem Robinson contact anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Raekwon Howard.
Okay, I'm going to have to see the counsel and court reporter at sidebar. All right, you may proceed.
Please, Court. Thank you. What did Hakeem Robinson tell Raekwon Howard that you heard?
Well, he was telling them that one of his homeboys was slipping. He was finna get killed.
Did he give a name?
No.
Before Charles McCormick came out of the temp agency, did you stay where you were at, or did you relocate that Nissan Altima?
I relocated
Where?
in front of the temp agency.
Where was that in relation to where Charles McCormick had parked his vehicle?
It was like right behind his vehicle.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Get it closer.
And when you relocated the Nissan Altima, did the plan change or did it stay the same?
It changed up.
Did you change it?
Yeah, I changed it.
And what did you change the plan to be?
Well, I told Hakeem that it'd be better if he did it himself.
And why was that?
It was easier
Why?
because it ain't have to run like all that in the shopping plaza.
Was the Nissan parked close to Charles' vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And what side of Charles McCormick's vehicle was the Nissan's passenger side closest to?
His driver's side.
Did Hakeem go along with the plan?
Yes, sir.
Where was Leroy Whitaker seated in the Nissan when you relocated?
The back seat,
Where about Hakeem Robinson?
front seat.
How did he get to the front seat?
Jumped through the middle console.
When y'all were at that location and were still waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, was there any discussion about what firearm was going to be used?
Well, Hakeem wanted to use my firearm.
Your handgun?
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea.
Did you let him use your handgun?
No.
You didn't want him to use it?
No.
If he'd have used it, what would you have to do with it?
Get rid of it.
Did Hakeem Robinson ever touch your handgun?
Yeah.
How?
He picked it up. It was like, I'm finna use this. I was like, I said, no, you're not.
So what happened when Charles McCormick came out?
Well, Hakeem jumped out.
Jumped out of what?
Jumped out of the car.
Was that the plan?
No, sir.
All right. How was that different from what the plan was?
Well, I came up with a plan of getting closer to his car so when he get in the car, he could jump out of the passenger seat and shoot him as soon as he got in his vehicle. I could pull off faster.
And did he wait for Charles McCormick to get closer to his vehicle or get into the vehicle?
No.
What happened after Hakeem jumped out of the Nissan?
Shot at him.
Shot at who?
McCormick.
Did McCormick stay there?
No.
What'd he do?
He ran.
What did Hakeem Robinson do?
Chased him.
And then did what?
Killed him.
Did you see that?
No.
Where did they go?
On the side of the building.
But did you see Hakeem chasing him with the rifle?
Yeah.
Did you hear shots?
Yes, sir.
And after those shots, what did you do?
I went and picked him up.
Picked who up?
Picked Hakeem up.
Where did Hakeem go when you pulled up to pick him up?
Say that again?
When you went to pick Hakeem up, where in the vehicle did he go?
Oh, he got back into the passenger seat.
Then what happened?
I pulled off.
Where'd you go?
Went to like towards the front entrance of the shopping plaza.
Did anything happen on your way out of the shopping plaza?
Yeah.
What was that?
The police got behind us.
What did you think when the police got behind you?
What did I think?
Yeah.
It's time to go.
Okay. Did you start speeding?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive kind of recklessly?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where you were going?
No, sir.
Do you know what streets you made it to?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Townsend.
What kind of area is Townsend?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Did the officers continue to follow you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did your car crash?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On Townsend Boulevard.
What was that next to? Where you crashed? Was there anything around it?
Houses,
What's that?
houses,
Houses, okay. And what did you crash into?
small tree.
Small tree?
Yeah.
That disabled the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What happened after you crashed?
We all jumped out the car.
Do you recall who got out first?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Hakeem,
And then who?
Scotty.
When Hakeem got out, what did he do?
He ran a different way from us.
All right. What direction was that?
Well, we ran in front of the car. He ran to the right of us.
So across the street in the opposite direction? Did Hakeem take anything with him?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Murder weapon.
Where did you go?
I ran behind Scotty.
Did you take your Glock with you?
No, sir.
Did Scotty, Leroy Whitaker, take his rifle with him?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Still in the car.
Were you able to catch up to Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And what did the two of you do?
Jumped a lot of fences.
In addition to the Glock and the rifle that you said Scotty Leroy Whitaker left behind and yourself, was there any other evidence in that vehicle that you were aware of?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
T-shirts.
Show you what's in evidence. State 76. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what car is it?
Nissan Altima.
All right, is that the one that you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker are all in?
Yes, sir.
That tree?
Yes, sir.
State's 87. What are we looking at there?
My Glock 23.
What's next to it?
T-shirt.
And then State's 92. What's in that photo?
M&P 15.
Whose was that?
Scotty.
And what's in the seat?
T-shirt.
And who do those shirts belong to?
Hakeem and Scotty.
You said that you and Scotty were jumping fences?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's now in evidence as State's 189. You recognize those two individuals?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
It's me and Scotty.
All right. Who got to the fence first?
Scotty.
All right. And then right behind him?
It's me.
After you jumped over that fence, kept running,
Yes, sir.
and where did you and Leroy Whitaker make it?
Made it to a patio,
How do you go what?
a house.
Back to. Showing you what's in evidence, I believe it states 110, I believe. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Patio.
Is that the patio of the home that you and Leroy Whitaker made it to?
Yes, sir.
When you got to that location, what did the two of you do?
Well, I opened it, walked into it.
And the next exhibit, which is, I believe, states 114? Or 115, sorry. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a back sliding door. Back sliding door.
Back sliding door to that house?
Yes, sir.
Did you and Leroy Whitaker enter that home?
Yes, sir.
Did you have permission to enter the home?
No, sir.
Why were you and Leroy Whitaker going into that house at that time?
Get away from the police.
So they looking for you?
Yes, sir.
Both of you?
Yes, sir.
As well as Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
At the time you and Leroy Whitaker entered that home, did either of you know who lived there?
No, sir.
Did either of you have permission to be in there?
No, sir.
Did you even know if anyone was home before you went into that house?
No, sir.
Once you made it into that house, where did the two of you go?
We went to the first room we seen.
And Where in the house was that,
Um,
if you remember?
I can't remember.
What kind of room was it?
Looked like a guest room.
So some sort of bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, what was the purpose of you and Leroy Whitaker going into that room?
To hide,
So what did you do when you made it into the room?
I got into the closet.
What did Leroy Whitaker do?
He kind of like stood. I was telling him to get under the bed.
Did he?
No.
What did he do?
Tried to get in the closet with me.
What happened while the two of you were in that bedroom?
The lady came.
And how did you see the lady?
Well, she opened the door.
What happened after she opened the door?
She seen us. Well, she seen me in the closet, and she seen Scotty standing outside the closet.
Did she say anything to the two of you?
Yeah.
What'd she tell you?
She was like, y'all got to get out of my house.
Were you or Leroy Whitaker going to leave the house at that point in time?
No.
Could you go outside safely?
No.
Why?
Police.
What did this lady do next after she saw y'all and told you to get out?
Escorting us to the door, to the front door.
She opened the front door?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
She screamed. She screamed for help.
And after she screamed for help, what happened?
Pulled her back into the house.
Who did?
Me.
All right. And did Leroy Whitaker help you pull her in?
Yes, sir.
And then once she was pulled back inside her house, what happened?
Well, I kind of like took her to the ground.
Okay. Did you do something to her when she was on the ground?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Choked her.
Say that again?
Choked her.
Put your hands on her throat?
Yes, sir.
And what were you trying to do?
Really just trying to scare her.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
After you were choking her, did Leroy Whitaker say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He asked me, did I want to kill her?
What'd you say?
Said, yeah.
Did you want to kill her?
No.
And why'd you say that?
Just so she can cooperate.
Did she cooperate with both of you?
Yes, sir.
What'd you make her do?
Made her get on the couch.
Did you take anything from her?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Took her phone.
And why'd you do that?
She couldn't call the police.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes, sir.
Was it working?
Yes, sir.
Was it on?
No, it was dead.
What about Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, he had a phone.
How were you and Leroy Whitaker planning on trying to get away?
Well, call and ask for help.
I couldn't hear you.
Call and ask for help.
So who would have been calling?
Say that again.
Who was calling for help?
Scotty.
Do you know who he called?
Well, the first person he called was Kareem.
He call anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Called Blue.
Did someone eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Blue.
You know how he knew where to find you?
Yes, sir.
How?
Scotty dropped a pin.
What's a pin?
Location.
Prior to Abdul Robinson Sr., Blue showing up, did you and Leroy Whitaker take anything else from the house?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Clothes.
Did you have permission to take the clothes?
No, sir.
Did you and Leroy Whitaker both change your clothes?
Yes, sir.
And why were you doing that?
Changed the description.
Were you still worried about the police?
Yes, sir.
While you were waiting, what was Miss Buckley doing?
She was sitting on the couch. Kind of like, to my knowledge, it looked like she was falling asleep.
And then shortly after that, did someone arrive?
Yes, sir.
And again, who was that?
Blue.
And what was Blue, Abdul Robinson Sr. driving?
Challenger.
You remember the color?
It's like orange is red, dark orange red.
Did both you and Leroy Whitaker leave the home and get into that car?
Yes, sir.
What about the clothes that you changed out of? Where were they?
Pajamas.
The clothing that you wore that we just saw in that video,
Yes, sir.
where you entered the home, what happened to those clothes?
We kept them.
You didn't leave them behind?
No.
Did you also still have Miss Buckley's phone?
Yes, sir.
When you got into the vehicle with Abdul Robinson Sr., was he the only person in that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did he then drive both you and Leroy Whitaker away?
Yes, sir.
Were there police still in the area?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell Abdul Robinson Sr. about what happened?
Yes, sir.
And so he became fully aware of everything that had took place.
Yes, sir.
Before telling him that, when you got in the car, did Abdul Robinson Sr., did he ask any questions of you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want to know?
He asked me.
Sustained.
Where did you go? Where did Abdul Robinson Sr. take you?
He took me to Grand Park.
Where in Grand Park?
Took me to Zay House.
Who was they?
Xavier Floyd.
Is he a friend of
A friend
who?
of Blue.
And what was the purpose of going to that home?
Switch cars.
Did y'all switch cars?
Yes, sir.
What car did y'all switch into?
We switched from the Challenger to Impala.
Whose car was that?
A Carina.
Who's that?
That's Hakeem and Abdul's sister.
And then after y'all got into that Impala, where did you go?
We went to Blue House in Ocean Way.
When you first got to Abdul Robinson Sr.'s home in Ocean Way, was anyone else there that you remember?
Not that I know of.
Before you left, did you see anyone else? Did anybody show up?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Abdul and Hakeem showed up.
Did you change clothes?
Yes, sir.
How did you get new clothes?
Kareem gave us new clothes.
Did he have clothes at that home?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask Hakeem Robinson anything about what happened?
Yeah, I asked him, like, where he ran to.
And what did he tell you?
Told me he made it to some apartments.
Do you know what happened to the firearm?
He told me he threw it in the creek.
Do you know how he got away from the apartment complex that he made it to?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
That Natalie came and got him.
While you were still at Abdul Robinson Sr.'s home, did you see anything or hear anything that kind of spooked you a little bit?
Yeah, we watched the news.
What'd you see on the news?
Seen a video of me and Scotty jumping the gate.
Did you eventually make it back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Was Janera there when you got there?
Yes, sir.
That evening, January 15, 2020, did you and Janera leave your apartment?
Yes, sir.
And while y'all had left your apartment, did you get pulled over?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were detained?
Yes, sir.
And Janera as well?
Yes, sir.
And were you taken to the police station?
Yes, sir.
And while you were at the police station, did law enforcement attempt to interview you?
Yes, sir.
Now, during that interview, were you 100% completely truthful with them about everything that you had done,
No, sir.
about who you were with?
No, sir.
Did you even tell them who you were with?
No, sir.
Did you also, in that interview, deny touching or taking anything from Miss Buckley?
Yes, sir.
Were you still arrested?
Yes, sir.
And that was for the burglary
Yeah, home invasion.
of Miss Buckley's home.
Yes, sir.
After you were arrested, was DNA also taken from you?
Not in an interview.
Right, but by
Later on, yeah.
did photographs get taken of you?
Yes, sir.
And were those photographs of the tattoos of your arms?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
All right, just a moment. All right, I think we're going to take a recess now since we've been going over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. And so I'll ask that you leave your notepads behind, ladies and gentlemen. Have a step into the jury rooms, your respective jury rooms, for a bio break. We'll bring you out here shortly for the cross-examination. Remember, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves. Thank you very much.
Copy of the, or reported copy of the 911 call that you made back on February 5th of 2024 that morning.
Yes,
And did you recognize your voice?
yes,
And did it fairly and accurately depict the call that you made?
yes.
The state is willing to accept, I'll stipulate that this is the 911 call that he made.
You have no objection to its admission?
No.
All right, then state 6 is admitted and you're free to publish. Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Modern technology.
We'll see if it works.
Yeah, 6:38.
And Mr. Campbell, while I'm getting this set up, can you explain to the jurors when you called or after you called 911, did you eventually have an opportunity to interact or speak with any members of law enforcement, either officers or detectives?
Yes,
Okay. And while I'm getting this set up, you said you heard gunshots and you heard screaming or yelling. And you said it was in States Exhibit 11 when it was up there. You put an X on your bedroom window, correct?
yes,
And did you ever have the opportunity to see anything outside of your window in regards to what you've described that you heard?
no.
And why not?
Well, I was in the room, the curtains were closed, and I was sitting down, and it's quiet. You can hear the only real noise in the neighborhood are the fire engines going up and down the street. At that time of the morning, it's really just kind of dead quiet. So everything is pronounceably audible. So I didn't look out the window. I just heard the shot, heard the screams, heard another shot, and I thought, uh-oh. So that's when I decided to make the call. Because I figured that if somebody was hurt, they would appreciate me calling.
Okay. No, it should work. Give me 2 seconds.
To 911 operator 3041. What is the location of your emergency?
1 block south of Donnelly Hollow Parkway on Chappelle Road. Shots fired. There have been several in the last 2 minutes.
Okay. Can you give me that location one more time?
Donnelly Hollowell Parkway and Chappelle Road at the red light, 1 block up, which would be south on Chappelle. It's been several, and I heard somebody screaming like they were hurt in between the gunshots.
Oh, okay. And you said Donnelly, and what was that cross street? You coming in kind of muffled.
And I'm sorry. Chappelle, C-H-A-P-P-E-L-L Road.
Oh, Okay. Okay, we'll get someone out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, once the detectives or officers arrived, did you let them inside your home?
Actually, we just talked on the front porch.
Okay. And did you explain to the detectives and the officers who arrived after the 911 call the same things that you explained to the 911 operator?
I believe so, yes.
And when you heard the gunshots and the screams, that you could, I think you described them as hearing them in kind of two series, right?
Yes, sir.
In both opportunities, or both times that you heard the gunshots or the screams, can you kind of describe to the jury how far, based on what you heard, you believe them to be from your home?
Well, facing the window, the sound seemed to come from my right, or at least out from the window. And then as the screams and whatever amount of time progressed, it sounded like it was further down to the left, which would have been down by this open lot.
When you said facing, I guess, to the right of your window, what would be towards the right of your window? What?
The only house that's there, I'm not sure what the address is, but it's the house of, we call him the lawnmower man. His name is Tim.
And just want to show you state 37. And just let me know if you recognize what's depicted in state exhibit number 37.
Yes.
And how do you recognize state exhibit 37?
Well, this fence that is outside the house runs all the way down past the empty lot that's beside it to the corner of Bliss. The corner lot is the only lot between Bliss and Chappelle, between this house and Bliss.
Whose house do you recognize that to be in state exhibit number 37?
Well, I call him the lawnmower man, Tim. I don't think I've ever really known his last name.
Does state exhibit 37 fairly and accurately depict the home that you've described as the person that you know as with many lawnmowers?
Yes.
At this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as state exhibit 37 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So I don't have to take time to put it on the screen, but we'll be old fashioned. So this is the house that you described as kind of to the right of your window. Looking
Yes.
out.
Yes. It's the only one.
Yeah, I have nothing further this time.
Mr. Bass, do you have questions for Mr. Campbell?
I do. Hello again, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, hello again.
Was this morning the first opportunity that you and I have ever met or spoken?
Yes, casually crossing out in the hall.
Thank you. And I enjoyed that conversation. I hope you did as well.
I did.
Thank you. On February 5 of last year, when you called 911 reporting the gunshots, at the time you reported the gunshots, can you describe what the outside looked like as far as lighting?
It was dark.
At the time of the two shots you heard and the screaming on February 5th, 2024, when you called 911 to report what you heard, was it too dark to see people walking, running, fighting, or doing anything outside?
I would think so. In this time of the year, the sun doesn't come up till after 7 o'clock, and it was about 6 something. So it was still dark out there. I didn't look out the window. I didn't see anything until the detectives knocked on the door, and I went downstairs and opened it, and they were there asking questions.
is it fair to say at 6:03, roughly 30 minutes prior to your 911 call at 6:38, it would have been even darker?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Exxon station on the corner of Chapel and Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes, I would like to interject one thing. There are streetlights on Bliss that are just before you get to my house and across the street and across on the corner. So these streetlights were probably lit all night as usual. Now, I haven't really been out there that time of the morning. In February, it's cold, so I'm not going out there. But usually in the summertime, the street lights are lit pretty good. It's the only light that really is on the street going down Bliss and then went across the street. And I'm not sure about going up toward the house if there are any, but there are a couple of street lights out there that light it up a little bit.
Is it fair to say that Detective Stansel, ADA Abate, his trial counsel, anybody could have determined whether those streetlights were operational at that time on that date?
Speculation.
Sustained.
In your conversations with the police, did anybody ask you about street lighting, whether it was working or not?
No.
Are you familiar with the Exxon station right on the corner of Chapel Road and Donnelly Hollowell?
Yes.
We spoke this morning about drug activity that you witnessed in that parking lot, correct?
There has been that, yes.
Okay. And I believe we got into a little description about the method that drug dealers in that area would use parking there and have mules going up and down the street. You remember that?
Yes.
And you've witnessed that?
Yes.
What street is on the intersection? You have Chapel, you have Donnelly Hollowell and Chapel. Then there's an intersection by your house. What's the name of that street?
Bliss.
On Bliss, there are houses down the street, correct?
Yes.
On Chapel, there are houses further up the street, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the Exxon station?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing surveillance cameras all around the outside facade of the Exxon station?
I've been looking at that station for 10 years. While previously there were no cameras out there, but the men who operate the station, knowing them and talking to them all the time, would tell me about they needed to put the cameras in there.
Okay. So don't get into what other people said. But if you've observed changes, hey, there are cameras there weren't before. You can certainly talk about what you've observed.
Okay. Previously there were no cameras. Then they put cameras in and they're still there.
Both inside and outside of the store, correct?
I think, yes.
And on the telephone poles and freestanding metal poles about the intersection all around that crime area, are there Atlanta police surveillance video cameras?
I don't know.
If I can show you what is marked Defendant's Exhibit 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, you can review that without commenting. Once you are finished reviewing the photographs, let me know.
Okay.
Do the photographs that I presented to you refresh your recollection of whether there are surveillance cameras on the telephone poles in and about the intersection of Chapel and Donald Lee Holloway?
For a long time, there weren't. These are recent installations. The road has gone through extreme renovation. The area on this side of Donald Hollowell used to be a overlook was the name of it. It's no longer there and it's been destroyed for 25 years or more. But they redid the road, put in the new sign. This sign that says Chappelle across the road has never been there until just recently. And the other way, Donald Hollowell, it was part of that just recently put in. In picture 18, you can see where the new street lights have been put in. The poles were not there. The street light poles and the lights and the signs were only done, and I would say since last summer.
So after the gunshots you heard and the phone call?
Yes.
Okay.
Were any of those surveillance cameras there on February 5, 2024?
I can't say that for sure. I don't know.
It is possible.
These were put in after that, so perhaps none of these were. Now, if anything of a surveillance camera was in the area that had been there previously, it might still be there. But I'd be willing to bet that these additions in the new poles that have never been there were not there. This telephone pole just above was the type of poles that were surrounding the areas prior to the addition of the metal poles and the surveillance cameras that you're
Are
showing.
you familiar with the gas station immediately across the street from the Exxon station?
Yes.
Is there surveillance cameras and footage at that service station as well?
I don't know. I've never paid any attention. And the only reason I knew about the cameras at the Exxon station is because that's usually where I go and buy things. And the guys who run the place, after you go there for 5 or 6 years, they get to know you, you know. And so that was, the people in the other station are not very cordial. They're not very friendly at all. So
Speak of the owner of the Exxon station, are you referring to a gentleman by the name of Farouk?
I'm not sure if he's the owner. There used to be a little short guy. I don't know what his name was.
Farouk is about 6'2"-ish.
I'm not aware.
Hold on one sec. That's
Thank you,
okay.
sir.
You don't have to seize Ms. Rivers' phone this time, Deputy Gordon. Next time. That's what they all say.
One pass.
Anything else, Mr. Bass?
Not for this witness, Jim.
Okay. Mr. Bate, any redirect? Okay, any questions from the jurors? Yes, if you would get your cards to Deputy Gordon, please. Thank you. All right, counsel, I'll see you quickly out here, please. All right, Mr. Campbell, a few more questions,
Yes, sir.
if you would. Tell the jurors, when you heard the first shot, were you facing your window? You said you were in a chair. Were you facing your window?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're looking at your window, did it seem like the shot came from the right side, the left side, or straight ahead? As best you can recall.
Sounded like sort of to the right, but straight, kind of no specificity there.
Okay. The screams that you heard, did they come from the same direction or a different direction?
The same direction as the window at first. Then the second shot was further to the left. You can tell the direction of where the sound is coming from. The scream was sort of, the best I can recall, across the window, and it didn't take long. I was sitting there.
I'm gonna get into timing in just a sec, but it sounds like first shot, scream, second shot, the sounds are moving to the left.
Yes.
Okay, got it. How much time would you estimate passed between first shot and screams?
That's tough. 30 seconds, maybe.
Okay, and then screams and second shot.
I'd have to guess, maybe a minute and a half, 2.
And that was the sequence. It was first shot, then screams, and then second shot.
That I was paying attention to, yes. Now, if there were screams before the first shot, I wasn't paying any attention.
You said you did hear the screams before the first shot, or?
No, I said if screams were occurring before the first shot, I didn't hear them. I wasn't paying any attention. I started paying attention when I heard the shot.
Makes sense. Got it. Okay. You were gracious enough to share your age with the jury. At your age, are you experiencing any issues with your hearing?
I don't think so. I hear pretty good. My arthritis is terrible, but other than that,
Got it. All right. That's extra. Thank you. Can you share with the jury where your house is in relationship to Lawnmower Man's house? Are they on the same street or different streets?
His house is on Chappelle. From my window, approximately a 30, maybe 35-degree angle up from the window to his house. Right at his driveway is the lot for the empty lot that goes to the corner of my street and Chappelle. At this time this was taken, there was a small house on that lot, but it's since been destroyed.
So if I walked out of your house onto Bliss, what direction would I turn from, if I'm now facing Bliss, would I go to the left or the right to get to Chappelle?
To the right.
To the right. And then when I get to the intersection of Bliss and Chappelle, is that a T intersection or does Bliss go through Chappelle?
It goes straight on up to the top of the hill and then that's the end of it.
Okay. So at the intersection of Bliss and Chappelle, do I go to the left or the right to go towards Lawnmower Man's house?
To the right.
To the right. And if I keep going down or up, whatever you want to call it, Chappelle, past Lawnmower Man's house, do I get to the Exxon or am I going in the opposite direction?
You're going in the opposite direction.
Okay. All right. Last question. How long would you estimate it took from the time you heard gunshot, screams, gunshot, and you called 911?
2 minutes, maybe.
Mr. Abadi, any follow-up with Mr. Campbell?
In the photo that states that it led, and I thought that it probably wasn't easier for me to show you this earlier. And so your house is the White House in the middle of the state of what you said?
Yes. Can I tell you something right now?
Hold on. If you're going to tell, you got to tell everyone something. So let him ask his question first.
Okay,
and then
good.
if there's something responsive to that. Okay.
You also have state exhibits 7 through, I think it's, let's see.
first reason I would say it's relevant towards the facts is that Abdul Robinson Sr. is also charged in that homicide. He is also pled and is part of his cooperation agreement as well. Factually, Abdul Robinson Sr. has pled guilty and was charged with accessory after the fact. However, according to Mr. Barner's claim is that Abdul Robinson Sr. is the one that told him to get involved in the homicide, that he was going to pay him as much as at least $10,000, maybe up to $50,000. Hence my comment and opening statement that Mr. Barner is a paid-for assassin. And so I'm happy to proffer those. I do think it's fair game based on his cooperation.
All right, is there an objection by the state to that testimony? Okay, and what's the objection?
We filed a motion in limine to prohibit that testimony and questioning, specifically trying to get out the facts, specific facts and details of the other murder, and potentially trying to impeach either Barner or Blue on collateral matters. So that was one of the issues that we brought up
Do you expect the testimony to be any more than what you've just advised me? Because here's the thing, if it is evidence, and of course when I took it under advisement on the motion in limine, about any favorable treatment that senior is receiving, that is fair game. That is charges that he could have been charged with but wasn't, or other favorable treatment in that charge for which he is facing accessory after the fact instead of some higher offense. You would agree that goes to bias and that is admissible? Yes. All right. And is that the purpose of you wanting to get that information out from Dominique Barner?
Yes, along with the fact that what I think is different than any other witness who might be facing federal criminal charges, like say for narcotics. This particular crime is part of the plea agreement that both of these witnesses, Abdul Robinson Sr. as well as Barner, are going to be testifying pursuant to. And so therefore, I think everything encompassed within that plea agreement, along with basic facts of the case, is relevant towards understanding what kind of agreement they got, what his particular involvement was.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. And yes, I agree. Anything involving their plea agreement, yes. Fair game, goes to bias, goes to favorable treatment, admissible. Details and facts on, you picked me up that day, I picked you up, we went, we got a gun, we got in a car to commit this other murder. I don't see how that is relevant or admissible. If you just want to lay a very basic, that's what I'm trying to get you to tell me is what are the limits of the facts that you're going to get into that other case?
I literally can read the court the questions I anticipate.
Okay, then do that, please.
And I'm going to make every effort in this cross-examination to actually keep to my questions.
Okay.
And this is only on behalf of Mr. Whitaker. Ms. Kawas may have additional details that she'd like to argue. But I was going to ask him, you've also been charged with the death of Damon Rothermel, right? Mr. Rothermel was an innocent bystander who was shot during a drive-by shooting on another target, correct? And you were formally charged, correct? Your best friend Chris Brown was charged, correct? Your friend Derek Hudson was charged, correct? And the actual target's name was P. Money, right? You searched P. Money out, right? Because you were going to get paid to kill him, right? You weren't exactly sure how much you were going to get, but more than $10,000, maybe as much as $50,000. And Abdul Robinson Sr. was going to put up money for that, right? Because he wanted him dead too, right? That's it about any facts as to it.
Okay. Any objection to those line of questions? If it's limited to that. Well, certainly that's for argument, I suspect. You're not calling him a paid assassin now. You're just laying out the facts that Senior paid him to commit this crime, therefore he could have been charged with something more than what he was charged with.
Correct, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it, if you limit it to those questions.
Those are the exact questions on my sheet.
Okay, anything else as between the state and Mr. Whitaker's cross? Okay. We're going to do the cross, and I don't know how long you're going to be, but then we might take another brief recess before we do Robinson's cross. So that's why I'm not addressing Robinson if there's any issues that you all may have. But for now, do you believe any part of your testimony is going to elicit anything that Mr. Robinson's jury should not be hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't think of one question where I'm even concerned about it.
Okay. All right. Then with that, are both sides ready to bring the jurors back out and continue with the witness? All right, let's get Mr. Barner back on the stand and let's get the jurors ready. Yes, let's bring the jury out, please. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. And so at this time, I'll call upon the attorney for Mr. Whitaker for cross-examination.
Just letting everyone get settled, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree.
And may it please the court.
You may.
Mr. Barner, big day for you, sir. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to beg you to put that microphone right in your face. I don't want to make you have to repeat anything. So we understand you are currently 31 years old, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a child that's 15 or 16 now?
16.
Back on January 15th of 2020, you would have been 26 years old, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that same day, Leroy Whitaker was barely 19 years old, right?
Right.
Okay. And Hakeem Robinson was 21 years old, right?
Right.
And the closest one to your age would have been Abdul Jr., who was 23 years old, correct?
No.
Abdul Jr. isn't
Born
23 years
in
old?
94, so you wouldn't have been 23.
How old do you think he was?
Yeah, you're younger than me, so
You think he was 25?
I don't think I know.
Okay. Back in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fair enough. And the first time you ever even met Leroy Whitaker, you were 23, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Leroy was still in high school, right?
Right. Correct.
And you met Leroy through a very good friend of yours at the time, Mark Clayton, right?
Right.
Okay. And he's somebody that you ended up testifying against, right?
No.
You never testified against Mark Clayton?
No. Not.
You were just willing to,
Yeah.
and the case worked out.
Right.
before you ever had to come into court and testify.
Correct.
But you were more than willing to testify against your friend, Mark Clayton, right?
Correct.
And that provided a benefit for you, did it not?
Correct.
You got out of jail faster, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay. What year did you do that?
2017.
Okay. So before you even met Leroy Whitaker, you had your first cooperation under your belt, right?
Oh, it was after I met him.
I think it was after you met him?
Yeah.
Because you met Leroy when you were 23 and he was still in high school, right?
Right.
Okay. But you think that was before 2017?
It was 2017.
Okay. Okay. You didn't particularly have anything in common with Leroy Whitaker besides the fact you knew similar people, correct?
Say that again?
You didn't have anything in common with Leroy Whitaker when you first met him, did you?
No.
I mean, basically, you were very good friends with Abdul Jr., correct?
Correct.
Who was the cousin of 17-year-old Leroy Whitaker, correct?
I wouldn't say that they're cousins.
Okay, you don't know that Abdul Jr. Robinson is the cousin of Leroy Whitaker?
Never heard that.
Okay. How about Hakeem Robinson?
Yeah.
You do know that he's cousins with Hakeem Robinson.
Correct.
And you know that Hakeem Robinson and Abdul Robinson Jr. are brothers.
Correct.
Okay. You guys, you and Mr. Whitaker never ate a meal together, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first met Leroy Whitaker, you ate a meal together? You spent time together like that?
I wouldn't say we ate a meal together, but
Well, the fact is,
frequently.
you have testified before. You've never eaten a meal with him, right?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you eaten a meal with Leroy Whitaker? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When?
I don't know when.
Okay.
I don't count.
Okay. Is it your testimony you ate multiple meals with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition, sir?
I took a lot of depositions.
You sure did. Your first deposition was on November 15th of 2023. Do you remember that? That deposition?
Referring to which case?
This case. We'll get to the other cases
Yeah,
you
okay.
testified in.
Okay.
Just talking about this case right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? On November 15th of 2023, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your second deposition on April 10th of 2024. Do you remember giving a deposition on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your final deposition on May 17th of 2024. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the court and counsel, I'm going to be in the second deposition of April 10th of 2024 on page 162. I'm so sorry, I'm in the wrong deposition. Hang on. And I apologize, it's actually further down. It's 163 going into 164. Okay, question. I'm sorry, counsel. I am on page 165, and it's line 16. Question. Do you remember this, sir? Did you ever sit down and watch a movie with him? Can you think of a meal you ever sat down and ate with him? Answer, no. If I have, I don't remember. So is your testimony today, oh, you guys had lots of meals together?
You said what meal? You didn't say, have I had a meal with him? So the question is kind of different to me.
Okay, the question you were asked back in And again, I'm on the second deposition of April 10th of 2024. Question, did you ever sit down and watch a movie with him? And again, we were talking about Leroy Whitaker. Can you think of a meal you ever sat down and ate with him? Answer, no. If I have, I don't remember. Do you remember making that statement, sir?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so, what's your official testimony today here? Have you eaten a meal with Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't remember any details of it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say what meal it was.
Okay. You did have a strong bond with Mr. Mark Clayton, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from January to May of 2018, you actually left Jacksonville and lived in the Las Vegas area, correct?
Correct.
And during that entire time period, you did not have any conversations with Leroy Whitaker, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, you've been in jail since January 15th of 2020. I think you were technically booked on the 16th, but they picked you up in the very late hours of January 15th, correct?
Correct.
And they brought you in to be interviewed, and that was your opportunity to talk to him or not talk to him, right?
Right.
And you decided to talk to him, correct?
Correct.
And when they were questioning you specifically about Miss Buckley, and they told you that she identified you, right?
They didn't tell me it was her. I don't remember them saying her name.
But they told you that you had been identified.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because you have a pretty distinctive tattoo, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind? Roll up your right arm. It's the 1993 is on your right arm, right?
Right. No, it's on my left arm.
Oh, on your left arm. Will you please show us? It's still there, right?
Yeah.
And so you've got it in large numbers?
Yeah.
And you weren't forthcoming with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that night, were you?
Not completely. No.
Okay. Well, yeah, you actually lied to him, didn't you?
Correct.
I mean, it was an intentional lie, right?
Correct.
Told him specifically you never touched Miss Buckley, correct?
Correct.
Told him specifically you never took anything, correct?
Correct.
Told him specifically you didn't know how you got picked up. You didn't know who picked you up, right?
Correct.
So on January 15th, you were willing to lie because it was convenient, correct?
Right.
I mean, you didn't want to tell him all the details of supposedly what you'd done, right?
No, ma'am.
Because you certainly weren't ready to cooperate yet, right?
No, ma'am.
Fast forward to August of 2020. You had remained in jail, right?
Correct.
Now, by this time, you've been formally charged with not one, but two full homicides, correct?
Correct.
And this second homicide dealt with the death of Damon Rothermel, right?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Rothermel was not known to you, correct?
No, ma'am.
He ended up being an innocent bystander whom was shot during a drive-by shooting on another target, right?
Right.
And you were formally charged with that homicide, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As was your very best friend in the world, Chris Brown,
Yes,
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Chris Brown, who you've known since you were 9 years old, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your friend Derek Hudson, also charged, right?
Correct.
And the actual target's name was P-Money, right? That's his nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you searched P-Money out, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were gonna get paid to kill him, right?
Correct.
You didn't know exactly how much, but you knew it was gonna be at least 10,000, maybe as much as 50, right?
Correct.
And that was exciting, was it not?
I want to say exciting, but
Well, you and Abdul Robinson Sr. was going to put up money for that, right?
Say that again?
Abdul Robinson Sr., who's also charged in that homicide, right?
Yeah,
He was the one that was going to give you the money, right?
right.
He's the one that put you up to it, right?
Well, no.
I'm sorry?
No, he didn't put me up to that exact.
Okay. You just knew he was willing to pay you money
Yeah.
for P Money to die.
Well, really, like, not specifically, but yeah.
Okay. In August of 2020, you're charged with 2 separate murders, a home invasion burglary, home invasion robbery, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. And you knew that either one of those murders could get you life imprisonment, right?
Right.
And more than that, you were charged with second-degree murder, right? And that's what you've entered pleas to, correct?
Right.
And you know that second-degree murder, under the laws of Florida, can be sentenced up to life imprisonment. No mandatory, but a judge certainly can impose that, right?
Right.
It gets different with first-degree murder, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were fully aware of that difference, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that difference is that for first-degree murder, when you think about it, when you premeditate it, there's only one sentence, and that is you will spend the rest of your life in prison, mandatory life. So you knew that both of those murders, if you didn't come to some kind of deal, were going to go to first-degree murder, right?
Right.
So you were staring down, not 1, but 2 mandatory life sentences, plus an additional, you knew you could get up to life for the burglary, correct?
Correct.
You could get an additional 15 years for the aggravated fleeing, right?
Right.
So in August of 2020, you decided, I'm going to look out for me, right? And by this time, you fully knew the state theory, correct?
As in,
You knew they thought Hakeem Robinson was the shooter, right?
I guess.
Well, they laid it out for you, didn't they?
They didn't lay nothing out to me.
And yes or no, sir?
No.
Is it your testimony that when you walked in August 2020 and met with the state attorney's office, that you didn't know the state of Florida thought Hakeem Robinson was the shooter? I'm sorry?
I won't be able to answer that.
Well, either you knew or you didn't know, sir.
I just know they wanted the truth from me.
Okay.
That's what I gave them.
Okay. But you decided you wanted others to be prosecuted, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you wanted Leroy Whitaker to be prosecuted, didn't you? Yes or no?
I just wanted to look out for myself.
Okay.
My best interest.
Okay. Going back to those depositions, back on April 10th of 2024, and just so the jurors understand, we're all in a room together. I was there, right, sir? You remember me being there?
Right.
You remember Mr. DeCoste being there?
Yeah.
You remember Ms. Kawas being there? You,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
answer out loud. You remember Mr. Joel Cooper being there, right?
Correct.
And you remember raising your right hand and swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You remember doing that?
Right.
Just like you did here today, right?
Right.
Okay. And counsel, I'm going to be on, again, this is April 10th of 24, page 124, line 23.
I must be in the wrong depot. My bad. And I apologize, my notations are off. I will find that and come back to it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Once again. Come on. You are testifying against them to get out of jail, right? Just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
And so your plea agreement, when you realized the state wanted your testimony, right?
Right.
And it worked out well for you, correct? I mean, you went from staring down 2 mandatory lives, having minimum guidelines of 41.8 years. And you understood the significance of that, right?
Yeah.
You understood that absent some statutory mitigating factor, of which cooperation is one, the court literally can't go below 41.8 under the laws in the state of Florida, right?
Right.
But they agreed to lower it for you, right?
Correct.
You got it lowered all the way that you can hope to walk amongst us in 20 years, right?
Correct.
And actually much less than that, because you have 5 years credit, right, sir?
Correct.
So in 15 short years, you can be out and walking amongst us, right?
Hopefully.
And you do have a lot of hope for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you feel in your mind it's justified that you should get 20, right?
Right.
Because in your words, you've provided justice. That, right?
Correct.
And that's why you, in your mind, should get 20 years for the death of 2 fellow human beings, right?
Right.
Okay. Your job, as we kind of sit here today, and as it has been since you signed up officially in September of 2020, that's when you did your plea agreement, correct?
Right.
Okay. It's been to make the state happy, right?
Well, as I stated before, it's not to make them happy, it's just to tell the truth.
Well, you need to satisfy the state, correct?
Right.
Because they're the ones that are going to make a recommendation at the time of sentencing for you, right?
Right.
And they can recommend life in prison if you don't give answers that satisfy them, correct?
Correct.
They can recommend life in prison if you testify to something that's inconsistent with what they want you to testify to, correct?
Right.
And you have every incentive to give the answers in conformity with what you need to, correct?
Correct.
And it's helpful because, as we've established, this isn't your first cooperation, correct?
Correct.
And interestingly enough, after you agreed to testify against your friend, Mark Clayton, you actually told him, hey, listen, I'll recant. But you knew you wouldn't, right? Like, that was kind of the funny part about it. You told him, oh, don't worry, buddy, I'll recant. But you actually knew you weren't. So you lied to your best friend too, right?
I wouldn't say I lied.
Well, you knew you weren't going, you told him, Mark Clayton, hey, buddy, I'll recant, right?
Right.
Okay, so you told him, I'm gonna go in and tell the state attorney's office I lied. That's what you told your buddy, Mark Clayton,
Right.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew when you made that statement, you had no intention of doing that, right?
No, ma'am, I didn't know.
You didn't know you weren't going to do that?
I didn't know whether I was gonna do it or not.
Okay. Same deposition, back on April 10th, 2024. Let's see if my notations are right. 22. Line 17. Okay. Okay, so we were, and counsel, I'm on page 22, line 11. So we were discussing your testimony against your good friend at the time, Mark Clayton. So the question was, you were answering, so he was trying to get me to tell his lawyer that none of what I said was true. Question, to recant what you told the prosecution. Answer, right. Question, what did you tell him when he asked you to do that? Answer, I agreed, but I never did. Question, okay, so you told him you would do it. Answer, yeah. Question, but did the lawyer ever reach out to you? Answer, no. Question, did you ever reach out to the lawyer? Answer, no. So you did. You knew you were lying to Mark Clayton, right?
No.
What, you were still thinking about it?
His lawyer never reached out to me
And you never reached out to the lawyer?
because we had an agreement that his lawyer was gonna reach out to me.
Okay, and I'm so sorry. So your testimony today is that back whenever this was, you made a statement against your good friend that allowed you to get out of jail, right? Isn't that what you told me previously?
Right.
Okay. And so you're living large on the outside and you have conversations with your good friend and it's decided amongst you two, you're going to go in and recant, right?
Right.
And your testimony is that you were struggling with that decision and it was only because this lawyer didn't reach out to you that that didn't happen?
I want to say I was struggling. His lawyer just never reached out to me.
Okay. The reality is you like being out of jail, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is it your testimony you like being in jail?
I like being out of jail.
Okay. And you were out of jail and you were willing to lie to your friend to make sure that you stayed out of jail, right?
I want to say that.
Okay. What would you say?
I didn't know at the time.
You didn't know that if you were going to recant? What didn't you know?
I didn't know what I was going to do.
Oh, you didn't know what you were going to do?
Yeah.
Ultimately, you did nothing. You enjoyed your time out, correct?
The time never presented itself, so.
Okay. You're actually no stranger to the witness stand, are you?
As far as
you
like right now,
testified-
yeah. As far as right now, yeah.
Meaning you've testified a lot, right? I mean, we just established you had 3 depositions in this case, correct?
Right.
And you've also testified in the Jermaine DeBose case, correct?
Correct.
And that was an interesting case. It wasn't in this courthouse, was it?
No.
It was in the old courthouse, right?
No, it was in this courthouse.
Oh, it was in this courthouse. So you were in one of these beautiful courtrooms, right?
Yeah.
And you walked right in, and a judge was sitting where Her Honor is sitting, right?
Right.
And the clerk swore you in, and you raised your right hand, just like you did today, and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Right.
And then you lied, right?
No.
Didn't you lie in the Jermaine DeBose case to make sure that he got out of jail?
Yeah, I lied in the deposition.
Okay,
But I
you
didn't
lied.
lie at the hearing.
Oh, so you just lied under oath in a deposition.
Correct.
And you lied under oath after swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're explaining to us you knowingly and intentionally lied, correct?
Right.
in a criminal case, right?
Right.
And what was interesting about this lie is this was a lie to help him get out of jail, right?
Correct.
Not because you liked him, right?
Correct.
Not because he was your friend, right?
Right.
You wanted to chase him down, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you fully admit that you have lied to police officers, right?
Correct.
You have lied to assistant state attorneys, right?
Right.
You have lied to defense attorneys, right?
Right.
You have lied under oath, right?
Right.
Let's talk for a moment about your participation in the death of Charles McCormick. You are the one who initiated this lookup of McCormick, right?
Correct.
You evidently were watching his Instagram quite often, right?
Well, I followed him on my fake page, so he'll be in my news feed.
Every time you looked at Instagram,
If he,
if he had posted something, it's just going to come up in your feed,
Correct.
right? Because you first made the active intention, just in case there are some folks who don't use Instagram, to specifically follow Charles McCormick, right?
correct.
You have to look up his name and then actually follow him. It's an intentional movement, right?
Correct.
And after you did that, you even went so far as to contact him, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever explain that to Detective Smith? How you contacted Charles McCormick?
No.
You never told Detective Smith?
No.
Okay. Did you ever pull up in your phone or through your own Instagram to share with law enforcement of how you communicated with Mr. McCormick?
Well, not Detective Smith, but
I'm sorry?
to attorneys.
I'm
the
sorry?
State attorney.
To the state attorney you did?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you started doing this research, you also used something called CORE, correct?
Correct.
And because I imagine our jurors don't know what CORE is run by the Duval clerk system here in the courthouse, right?
Right.
And any person who is accused of a crime, you can literally input their name and it will come up any pending charges or past charges, right?
Correct.
And then you can literally click on the case number and look at potentially police reports and pleadings, dispositions, that kind of thing, right?
Right.
It also includes the biographical information of whoever's accused, right?
Right.
And it can be as basic as a traffic ticket or as intense as a major felony allegation, right?
Right.
But it will list the address, right? Or the last known address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's what you were looking for, right?
Right.
Because that's how intent you were that Charles McCormick should die, right?
Right.
And success. You did find such an address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you took the next step. You actually tried to go through Google and try to figure out these apartments where Charles McCormick lived, right?
Correct.
And it's your claim that once you find this, that you evidently have some kind of phone conversation with Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, your claim is that Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson and Abdul Robinson Jr. just show up where you live, right?
When was this?
On the day that you found this address.
That we went and looked.
That's your claim, isn't it? Or is there a time lag?
Yeah, it was when he posted the picture. when we went in.
Okay, so after you go to the effort of finding an address, go through Google, call your friend Kareem, then I guess Mr. McCormick goes to Vegas? Is that when he went to Vegas?
Yeah, sometime after he posted the picture.
Okay. And so then you continuing to look through Instagram, continuing to look at your feed, you realize Charles McCormick is home, correct?
Yeah, I guessed it.
Okay. And so at some point you claim there's this trip, this road trip, if you will, from your apartment to the apartment complex where Charles McCormick lives, right?
Right.
You don't know exactly when that occurred, right?
It occurred January.
Before the murder.
Yeah, before the murder.
Okay. Not the day of the murder.
Yeah, of the murder.
Okay, I understand, and we'll get there. We'll talk about the trip where you go out with Chris Brown and stalk him for multiple hours. I'm back. I'm back when you're first finding this address. When you first find this address, you call Abdul Robinson Jr. That's your testimony, right?
Correct.
Okay. You do not call Leroy Whitaker, correct? But your claim is that Leroy Whitaker and Abdul Robinson Jr. and Hakeem Robinson just show up at your house, right? We're about to pull up, right?
On what occasion?
I'm sorry?
When?
When you went to go supposedly verify that's where McCormick lived.
Yeah, when he posted the picture.
Right, when Mr.
Right.
McCormick posted something that you noticed and you acted on, right?
Right.
Okay. But during this whole car ride, and this is the car ride that supposedly is just simply to verify Charles McCormick lives there, and let's figure out where he specifically took this photo, right?
Right.
And your claim is that during that entire car ride, there and back, not one word is spoken by anyone in the car about killing Charles McCormick, right?
Yeah, not that day.
Okay. Your testimony has always been it was just understood, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you figure that there must have been prior occasions, maybe between Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker and Abdul Robinson Jr. You just weren't a part of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you do remember having a full conversation with Chris Brown about Charles McCormick dying, right?
Correct.
You and Charles, on, I guess, the early morning hours of January 15th, maybe even the late night hours of the 14th, you and Chris Brown decide we're going to go out to McCormick's apartment complex, right?
Right.
And you guys physically drive out there. What car did you guys drive out there in?
Chris' baby mother's car.
Baby mother's car.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be what you would call a clean car that could cause you to get caught, right?
Correct.
But I guess you were just stalking at that point, right?
Yeah, just to see. Yeah.
Okay. You and Chris Brown stayed out there for quite a while though, right?
No.
Okay. You just went out there to verify?
Yeah, we went out there and we seen that his car was back then across from where he took the picture at.
Okay. And you and Chris Brown hang out, and then you go back to your own home, right? That's your testimony?
No, we immediately left and then we went back to my apartment.
Okay. And then for whatever reason, although you and Chris Brown have had a full conversation about how important it is that Charles McCormick would die, Chris Brown leaves, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got to take his baby mama to work.
Correct.
Okay. And then interestingly enough, according to you, Chris Brown comes back, right? In baby mama's car.
Correct.
And he's back out at that complex, right?
Correct.
He evidently wants in, right?
Correct.
Because he's the one you had the big conversation with. Let's get this guy, Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
And so, going back to Willie Addison was the brother of Hakeem Robinson and Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Correct.
And the son of Abdul Robinson Sr. And I guess, if memory serves me, not a biological son, but somebody he personally raised. Is that your understanding as well?
I don't want to say he raised them, but
Well, what's your understanding, sir?
it's just his stepson.
Okay, just his stepson.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was a close bond.
Of some sort, yeah.
Because on January 15th of 2019, 1 year before Charles McCormick is killed, Willie Addison is killed, correct?
Right.
And Willie Addison, he was older than you, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Willie Addison had been in prison and had just recently gotten out before his death, correct?
Right.
Okay. And he'd been gone for quite a while, correct?
Right.
And in that car that's shot up, Willie Addison is killed. Abdul Robinson Jr. is shot in the head, correct?
Right.
Torgan Williams is also in the car. He's shot multiple times. Abdul Robinson Sr. is also shot, correct?
Right.
Leroy Whitaker was not in that car, was he?
No, ma'am.
Leroy Whitaker doesn't even know Willie Addison, does he?
I don't know.
Well, there would be a large age difference between them, correct? Or you don't know? You don't know?
I don't know Willie's age.
But Torgan Williams also got shot, correct?
Correct.
And Torgan Williams is also somebody you're friends with?
Yes, ma'am.
And Torgan Williams was out there that morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And according to you, Torgan Williams was also somebody, without necessarily any words, he just knew Charles McCormick was gonna die, right?
That morning.
I'm sorry?
That morning, yes, ma'am.
On January 15th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Because it was Willie Day, right? Isn't that what Torgan kept saying? It's Willie Day?
I don't recall.
And according to you, sir, before you get to McCormick's apartment on the day of the murder, Leroy Whitaker, no specific words had come out of his mouth indicating he knew what you were doing or what the plan was, right?
Yeah, no words came out of his mouth.
Because
Right.
again, in your mind, everyone just knew, right?
Correct.
And in reality, you really don't have any memory of him saying anything at all, do you?
Well, when we got there, it was a discussion
And
how it was going to happen.
and you don't remember who said it, but your testimony is that when you're at McCormick's apartment on January 15th, there is developed this plan between the three of you that Leroy Whitaker is going to jump out of the car and run down Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
And that he's got this big old gun that he's going to accomplish, right?
Correct.
Leroy Whitaker never gets out of the car, does he?
No, ma'am.
Leroy Whitaker never shot anybody, did he? On January 15th, 2020, Leroy Whitaker did not shoot a person, did he?
No, ma'am.
He did not pull a trigger, did he?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever provide your phone to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Well, it was at the house when I got arrested.
Well, once you decided to cooperate, why didn't you want to provide that for him?
It was gone.
Well, you want the state of Florida and law enforcement to believe everything you're saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's pretty critical for your future, right?
Yes, ma'am.
One would think you'd want to do everything you could, right?
Right.
But you didn't, right?
With what?
Your phone.
It was already gone.
Oh, it was gone.
Correct.
You are, according to you, sir, a changed man, correct?
Correct.
You are now Muslim?
Yes, ma'am.
You see things differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously, in your mind, you didn't understand why there was all this gun violence, right? Just didn't understand it, right?
Well, I understood it.
You understood it because you were doing it, right?
Correct.
But now you have empathy, you have mercy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Are you prepared to do cross, or do we need a recess? Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and move forward then with cross for Mr. Robinson. And just for scheduling purposes and for the jury's benefit, this is our last witness for the day. So, just to let you all know.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Mr. Barner, I want to start by talking about how it is that you have ended up in this courtroom testifying for the state of Florida, okay? I'm going to go over some stuff that Ms. Schlacks went over already, but I might go into some further detail about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you sit here right now, you have been in jail for over 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
That's because you were incarcerated since January 15th of 2020, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the day that you helped execute Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
And the only reason Charles McCormick was murdered was because of you, right?
And other people.
Well, let's break that down. You did not like the lyrics of the song that he put out, right?
Right.
You saw the post on his Instagram account, right?
Right.
You decided you wanted to kill him, right?
Right.
You started this, right?
I want to say I started it.
Well, it started with your irritation with his song lyrics, did it not?
It irritated everybody.
Okay, I'm not talking about everybody else, I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
It irritated you.
Correct.
That caused you to go on Instagram, right?
Right.
And now you sit here in front of this jury and you have a deal from the state of Florida, right?
Right.
And as part of that deal is you have to sit here in front of these juries and say that Hakeem Robinson was the shooter, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that when you make an agreement with someone and you get a benefit or a discount, like, you know, a price cut in half, that's something we call a deal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're getting a good deal, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
A sweet deal from the state of Florida, right?
I want to say sweet deal.
Well, let's go through that. Because you're not only getting a deal on the murder of Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
There is another case in which you're getting a deal on, right?
Right.
Charles McCormick is not the first person you have tried to kill, right?
Right.
How old are you again now?
31.
So at the time when this took place 5 years ago, you were in your mid-20s, right?
Right.
And you had 2 dead bodies under your belt that we know of, right?
Correct.
Now, The person you killed was Mr. Rothamel, right?
I didn't kill Mr. Rothermill.
Okay. You and Chris Brown, right,
Correct.
went out to try and kill P Money, right?
Right.
And the reason why you tried to kill P Money was it was the belief of Blue that P Money was the one behind the Willie Addison murder, right?
Correct.
That's who they believe did it, right? And so you were going out there. Mr. Rothamel was not the target, was he?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you go out with Chris Brown, right?
Right.
To hunt down P Money, right?
Correct.
At the behest of Abdul Sr., right?
No.
He wanted him dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he provided you with the car to commit that murder, right?
Right.
He provided you with the firearm to commit that murder, right?
Right.
Okay, so he gave you everything you needed to kill P Money. But he made sure he wasn't there, right?
Right.
Has you doing his dirty work for him, right?
Yeah.
And you had no problem doing that.
No.
Now, there was a shootout, right?
Right.
And you got shot. Yes?
Yeah.
But in that shootout, an innocent bystander on a bicycle died, right?
Right.
P Money didn't die.
No.
And you even said, you know, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're blaming the victim because of what you did, right?
I didn't blame him.
Okay, you didn't blame him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Seems as if you're like, well, you know, his fault. He shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Now, isn't it true that you are willing to hurt people as long as someone is willing to pay?
Back then, yes.
Okay, and we are talking about that back then,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And whether that's by a promise of money or a promise of freedom. If you're getting a benefit, you're okay with hurting other people back then, because you're a changed man now, right?
Right.
So I want to delve into the details of this deal you made. So, and Ms. Slacks went over this, and I think she did a great job. Because in Florida, right?
Right.
What you did in that other case was first-degree premeditated murder, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about the Rothamel case, right?
Right.
The evidence they had against you and what you did qualified as first-degree premeditated murder, right?
Right.
And if Blue had given you, like you've testified on the oath today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say you're telling us the truth, right?
Right.
And then if he had provided you with the tools that you needed to kill P Money, he should also have been charged with first-degree murder, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, you understand the laws of principle, right?
Right.
Because in the Charles McCormick case, you didn't pull the trigger, right?
Right.
But you were charged as a principal.
Correct.
So because you drove them to the scene, right?
Right.
Because you knew what was going to happen, right?
Right.
You are just as responsible as everybody else, right?
Right.
So if Blue gives you the car to kill P Money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Gives you the gun to kill P Money, right?
Right.
He's done something to assist you, right?
Right.
And knew what was going to happen, right?
He didn't know what was going to happen.
Also, your testimony today is that Blue had no idea.
That day, he didn't.
Oh, the day, but he did know that that is what that's what your
Yeah,
intentions were.
Yeah, we was, yeah.
Right,
We
and
was intentions, but that day he didn't know.
okay, but you don't need to know that day. As long as he knows that's what you're going to do and he gives you the tools to do it, that's enough, right?
Right.
Okay. So if Blue comes in here now going, I never gave him the guns and the car, he's lying, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And of course, if he doesn't know, then he can just be arrested for accessory after the fact, right?
Right.
Because that's actually what he was accused in the case that you have with Rothamel, right?
Right.
So, as we discussed before, first-degree premeditated murder, you take a plea to that or you are found guilty, there is no discretion. You will die in prison, right?
Right.
You're not going to leave that prison cell unless it's in a pine box, right?
Right.
Because in Florida, we don't have parole. Life is life. Now, what they did for you in that case is they allowed you not to plead to first-degree murder. They reduced the charges for you, right?
Correct.
Okay. They reduced it down to second-degree murder, right?
Right.
Now, even though that's all they charged you with, that's not all you're guilty of, are you?
No, ma'am.
Because you were in possession of a firearm, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to have firearms, are you?
No, ma'am.
You could have been charged with possession of a firearm by someone that was adjudicated delinquent, right?
Correct.
And what does that carry with it?
5 years.
No, 15 years in state prison.
Oh.
Okay. And the possession of the firearm alone carries a 3-year minimum mandatory under that charge, right?
Right.
But now in Rothamel, you fired your firearm, right?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you didn't. You just got shot.
Yes, ma'am.
But you had a gun with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're saying you didn't shoot the gun.
Yeah,
Right.
I didn't shoot no gun.
Because if you had been accused or they believed you shot the gun, now you have an additional 25-year minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
So you got a full free pass on the possession of the gun, right? In fact, you have none of that. In none of your plea or any charges, you're not in any way charged with possession of a firearm by someone adjudicated delinquent. You don't have those charges, right?
No.
And you possessed a firearm in Charles McCormick,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had a gun in the other one. So they just gave you a free full pass on that.
Well, I didn't have a gun in the Rothermere case.
You did when Blue handed you the gun. Did he put it in your hand?
No.
You never touched a gun.
He gave it to me, but he didn't hand it directly to me.
What did he do? He put it on the floor and then you picked it up?
No, it was in the car. The car that
Okay.
he gave.
Did you ever touch it or you never touched it?
Yeah, I touched it.
Okay. Even if you touch it, that's actual possession, which means you get the 3-year minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
And even if you're just around it, convicted people can't be around firearms, right?
Right.
So we've got those 2 cases that are covered by your plea agreement, which don't encompass all the charges that they just chose not to charge you with. You also have the burglary with an assault or battery, right?
Right.
And you were facing life on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because burglary with an assault or battery is a first-degree felony, what we call a PBL. You know what PBL means, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean?
Honest for my life.
And now, even though you were also charged with home invasion robbery, right?
Right.
But that was for the exact same thing. The burglary with assault or battery is like the same thing as home invasion robbery, right?
Right.
So they wouldn't have been able to prove that anyway. Right? So they changed the charge to burglary with assault or battery for you to plead to. You pled guilty to burglary with assault or battery, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, you're charged with that because you went into Barbara Buckley's home without her permission, right?
Right.
You terrorized her, didn't you?
Right.
You put your hands around her throat, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you choked her in her own home.
Yes, ma'am.
We know that you applied at least some force and pressure because you were able to leave your skin cells on her neck for the DNA. Right?
Right.
She asked you to leave. She even said that, you guys, get out of my house. Right?
Correct.
You didn't follow that instruction. Instead, you tried to scare her into thinking you might kill her if she didn't comply. Right?
Right.
You can imagine how terrifying that must have been for her. Right?
Right.
But you just wanted to get away. So your plea agreement covers the 3 separate cases, the cases they know about as you sit here today under the state subpoena. You have immunity from anything you testify to in here today, right?
Can you explain that?
I will. So Florida statute says that any time that the state issues a subpoena for someone to come to court, within that subpoena is automatic immunity, okay? So that anything you say here can't be used later to prosecute you for something, right?
Right.
So if you were to commit perjury in front of these juries right now, you're getting a free pass on that, right?
Okay, let me see counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
I ain't gonna hold y'all. She up there eating. She basically told him, D, that you were under a subpoena. And in the state of Florida, anybody who comes in and testifies under a subpoena automatically gets immunity. So you could sit here and commit perjury and they couldn't prosecute you, right? Ah, she ate. She ate. They up there trying to convince him that he got a sweet deal. He like, oh, it ain't that sweet. It ain't that sweet. What you mean it ain't that sweet? They have failed to prosecute you on certain crimes, and they dropping minimum time sentences for you to testify. What you mean that ain't? Oh, my bad, y'all.
Need y'all to be quiet when you're coming into the courtroom. Thank you. Why don't you just wait, Ms. Kawasa, while everyone gets seated so that we don't have any further distractions.
No problem, Judge.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. So in this case too, as well, with Charles McCormick, right? They're doing the same thing for you as well. You're not pleading to first-degree murder. Well, you've already pled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You already entered into a written plea agreement, a contract with the state, right?
Right.
And that case, they've also agreed to reduce that to second-degree murder, right?
Right.
Even though we know you committed a first-degree murder, right?
Right.
Now, as we discussed before, as Ms. Schlack's brought out, the bottom of your guidelines, what that means is that if you were to plead to second-degree murder, it's no longer life. Your guidelines are 41 months in state prison, right? Minus what you've already done.
41 years.
Oh, did I say months? You're right. 41 years in state prison, right?
Right.
But they're going even a step further for 2 dead bodies, right? They, if you satisfy them, right, will come to court at your sentencing and make a recommendation to Judge Salvador to sentence you to 20, right?
Right.
Now, you've already done 5, right?
Correct.
But you also get gain time, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's no minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
So you don't do every single day of 20 years. You get 2 to 3 months off for each year you do, right?
Right.
You have any probation after that?
Not that I know of.
You didn't plead to any probation?
I wouldn't know that.
You would, it's in your plea agreement.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
So there's a possibility that you could get 20 and the court could incorporate something more, right?
Right.
Now, without their recommendation, though, it doesn't even open the door for Judge Salvador to even think about giving you 20 years, right? Yes?
Say that again.
Unless they give a good recommendation and they say, Your Honor, we believe that you should go below the bottom of the guidelines. The state is satisfied that he has met the criteria of a cooperating witness. If they don't recommend that, right, you need their help to make that recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's interesting because your case is in front of Judge Salvador, right?
Right.
So you got to push on a show today, don't you? She's the judge that's going to sentence you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the people who are, I just want to make it clear, who you provided information against in the David Rothamel case, right?
Right.
Because it was because of you that everybody ended up getting arrested, right?
Right.
You kind of came in and goes, I'm going to solve that mystery for you guys, right?
Right.
And you threw Abdul Sr. in there, right?
Right.
Because of you, he was charged with that, right?
Right.
You also threw Derek Hudson in there, right?
Right.
You also threw in Chris Brown, right?
Right.
Now, how old is Chris Brown?
He's 31.
Your age, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you're 5'7"?
Yes, ma'am.
He's taller than you, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's about 5'10", 5'11"?
I want to know the exact height.
But he's taller than you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He also had twisties and dreads in his hair, didn't he? Before he got arrested after you told on him?
I want to know.
You don't remember? You don't remember what his hair was like even though he was there on the day of the murder of Charles McCormick?
You said when he got locked up.
Okay, well, when he got locked up, he had dreads, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. But at the time, he did have hair on his head. He couldn't have been bald.
Yeah, he had hair on his head.
He had hair on his head, right? And he's skinny, right?
Slim. Yeah.
He's slim. All right. Now, those aren't the only people. You also decided to throw your girlfriend under the bus, right?
Yeah.
Janera Smith, the girl you were living with, right?
Right.
You decided to say, guess what? She was involved in that case with me too, right?
Right.
Now, we're going to get more into the issue with Janera Smith in a moment. I want to talk about the Jermaine Dubose situation. Okay, hold on one sec. I got to over all of that. Now, I know that the state and you have been keep saying that, you haven't been promised anything, right?
Right.
But if you testify that it was not Hakeem Robinson that was the shooter, you don't get the deal. If you say it was someone else, you don't get a deal, right?
Right.
And I know you said it previously with Ms. Schlacks, that you're saying, well, I have to tell the truth, right?
Right.
That's what I'm going to tell the truth here today, right?
Correct.
But let's talk about what the truth actually means to you, okay? I'm going to talk about the history of the times that you have lied and that they know about it, okay?
Okay.
And we're not just talking about lying in everyday setting like, regular people. I'm talking about you have lied in a bunch of different court proceedings, right? Depositions, right?
Right.
And I'm not talking about depositions in our case. I'm talking about depositions in the Jermaine Dubose case, right?
Right.
Everybody got together, the lawyers for everybody, and put you under oath, didn't they?
Right.
Same oath you took today, right?
Right.
In front of the presence of the state attorneys. And you lied under oath, right?
Right.
You didn't care about the truth then, did you?
Oh, no.
You lied to detectives before, right?
Right.
You have lied to state attorneys before, right?
Right.
And even when they know that you lied in those depositions, right?
Right.
Put that aside and still let you testify against Jermaine Dubose, right?
Yeah, at the hearing, yes, ma'am.
It didn't matter to them that they knew that you had committed perjury, did it?
No.
And nothing prevents you from lying here today, does it? We just have to take your word for it, right? That's a question.
What was the question?
We just have to take your word for what you say today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to also go into issues of perjury, because you've gotten impasses on those as well, right?
Right.
Perjury is lying under oath, correct?
Correct.
It's not just misdemeanors. That's not a misdemeanor charge, right?
Right.
If you lie, for example, in the investigation of a homicide, you could be charged with a first-degree felony, right? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
And that's because you've never been charged with perjury, right?
Right.
Even though they know you did it, right?
Right.
Over and over again, right?
Right.
I mean, it won't look too good to this jury if you've had like 4 or 5 perjury convictions, would it?
No.
And the only ones who decide whether you get charged with perjury or not are the state's attorneys. And they chose not to do it, right?
Correct.
Now, kind of like Torgon Williams. That's a name that we've heard throughout this case, right? He is someone that was directly involved in the murder of Charles McCormick, correct?
Correct.
They haven't charged him with it, right?
Right.
He's been roaming free for the past 5 years, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Because you've been in jail for the past 5 years.
Correct.
And you told them all about Torgon Williams' involvement and everything that he did back in 2020, right?
Right.
But they didn't take your word for it because he was never arrested.
Yeah, sustained.
He was never arrested. He hasn't been arrested, has he?
No.
For the murder of Charles McCormick?
No.
So, going back to Jermaine Dubose. Jermaine Dubose, he is the one that killed your best friend, Christopher Bing, right?
He wasn't my best friend.
Christopher Bing was not your best friend?
No, no.
Okay. But Dubose tried to kill you, right?
Right.
You were hanging out in an apartment complex and he came out around the corner with an assault rifle and fired at you and your friend, right?
And what are the grounds? Yeah, I'm going to have to hear counsel's argument on this matter, so I'm going to.
To get away, right?
Right.
And Janera Smith, too, that's kind of what she did in the Charles McCormick case, right?
No.
Okay, so Janera Smith, you were living with her at the time, right?
Right.
And in the McCormick case, you end up going back to your house at some point, right?
Right.
You're getting nervous because you realize someone saw your tattoo, right? Didn't you guys pack up your stuff and get ready to go in your car, right? To leave?
No.
Where were you going?
We was going to Family Dollar.
And then to do what after that?
Go back to our apartment.
To do what?
Cook.
So, you had just finished executing Charles McCormick, right? And what you were going to do that evening was go back and have a nice dinner with your girlfriend?
Correct.
Okay. But before you could get back home, JSO was on top of you guys, right?
Right.
You didn't get that far. You got pulled over, right?
Right.
But they accused Janera Smith of fleeing and eluding because she didn't stop the car, right?
Right.
You both got arrested that night.
Correct.
She arrested for fleeing and eluding, and you got arrested. They beat you that night, right?
Correct.
They put a gun in the back of Janera Smith, didn't they? Told her to stop screaming when they were beating you, right?
I don't know.
But she was let go that night because she was only charged with fleeing and eluding, correct?
She got released the next day.
Next day. But you remained in custody.
Correct.
And so, before she was out for the whole 9 months before Hakeem Robinson got arrested, right?
Correct.
Because she was arrested the same day or around the same time Hakeem Robinson was, because that's when you decided to implicate her in the Rothamel case, right?
Right.
And you had been talking to her on the phone while you were in jail, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if anything, she had access to the internet, right? Everything that was going on with the case, and she was talking to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, eventually, when you flee with Janera on the Rothamel case, you got to come back. You ran out of money, right? And you had to get some work on your knee. Is that right? It was starting to bother you.
Right.
And did they pull, when you went to the hospital, they pulled the bullet out of your leg, right?
Correct.
Now, Janera knew that you were involved with that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She knew that you had been involved in the murder of Mr. Rothamel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she never came forward, did she?
No.
In fact, when you went to the hospital, isn't it true that police were called out there because you had a bullet in your leg, right?
Correct.
And anytime anyone has a bullet wound, it's mandatory, they have to call the police, right? And you lied to the detectives about how you got shot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told them about you were in Lake City and some fight broke out and you got shot, correct?
Correct.
And Janera Smith told that lie for you as well, didn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
The both of you came together with a little plot to come up with this story to tell law enforcement so that you would not get caught, right?
Right.
And she went along with your plan, didn't she?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you threatened Gennaro?
Threatened her.
You threatened her about whether or not she should come forward.
I don't recall.
No or yes?
I don't recall threatening her
Okay.
to come forward.
No, to not come forward. Like, don't snitch on me and Blue.
I never told her that.
But what would happen to her if she snitched on you or Blue?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain.
Okay, and so let's now go into the details of the murder of Charles McCormick. You did not know Charles McCormick, right? He was a stranger to you before this song was released.
Well, he's somebody that I knew of.
Pardon me?
I knew of him.
You knew of him, but you weren't friends.
No.
You didn't hang out together, right? And then he released that song that we just listened to, right?
Right.
And we discussed already that Charles McCormick is part of the same group as P Money, the one that Blue hates, right?
Yeah.
Now, you would agree with me in this day and age, where you are a little older than everybody else, but things are a little different nowadays. You'd agree with me in the music industry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Before, we wouldn't be able to just put out a song. You'd have to get signed by a record label, right? Nobody had access to the internet. There was no internet. If you didn't get signed to a record label, then your music doesn't make it on the radio and no one hears it, right?
Right.
But nowadays, if you create a song, if you want, you could create a YouTube page and just put it out there, right?
Right.
And you would agree with me, like YouTube, for example. If a song goes viral and people start watching and clicking and viewing, that's how people make their money, right?
Right.
And so you don't really need a record label anymore. You could try to do it on your own and hope that people, start watching and listening to your music, right?
Correct.
And you testified on direct that there's something called diss tracks, right? Where people sing about things that may, other people may find distasteful, but disrespectful to other groups, right?
Right.
But you'd agree with me that when you do something so shocking like that, like sing a song about shooting someone else, you're probably going to get more clicks and views, right?
Maybe.
And Charles McCormick did just that, right?
Right.
He sang, and we heard some lyrics that he sang about discussing the murder of Willie Addison, right?
Correct.
What was the clip that was played? Something about blowing out Willie Addison's head? Was that what it was? You remember the lyric that we listened to?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Say he was smoking Willie.
He said he smoked Willie. So he's putting out into the music industry that he killed Willie Addison, right?
No.
So what
Said
does
he's-
smoking on Willie mean?
He's just, he dissing a deceased person, saying he's smoking on him. He's not saying he physically killed him, though.
Okay, but didn't he say things in that song about that murder that he knew nothing about, right?
Right.
Okay, so he's singing about an incident that was highly covered on the media here in Jacksonville, right? The shooting of Willie Addison was a big thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Even Blue went on the news when that happened, saying how frustrated he was with JSO and why no one had been caught, right?
I don't know.
But there's no question Charles McCormick had nothing to do with that, but he still put a song about that very popular incident, right?
Right.
And it's probably because he wanted to get people to listen to the song, right?
Right.
And you did not like that. It angered you so much that you decided that you wanted to take his life, right?
Right.
Someone that you had never met before, right? In person.
Person, right.
He didn't disrespect Hakeem Robinson in that song, did he? He didn't say Ksoo's name in that song?
No.
He didn't mention anything about Hakeem, right? That's because Hakeem was not in the car in that shooting, right?
Right.
He disrespected Blue's son. That's who he disrespected, right?
Right.
And you were super close to Blue, right? Blue was like a father figure to you growing up, wasn't he?
No.
You wouldn't say that?
No.
He wasn't around? You didn't know him from you were a child?
Yeah, he wasn't a father figure though.
Because he was what? Gone for quite some time?
Yeah.
So there was a period of time in Jacksonville that he was not around.
Right.
He was your father's best friend though, right? Before he passed away?
No.
He was not.
No.
Your father was murdered, right?
Right.
Now, aren't there certain times that Blue would give you a place to live?
Yeah.
He had a trailer, didn't he?
Right.
Where he'd let you live, right?
Right.
You, Chris Brown, right?
No.
Chris Brown was never there?
He was there. He didn't stay there.
Okay. Janera Smith has spent the night there too, right?
Right.
Now, weeks before the murder, we talked about you looked up Charles McCormick's address on Core, right?
Correct.
You're saying that, and you testified on direct that this took place in December, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't figure out you can't remember which day it was, right?
Right.
You're aware that Hakeem Robinson was in California for most of December, right? If he knows.
If he has personal information, if not, then it would be sustained.
Were you aware of that?
No.
However, if you all were together and communicating here in Duval County, there should be records of that on the phone, right?
Correct.
Going through, go over things I've gone already, Judge. Okay, now you say that when you got this information, there's two people you sent it to, right? You sent it to Kareem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you sent it to Chris Brown too, right?
Right.
He shared the same desire that you did to kill Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
So much so that you and Chris Brown, on your own, the two of you, go out to stalk Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
Now, on the day of the murder, when you guys had done that in the middle of the night to go to his apartment, you and Chris Brown alone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You are now placing Chris Brown at the scene of the murder, aren't you? On the day of.
Not the scene of the murder.
Okay, well, you're placing him around the victim's home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if anything, and they look up his phone records, he's gonna be pinging there, right?
Right.
And at this time, you were taking drugs, right?
Right.
You were smoking weed and doing Molly, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you claim after you and Chris Brown go and do that, you come back to your apartment, right?
Correct.
No sleep, still awake.
Right.
And at 4 a.m. you say Kareem comes to pick you up. Kareem comes to pick you up, right?
Well, I called him at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You called him at 4 a.m., said, let's do this, right?
Right.
But you called Kareem. You didn't call Hakeem Robinson, right?
No.
You didn't call Leroy Whitaker, right?
Right.
Now, you jump in the car, you have your firearm, right?
Right.
You Glock 22, 23?
Correct.
You're not supposed to have that gun, right?
Right.
Where'd that gun come from? You didn't buy it.
No.
Where'd it come from?
I traded it
Traded what for what?
for a Glock 19.
Okay, so how many guns did you have at that time in your house?
I can't recall.
Was it more than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple firearms that you were not allowed to have, right?
Right.
So then you go and you say that you go to a different location, and your testimony was that you guys were originally in a Dodge Journey. Now, on direct examination, you said that that's Hakeem's car, right?
Yeah.
That's Kareem's car, right?
Well, to my knowledge, it was Hakeem's car.
When you say to your knowledge, what made you believe that the car belonged to Hakeem?
You keep a rental car.
Okay, he keeps a rental car. How many different rental cars have you seen him with?
A bunch.
A bunch. You don't know if he rented that car, right?
He never rented it himself.
So it's not his car. Whoever rented it, it's theirs, right?
Right.
And it's Kareem's car. But today you're saying it's Hakeem's, right? But you don't really know who rented the car, correct?
Well, he tell me his mama rents the cars.
He says that his mom rents cars. Did he say his mother rented a Dodge Journey for him and that this was this car?
No.
Okay, you're just guessing and assuming, right? When you say a statement like that, you assumed that the Dodge Journey was his, right?
Right.
So then you claim that you then go to another location and pick up the Nissan Altima, right?
Right.
Now, it's your testimony today that that's the first time that you'd ever seen that car?
No.
Oh, it's not, right?
No.
You've seen that car before, right?
Right.
That car you guys have been using for 2 months, right?
I don't know the exact number of months.
But it's been a while, and you guys have been in and out of that car, right?
Right.
That car has been at your apartment before, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you all say you jump in that car. It's still now early. You've been awake all night on Molly and weed, right?
Right.
But you're able to clearly testify about all these details today, though, right?
Right.
So you then go, you get to the location, and you're all sitting in your cars, right? I mean, in the Nissan, correct? And once again, Chris Bound pops up, doesn't he?
When?
When you guys return with the Nissan. Right before the murder, your testimony is that Chris Brown was there, right?
Yeah, McCormick's residence, yeah.
At McCormick's residence. So Chris Brown's phone will be pinging there, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Someone else was there too, Torrigon Williams, right?
Right.
Kareem was there too, right?
Right.
Okay. And Kareem and Torrigon basically did the exact same thing, correct? In terms of their involvement in this murder, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Their level of involvement is the same. Torrigon Williams and Kareem. If it's not, let me know. Do you think one is more involved than the other?
Oh, you saying them together?
Yeah, Kareem and Torrigon, like they're kind of on the same,
Yeah.
they did the same thing, right?
Right.
But Kareem got arrested and Torrigon didn't.
Correct.
So you're sitting there now for 3 to 4 hours, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got your phone on you? No. You don't have your phone on you? You left your phone? Did you have your phone when you went into Barbara Buckley's house?
Oh, I'm thinking of something else.
Okay.
I think you're saying here today.
Oh, no, I know you don't have a phone here today.
Oh.
On the day of the murder,
Yeah.
you had your phone with you, right? You guys are sitting in the car for 3 to 4 hours, waiting, stalking Charles McCormick, waiting for him to come out, right?
Correct.
You've got your phone, right?
Right.
You're all up on your phone doing things?
Yeah.
Leroy Whitaker in the back, all up on his phone doing things?
I can't recall.
You can't recall if he was on his phone.
He was doing things on his phone.
Was he on his phone?
I can't recall.
Okay. Hakeem Robinson on his phone?
I don't remember.
What his phone look like? Hakeem?
He had an iPhone.
An iPhone. What color?
I don't remember.
What, did it have a case?
Yeah.
Okay, what color was the case?
It was clear. It was a clear case.
Clear case, so you could see through the back to what was the color of the iPhone then? Because you can get white, silver, black, what was it?
Can't remember.
Can't remember. Don't know what was on the screen of that, right? Can't remember. Did he have more than one phone?
Don't remember.
You only saw, you don't remember, okay. Now, you claim that at some point, and we've heard about this before, and you've testified about this before, where you claim that Abdul and Kareem had called Hakeem to say that they were in the area, right?
Abdul and Kareem.
I'm sorry, I have it as Abdul Jr. / Kareem. So let's just keep it as Kareem, because that's the same person, right? Kareem, you testified to before, called Hakeem. Kareem called Hakeem to say that they were in the area, right? That phone call never happened?
Hakeem called Kareem.
Okay, so now your testimony is that Hakeem called Kareem, right?
Yeah.
So that should be on Kareem's cell phone records, right?
Should be on Hakeem's cell.
Should be in Hakeem's cell phone records, right?
Yeah, he called.
He called. So, well, when you call on one and someone receives it, it's going to be on each person's phone records, right?
All right.
Now, I want to talk about something that you testified to today for the first time, and I want the jury.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain, just ask the question without commentary.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you testify on direct that you witnessed a phone call between Raekwon Howard and Dominique Barnell? When Mr. Cooper was asking you questions, right?
Yeah.
He asked you, did you see Hakeem Robinson make a phone call to Raekwon Howard while you guys were in the parking lot?
Correct.
And you said yes, right?
Right.
Now, in this case, you sat just for us 3 separate depositions, right?
Right.
And these depositions weren't short, were they?
No.
You were deposed by all of the attorneys for over 9 hours, right?
I don't know the exact hours.
But it was on 3 separate occasions,
Right.
and we had to actually break it up into 3 because each day we went till 5, right? And we ran out of time.
Right.
Each attorney for each defendant painstakingly went through very detailed questions, right? Step by step about what happened, right?
Right.
And you never once mentioned in any one of those depositions to any of us in the presence of Joel Cooper that you saw a call from Raekwon Howard on Hakeem Robinson's phone. Did you?
Well, they already knew that.
Say what now?
They already knew that.
Okay, they know that from Raekwon Howard. I'm talking about you. When we are sitting down and asking you questions, you told us so many details about every single thing that you did, right? You even remembered this phone call from Hakeem to Kareem, right?
Right.
And we would ask you questions. What happened next, right?
Right.
Ms. Slacks at one point even had to say to you, Mr. Barnell, I don't want a situation to show up where we are in a courtroom in front of 2 juries and you say something we've never heard before, right?
Right.
And the first time that any of us have ever heard from your mouth that you witnessed a call from Raekwon Howard to Hakeem Robinson was today, right? You've said it before?
Yeah.
Where?
I told the state.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's talk about that. You told the state when I wasn't there, right?
Correct.
You told the state when Mr. DeCoste was not there, right?
Right.
When you told them?
I don't remember the exact date.
Did you recently meet with the state attorneys in preparation for your case today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you meet with them?
All right, let me see court report on counsel at sidebar.
Baby, she absolutely was on his bumper. When I say that's how it's done, she backed his ass all the way up into the corner. Baby, you here for who and why? What you here for? Botched investigation part 5, okay? Let's count it. So the first part of the botched investigation was Detective Collins saying that Ksoo was like, he gave 2 different descriptions of how tall he felt Ksoo was. Botched investigation part 2 was when they used one swab to wipe the entire front console of the car. And I'm gonna just go ahead and throw this in with 2 as well, because they never fingerprinted the steering wheel, the gear shift, or the door handle. So for real, they have no evidence of who was driving the car. No evidence of who was driving the car. Botched investigation part 3. They didn't DNA test everything in the car. Was that 3, y'all? Am I tripping? They didn't DNA test everything in the car. Yeah, because the lady, the DNA person was like, she got a ball of a bunch of different fibers of hairs. She only, out of all of that, which somebody got counted 70 maybe, she only tested 2. And they could have, thank you, Marley. They could have sent it off for mitochondria testing at another lab, but they didn't. That was part 3. Part 4, botched investigation 4, was just this man up here giving this reenactment. This, what was it, like a digital reenactment of the shooting where they were trying to identify how tall the shooter was, and at the end of his whole $80,000 presentation, matter of fact, we're gonna go ahead and bump him on up to 95. We're gonna say $95,000. At the end of his $95,000 presentation, he still couldn't conclusively say how tall the shooter was. And now we at number 5. They didn't gave Butter a deal. They done gave Butter a deal. The state trying to end for the day because their star witness is doing bad. He doing bad. But hey, he answering the questions. Yeah, no, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. He's answering the questions. The state prepped him good for themselves, but forgot about Cross. I agree with that, Miss D. Oh no, I missed the swab. Yeah, Breezy. Yeah, the swab was something serious yesterday. Man, them dudes probably did it, but might get off. And that's the thing. That's why the investigation has to be crisp. Okay, it is beyond a reasonable doubt, and I think people forget that. It's giving Melly vibes, okay? Because y'all know I believe Melly did that. I think Melly did that, but proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. Your recap for today is gonna be fire. I hope so. So if you are new here, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. You can join our channel. We got memberships. You can follow me on TikTok. I'm Taylor Unbridge on TikTok too. And I do drop recaps at the end of the day. So today I'll be dropping a recap on both my platforms, TikTok and on YouTube. Check out the YouTube one though, okay? Check it out over here on YouTube because TikTok be on some BS, but I do have a following over there, so I make sure I push a little content that way. I'm pushing a little content that way. But I also do a trial recap the very next day. So today, if you missed court on yesterday, Breezy, because that's where I laid out some of the botched investigation in my recap yesterday, is pinned up at the top of the chat. Make sure you check that out. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Let me know if you like the video or not. Let me know if you like the video or not. And then tomorrow I'll be pushing out another one. For today. All right, let me get back in the courtroom. Sorry, guys.
We didn't specifically ask you if there was a specific phone call from Raekwon Howard. You didn't think at that time it was relevant to let us know that?
I don't know.
Don't know.
They knew though. State knew.
The state knew how important that statement was, right?
Right.
Because what you're telling this jury today is that you witnessed him speaking to Raekwon Howard that he was going to kill someone, right?
Right.
That's like a confession, right?
Right.
You didn't think that was relevant to tell the lawyers for Hakeem Robinson?
I mean, it was relevant, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're saying that took place in the car. When was that phone call? Did that phone call that you witnessed?
Before we switched positions.
What do you mean before you switched positions?
Before we switched the spots.
So you're already in the parking lot. You weren't driving, right?
Right.
You're already parked, right?
Right.
So there wouldn't be any, and you said what kind of call was it? Was it a phone call, a FaceTime, an Instagram? What was it?
Instagram.
How do you know it was Instagram?
Well, guessing it was.
Say what?
Guessing it was.
You're guessing it was Instagram. It's funny that you commit to Instagram as being the call, right?
Right.
That's what you chose, right?
Right.
When you met with the state's attorney's office, did they show you any of Hakeem Robinson's Instagram? Well, it's his celebrity account. Did they show you any of his records from Instagram?
No.
Okay. But you were initially charged in this case, right?
Right.
And when you're initially charged, you actually had an attorney, right?
Right.
And you get discovery in the case, right?
Right.
Okay. So you were privy to all of the filings and all of the recordings and all of the evidence that they had, right?
Right.
And you got to go through that with your attorney and study it before you decided to come forward, right?
Right.
Okay. So according to you now, we know you say that Hakeem Robinson had his phone.
Right.
You're not sure how this call took place, but you clearly remember what he said on the phone, right?
Right.
Now, Raekwon Howard, how you know it was Raekwon Howard?
Wow. Told me.
Who told you?
Hakeem.
Okay, so now you're saying it's not only that, he now said to you something else, right?
Right.
So now, okay, so things are developing as we're sitting here. So you're now saying he turned to you and said, so I just called Raekwon Howard.
Oh, he told me he was about to call him.
So he tells you, I'm about to call Raekwon Howard, right?
Right.
You don't say to him, don't call anybody because we're about to commit this murder, right?
I don't.
You don't. You, the one who was so concerned about not using Chris Brown's car because that can be traced, right?
Right.
You allow him to make a phone call to Raekwon Howard, right? And in your presence, you say he tells him what he's going to do, right?
Right.
That makes Raekwon Howard a witness for you guys, right? Against you guys.
I wouldn't have knew that.
How would you not have known that?
I don't know the legal system like that. So
You do know the legal system, Mr. Barno.
I wouldn't have knew that would have made him a witness. At the time, I wouldn't have knew that.
The fact that Raekwon Howard had a conversation with Hakeem Robinson where you claim he confessed to him is not a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have knew that.
And let's talk about what you do know about Raekwon Howard. What do you know about him?
As in. As in.
You know anything other than his name?
I know his nickname.
Which is?
Pooh.
Anything else?
50K.
Okay. Any other details about him? When's his birthday?
I have no idea.
Isn't it true that he's a part of 6 Block?
Associated with, yes, ma'am.
He's associated with 6 Block, the up group to ATK, right?
Right.
And your testimony before this jury is he decided to call someone from the up side to confess. Is that your testimony?
Right.
You also mentioned on direct examination that there was a call from Hakeem to Kareem at some point because he said he wanted them to surveil to see if there were any cops in the shopping plaza, right?
Right.
So that's another call that should be reflected on Hakeem Robinson's phone, right?
Right.
Okay. So I pass forward. You claim now, though, that right before the murder takes place, Chris Brown is gone, right?
Right.
Now, you testified that, I think I brought it out already. Now, we all know what happens. Well, what you claim happens is you sit there and you watch as who you say is Hakeem kill Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
You flee the complex and you end up crashing, right?
Right.
You end up jumping the fences and ending up in Miss Buckley's house, correct?
Right.
Now, at some point, right, you guys send your location to Blue, right?
Right.
But that's not the only person you sent your location to, right? Isn't it true that you tried to send your location to Natalie Bryant, right?
My phone was dead, so.
But you're aware that an attempt was made to send a pin drop to her, right?
No.
To her and Torrigon Williams, right? You told this to the detectives in your statement in August. I can show it to you if you want. Do you not remember saying that? Do you not remember that?
I mean, I would have to see it.
I'll show it to you. So just so that the court understands, and the jurors, that when you were arrested, you gave a sworn statement to Mr. Cooper, right?
Right.
I need to pull it up. I don't have. I'm just going to pull it up on my computer. Now, this, of course, is when you've decided to cooperate, right?
Right.
You're now sitting with Mr. Cooper, right?
Right.
His lawyer is, your lawyer is there, right?
Ms. Jameson.
Yeah.
Right.
Is she here now? She is. She's back there, right?
Right.
Okay, sustained. Let's move it along with the questions.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So I'm just looking for the transcripts of the statement, just to pull it up. Got one moment, Your Honor. I'm gonna get back to that. I'm gonna have Mr. DeCoste pull that up so I don't waste any time. I'm gonna go forward and then I'm gonna come back to that, okay? Once that's up, I'll go back to it, all right? Now, so once again, you say eventually Blue is the one that picks you guys up, right?
Right.
In the Dodge Challenger, right?
Right.
You claim that you explain everything to Blue, right?
Right.
And then you leave and you go to someone by the name of Zay's house, right?
Right.
Okay. So who's Zay?
It's a friend of Blue.
Friend of you or friend of Blue?
Mine's too.
Okay, so all of y'all's friends. Is he a part of 300 as well too?
No.
Okay. So you go to his house to change clothes, right?
No.
What did you go there for?
Switch cars.
Oh, okay. So what you're doing now is Blue doesn't want to be seen in that red Challenger either, right?
Right.
So now you're trying to get rid of the Charger, right?
Challenger.
The Challenger, right?
Right.
And then later on you try to get rid of your clothes, right?
Correct.
And the clothes were burned by Blue, weren't they?
I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so who did you give the clothes to?
I left him over his house.
Over at Blue's house, but you don't know what he did with it after that?
I got locked up that night, so
Okay. So I can ask Blue.
yeah.
Now, the very same day that this all took place, even before you got apprehended by police, you would agree with me that the video of the shooting was all over the news, right? They reported it all on the news about this shooting in that strip mall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from day one, from that day, you freaked out, right?
Right.
So you went back home and then you went to go to your girlfriend, right?
Right.
You jump in the car and then that's when you get pulled over and apprehended by police, right?
Right.
Now, you first go in and they put you in a room in the interrogation room at JSO, right?
Right.
And in that room, there's audio and video recording, right?
Right.
So JSO has the capability to record and video anything that you said, right?
Right.
And in this case, they actually did that, right? In your first statement to the police officer, right?
Right.
Okay. And the detective, this is not Detective Smith, it's Detective Richardson, right? Or you don't remember his name?
I can't recall his name.
Okay. Do you know what Detective Smith looks like?
I think that's who interrogated me on
Second time.
Second time.
Okay, but it was a different one the first time, right?
Yeah.
And you lied to him in that over and over again, right?
Right.
What you were doing that day, you told him I was chilling and going to Family Dollar. That was a lie, right?
I told him that we was trying to get Janaire's license.
Okay, but that was a lie, right? Because in the day you were trying to kill Charles McCormick.
Right.
Your Honor, I stand before you today to honor Charles, my big brother. This courtroom is where Charles finally receives the justice he fought for and never saw in life.
They wrong and wrong for that. Hold on, y'all.
Charles was more than my brother. He was the backbone of our.
They wrong. Hold on. I got to find out if that was why the feed cut off on us like that. I mean, it was abrupt too. Okay, so Law and Crime, like I said, they ain't streaming. Let's go back for a second, cause what the hell? Yeah, like, how dare they? It was good. Did they run out of film? I guess they cut us off, y'all. And that must be the end of the freaking testimony for today. Ah, that sucks. Well, I'm sorry, friends. It cut off everywhere. So I will get us a recap out here shortly. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with us today. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out if you didn't do it on your way in. And make sure you also subscribe to my channel. Okay. I shall see y'all tomorrow. Be on the lookout for my videos, and y'all have a blessed, safe, and happy evening.